The Nightingale Legacy. Author, Catherine Coulter. Titles by Catherine Coulter. The Edge, The Courtship, The Target, Mad Jack, Rosehaven, The Wild Baron, The Cove, The Valentine Legacy, The Nightingale Legacy, The Wyndham Legacy, Lord of Falconridge, Lord of Raven's Peak, Lord of Hawkfell Island, The Heiress Bride, The Hellion Bride, The Sherbrooke Bride, Beyond Eden. Impulse, False Pretenses. To Sarah and Gordon Ween, very good friends who suit each other perfectly. You both suit me perfectly too. Let's hear it for the BVI and Captain Tim's political philosophy. Thanks for being so bright, so funny, so very dear, and so magnificent underwater. All the best until our brutal next word game. 1 St. Agnes Head, Cornwall, August 1814. Frederick North Nightingale looked down at the huddled woman at his feet. She was bowed in on herself, her knees drawn nearly to her chest, her arms over her head, as if she'd tried to protect herself as she fell from the cliff above. Her once stylish pale blue muslin gown was ripped violently beneath her arms, the bodice and skirt stained and filthy. One blue slipper dangled by twisted and torn ribbons from her right foot. He came down to his knees beside her and gently pulled her stiff arms away from her head. She'd been dead for some time, at least 18 hours, for her muscles were beginning to slacken again, the rigor lessening. He lightly pressed his fingers to her dirty neck, where the collar of her gown was ripped away. He didn't know why he was feeling for a pulse. Perhaps he was hoping for a miracle. But of course, there was no beat, just cold flush and death. Her pale blue eyes stared up at him, not calm with acceptance, but bulging with the terror, with the knowledge that death was here and this was her last instant of life. Even though he'd seen too many men die in battle or after battle from infection, this touched him differently. She wasn't a soldier wielding a sword or a musket. She was a woman, thus frail by a man's standards, helpless in the face of a fall as violent as this one. He closed her eyes, then pressed against her jaw to close her mouth, open wide on a last scream. It wouldn't close, and her terror was there to see, if not to hear. It would remain there until she was no more than stripped white bone. He rose slowly and stepped back, not too far back, or else he'd go careening off the narrow ledge into the Irish Sea some 40 feet below. The smell of the salt water was strong, the sound of the waves striking against the ageless, tumbled black rocks was loud, but the rhythmic tumult was still curiously soothing to him. It had been since he'd been a boy, bent on escape. She was no stranger to him. It had taken him a moment to recognize her, but had soon realized it was Eleanor Penrose, the widow of the now long-dead Squire Josiah Penrose of Scrillity Hall, just 3 miles or so north, very near the Trevannan's Cove. He'd known her since she arrived in the area from somewhere in Dorset, and married the squire when North had been a boy of 10 years or so. He remembered her as a laughing young woman with big breasts and a bigger smile, her soft brown hair falling in ringlets around her face that bounced about when she jested and poked the staid squire in his ribs, drawing a tortured smile even from that pinched mouth. And now she was dead, drawn in like a baby on a narrow ledge. He told himself she must have fallen. It was a tragic accident. Surely that was all that it was. But he knew in his belly that it wasn't possible. Eleanor Penrose knew this land as well as he did. She wouldn't have been strolling out here by herself, far from home, and simply slip and fall over the cliff. How had it happened? He made his way slowly back up the cliff, some 30 feet to the top, his fingers fitting into the familiar handholds, his feet slipping only twice. He pulled himself over the top onto the barren, jagged edge of St. Agnes Head, rose and looked down as he dusted off his breeches. From this height, she again became the patch of bright blue that had caught his attention and drawn him down in the first place. Suddenly, a clod of loose earth crumbled beneath his booted feet. He jerked back, arms flailing. His heart thudded madly until he was back a good 3 feet from the cliff edge. Perhaps that was what had happened to Eleanor Penrose. She'd walked too close to the edge and the ground had simply given beneath her, and she'd not fallen all the way to the spuming waves below, but onto that protruding ledge instead. and it had been enough to kill her. He dropped to his knees and examined the ground. Only the chunk he'd just dislodged seemed to have broken off. He just looked at the ground, then down at the ledge, barely visible from his vantage point. He rose and dusted off his hands. North strode to his bay gelding, Treetop, a horse that stood over 17 hands high, and thus his name, who was standing motionless, watching his master's approach. Treetop didn't even look up at the flock of lapwings that wheeled low over them. A dragonfly lighted on his rump, and he gently waved his tail. North would have to ride to the magistrate. Then he realized he was the magistrate. This wasn't the army, no sergeants to do what he told them to do, no rules or protocols. Well, he said, as he swung easily onto Tree's broad back, let's ride to get Dr. Treeth. He should look at her before we move her. Do you think she fell? Tree didn't snort, but he did fling his mighty head from side to side. North said slowly, as he looked back at the cliff where she'd gone over, shading the brilliant noontime sun from his hand, with one hand, I don't think she did either. I think some son of a bitch killed her. Lord Chilton, good God, my boy, when did you return? It's been over a year since you've come home. Just here for your father's funeral, then back again to the interminable war that's finally over, thank God. Now all our fine English lads can come home again. Come in, come in. You always did knock at my surgery entrance, eh? Dr. Treeth, tall and straight as a sapling under a bright sun, and slender as a boy of 18, and as smart a man as North had ever known, pumped his hand and ushered him through his small surgery, replete with its shining metal instruments and cabinets filled with carefully labeled bottles. There was a mortar and pestle on the scrubbed table just beneath the cabinets. He led North into the drawing room, a cozy, warm room with a fireplace at one end, too much furniture throughout, and messy with strewn newspapers and journals, and now empty cups on every surface that, North remembered, had held tea liberally laced with smuggled French brandy. North smiled, remembering that when he was a boy, Dr. Treeth had seemed a giant of a man. The doctor was very tall, but now that North was a man full grown, Treeth's height no longer seemed so extraordinary. Of course, North was bred from a line of tall men, of a height to intimidate if they were of a mind to do so. Dr. Treeth's smile was warm and welcoming. It has been a long time, sir, but now I'm home again, to stay this time. Sit down, North. Tea? A brandy? No, sir. Actually, I'm here as the magistrate, to tell you that I just found Eleanor Penrose on that outcropping ledge beneath St. Agnes Head. She's dead, and has been for some time, at least a day, for her limbs were still rigid but were relaxing again. Dr. Benjamin Treeth became rigid as Lot's wife, becoming pale and paler still, until his face was as white as his modest white cravat. He suddenly looked immeasurably older, all the vitality sucked out of him in that single instant. Then, just as quickly, he was shaking his head. No, he said, no, that can't be right. You've forgotten what Eleanor looked like. No, not Eleanor. It's some other woman who resembles her. I'm sorry for the other woman, but it isn't Eleanor. It can't be Eleanor. Tell me you've made a mistake, North. I'm sorry, sir, but it was Eleanor Penrose. But Dr.
Treeth was still shaking his head, violently now, his eyes darkening, his pallor more marked. Dead, you say? No, North, you're mistaken. I just dined with her 2 evenings ago. She was in fine fettle, laughing as she always does. You remember that, don't you? We ate oysters at Skrilly Hall, and the candlelight was very soft, and she laughed at my stories about the Navy, particularly the one about how we stole that bag of lemons from a Dutch ship in the Caribbean, near St. Thomas, because our men had scurvy. No, no, North, you're wrong. You must be wrong. I can't let Eleanor be dead. Damnation, North thought. I'm sorry, sir, truly. Yes, she's dead. Benjamin Treeth turned away and walked slowly to the French doors at the back of the sitting room that gave onto a small enclosed garden, flowering wildly now in middle August. Roses interlaced with bougainvillea and hydrangeas, the colors vivid reds and pinks and yellows. One old sessile oak tree was so thick, its heavy-leafed branches covered one entire corner of the garden, and its trunk was wrapped round and round with ivy. Blue agrion damselflies hovered over the ivy, making it appear to shimmer and shift in the lazy sunlight. North heard the croak of a bush cricket. Dr. Treth just stood there, his shoulders rising and falling quickly, and North realized he was fighting down tears. "I'm very sorry, sir. I didn't know you and Mrs. Penrose were close. You must come with me, sir. Also, there's something more you must know." Dr. Treth turned slowly to face him. "She's dead, you say? What else is there? Come, North, what is it? I don't think she just fell from the cliff. I think someone pushed her. I didn't examine her or touch her, except to feel for her pulse. You should do that." "Yes," Dr. Treth said at last. "Yes, I'll come. Wait, what did you say? Someone pushed her? No, that's not possible. Everyone liked Eleanor. Everyone. Oh, Jesus. Yes, I'll come." He called out, "Bess, come down, please. I must go out. Jack Marley is coming soon. Bess, hurry, woman." Bess Treth appeared suddenly in the doorway of the sitting room, out of breath, her hand clutched to her chest. She was a tall woman, slender, with hair darker even than North's. There was a great resemblance between brother and sister. She saw North, quickly curtsied, and said with pleasure, "My lord, you're home. How like your papa you look. But then all Nightingale men resemble each other from father to son, and so it's always been. At least, that's what Mrs. Freely says, and what her mother before her said. Oh dear, something's wrong, isn't it? Why are you going out, Benji? What has happened? Someone at Mount Hawk is ill?" Dr. Treth just looked at her, actually beyond her, gone from Perth Cottage, from his sister and North, who stood at his side. He shook his head as if to give himself direction. "Jack Marley has a boil on his neck. See to it if you want to. If not, then tell him to come back. Be sure to use the carbolic liberally to clean him up first. He never washes his neck, you know." "Yes, I know, Benji. I'll deal with him." North said only, "There's been an accident, Miss Treth. We must go now." "An accident? What happened? What's wrong, Benji?" Dr. Treth just kept shaking his head. He pushed past his sister, head down, North following. 2. Honeymead Manor, South Downs, September 1814. She was shivering. The house was quickly becoming as damp as it was bone cold. Even her wool stockings felt damp. For the past 2 days, it had alternately rained thick sheets of gray, then slowed a bit to mist and drizzle, but regardless, the temperature had plummeted, making everyone miserable, including the brindle house cat and Mrs. Tailstrop's flat-nosed pug, Lucy, who wouldn't stop her whining. Mrs. Tailstrop carried the mutt about, wrapped in a wool blanket. She shivered again. Lord, it was cold. It was either the 2 Honeymead resident ghosts moving about, chilling every corner they touched, or just plain cheapness on the part of Roland Falks, her guardian. No guessing on that one. The ghosts didn't stand a chance. They were probably cold too. They'd been utterly silent since Falk's arrival 3 days before, not even scaring the cat, so his tail fluffed out 10 times its usual size. Not that they came about all that much now, only once or twice a year, making pictures shake and tumble off the walls, and sending the housemaids shrieking from the kitchen when bowls of milk tipped over unaccountably into their laps, all to remind the residents that there were things that couldn't be explained in the South Downs Gazette. Whenever Mr. Falks visited her, he took over. It made her furious. Honeymead Manor was her parents' house, and thus now her house. It was her wood and her fireplaces. Yet he told the servants not to lay fires until November. His tone suggested that they personally were somehow out to cheat him. It was a pity the ghosts never did a thing untoward whenever he was here. Damn them. "Ah," Mrs. Tailstrop would say to her whenever she chanced to complain about it, nodding her head like a wise woman instructing a novice, with not much hope of success. Not an ounce of sympathy in her voice. It is always so with men. What they wish to have, we must give them. They're the masters of their castles. It's their right. One must adjust, dear. You really must try to learn. Nonsense, Caroline always said. This was her castle, not his. Mrs. Tailstrop would just pat her hand in a way that told her quite clearly that she hadn't a notion of the way things were, and would say, "Now, my dear child, you will learn one day when you have a husband. If you don't learn to properly obey, then your husband won't be pleased with you. And that, I can promise you, since I was myself once blessed with a dear husband, can be most unpleasant. A husband? Fat chance of that. Caroline had decided 2 years before on her 17th birthday, and she hadn't changed her mind. Her teeth began to chatter. She walked into the flower room, a room named for the immense splashes of red roses on stark white wallpaper, at least 60 years old and peeling, in search of warmth, and found the grate empty of fire or ashes or even raw wood, and knew that her guardian had struck even here, where neighbors would have tea when they were visiting. Why was he such a cheap fellow? It was her money, wasn't it? Why did he care how much wood she burned? Why did he always refuse to refurbish the aging settees and chairs? Why did he refuse to buy the bay mare Sir Roger had offered to sell her? Why did he permit her to own only a rickety old gig that was on its last wheels, and a sweet old mare who would surely lost to the tortoise had there been a race? And, good Lord, the tenants! Their cottages were in sore need of repair. They needed new plows and more seed. Nothing had been done since her father had died. She felt deep guilt, even though there was nothing she could do about his nip-farthing ways. But much as she tried to deny it, even to herself, she well knew why he hadn't spent anything. He wanted her money for himself, and he saw any expenditure on her, her lands, her manor, as an utter waste. Well, her money wouldn't fall into his hands. He would soon see that she meant business. She hugged herself, slapping her arms with her hands, then shook her head. It was absurd, ridiculous. She walked quickly outside. The sun had just broken through the thick, overhanging gray clouds. She stood on the narrow front steps of the manor, drew in a deep breath, and raised her face to the sky. She should have eaten her breakfast out here on the front steps, rather than shivering like a loon in that dark, cold breakfast parlor that her guardian had refused to refurbish, although it had needed it 5 decades before. But tomorrow it would be over. She could do exactly as she pleased after tomorrow. Tomorrow she would be 19. 19 was the magic age her father had chosen to give her her freedom. Freedom or marriage. Oh yes, she would marry one day when she was a toothless old biddy, and her husband would be a handsome young man whose job it would be to jollify her final years on this earth. And then she would reward him, depending on the success of his efforts. A good trade, certainly. Tomorrow she would tell Mr. Fawkes what she thought of him. She would call him cheap and niggardly, and she would order that fires be set immediately, in every room, even in the great fireplace in the very old entrance hall that could easily roast an ox. Then she would kick him out. After tomorrow, she would never have to see him or his wretched pointy-eared son again. A young man she liked when she didn't want to smack him for being such a weak sod whenever he chanced to displease his father, which was often, at least when they visited Honeymead Manor. Dear Miss Derwent-Jones. She turned, frowning, as she always did whenever Mr. Fawkes addressed her with such hideous formality, which he did every time he saw her. She managed to erase the frown, striking a cool smile that she'd managed to cultivate during the past 2 years. Exactly 2 years on the morrow it would be when he'd hauled Owen to Honeymead Manor. She'd known Owen all her life, and even liked him upon occasion, but that visit started them off in a horrid new direction, their childhood well and truly gone. Ah, what a torturous drama they'd played, more like a comedy many times. The father was a pompous ass, his son a weakling, a young man who would never be allowed to become a man until his father shucked off his mortal coil. But Owen was nice for all that, in a bewildered sort of way, despite his wretched father. Mr. Fawkes and Owen had been here only 3 days, and she'd wanted to strike her guardian down with the fireplace poker after only 20 minutes. They'd come for her birthday, Mr. Fawkes had announced, rubbing his hands together as he looked about the entrance hall that had been built by the Countess of Shrewsbury herself in 1587 or thereabouts. Owen would have been utterly distressed if he'd missed her birthday, his fond father had continued, beaming down at her, his eyes cold as his mouth smiled.
Owen had stood there, his ears sticking out from his head, and said nothing, as usual. Yes, the indulgent father had said, slanting a sideways look at the son. Dear Owen was so fond of his cousin, so very devoted and concerned with her future and her happiness. Ah, then he'd gone on laughing now, all fond tolerance. How Owen rhapsodized about her beautiful golden hair. Actually, it was a neat brown with perhaps a few strands of blonde, cooked lighter under the summer sun, and her brilliant violet eyes. Plain green, her eyes were, if one were intent on reporting but a nodule of truth. On and on it went, until he'd gotten to her teeth. Then he'd failed utterly, finally comparing her teeth to the white cliffs of Dover, and that had made her laugh, for she'd expected flawless pearls at the very least, but he'd run out of poetic nonsense and had to fall back on a geological formation. She realized then that she'd been standing there, just staring at him. She shook herself, trying to remember if he'd said anything else. "Hello, Mr. Fawkes," she said, her own smile every bit as frigidly warm as his. "The sun is finally shining. Perhaps the manor will warm up in a couple of weeks, if the warm weather holds. Perhaps, but it isn't important. I expect you were wool-gathering, dear Miss Derwent-Jones. Well, that's what one expects from charming young ladies, isn't it? You are up and about quite early for a young miss who spent a late night in, dare I say it, romantic sylvan pursuits. It's only just now 8 o'clock. Is this a law of nature I've not heard about? A young lady is supposed to stay in bed all day after evening jollity." She thought fondly of that eager young man she would marry when she was a doddering old crone, leaning on a cane. "You jest, as usual, my dear. You are forever jesting with me. A charming part of your character, I would say, if I were at all charmed by such things. Owen is charmed by your repertoire of jests, but he is young and has no discrimination in such matters. Now, I should say, from my own experience, that young ladies don't have the stamina or the vigor to remain up at all hours as you were last night. I retired at 9:30, sir. Did you now? But I thought you and Owen were strolling in the gardens, and perhaps Owen was strolling, sir. Perhaps he was comparing the roses to crimson velvet draperies, or to red blood drops from a cut finger, though I don't see how he could have done that, since it was quite dark last night, and drizzling most of the time. Ah, you don't recall, do you? You were busily drinking my father's brandy, toasting yourself in front of the only fireplace that was lit, Mrs. Tailstrop hovering over you offering crumpets. No, last night, sir, there wasn't a single star to be rhapsodized over. Actually, Owen doesn't care for flowers at all. They make him sneeze. As for myself, I was in my bed dreaming birthday dreams. I have been dreaming them for some time now." "Oh," he said, confounded, and, she knew, doubtless angry at his son for letting her escape his net, also doubtless angry because it was true. He had been swilling her father's brandy with Mrs. Tailstrop nodding agreeably at whatever came out of his mouth. That, she'd told Caroline many times, was one of a lady's prime duties, to listen and nod and smile and offer food and drink. It was a litany that always drove Caroline quite mad. She looked at Mr. Fawkes from beneath her lashes. He still looked on the angry side, and also a bit uncertain of how to proceed. Oh yes, Caroline could just imagine the detailed instructions he'd forced down his son's skinny throat to seduce her, and Owen had let his sire down. He cleared his throat and said, all calm and charm, "As for your birthday, dear Miss Derwent-Jones, I had thought to have just the immediate family here for a luncheon for you." She didn't care if she spent her birthday on the moon. She nodded. "That's fine, sir. It's a pity that I have no more immediate family in the area. Owen and I will be most attentive to you. I believe Owen has bought you a birthday present that, dare I say it, could perhaps also double as an engagement present. He'd come out into the open at last." She was nonplussed for a moment, but just for a moment. She smiled widely at him. "How very kind of Owen, but I believe it's too soon for that, sir. Mr. Duncan has of course proposed, but we decided to wait until next month to announce our betrothal. We will wed at Christmas. No, I couldn't possibly accept a present from Owen until Mr. Duncan and I have announced our engagement formally. Mr. Duncan? Who the devil is this Mr. Duncan? He looked as if he would expire from apoplexy, his face all red and puffy. It pleased her enormously. She could practically see him falling down the front steps of the manor, flailing and foaming at the mouth in his rage. Why, sir, he's a neighbor. I call him my own dear squire. Duncan is a local name, here for hundreds of years. We have been close for the past 3 years. Such a handsome gentleman he is. A very strong chin, and ears that lie flat to his head. Yes, sir, we plan to marry and join our properties. You have never mentioned this man to me, dear Miss Derwent-Jones. Indeed, I have never heard of a Mr. Duncan. This is not what I want, and you well know it. I will speak to Mrs. Tailstrop about this. I will tell her what I think of her wardenship. You were not often here, sir, until 2 years ago. When you came so very often, Mrs. Tailstrop thought we should keep fresh sheets on your bed. I hadn't thought of Mrs. Tailstrop as a warden. Still, what does it really matter now? To be honest, when you were here all the time, I tended to keep dear Mr. Duncan away. Owen was nearly always with me. You were with him a great deal of the time. Fresh sheets for Owen as well, sir.
Your humor lists like a sinking boat, dear Miss Derwent-Jones. I have noticed that you have even grown more fully into this humor of yours just in the past few days. Mrs. Tailstrop tells me you have become more amusing by the year, but I informed her that it was her duty to curtail this eccentric habit of yours. Young ladies are to be demure and modest. How else will they attach a husband? I managed it quite easily. Don't forget Mr. Duncan. So you say, so you say. Now I would that you strive to answer me cleanly and directly. A wit should be a wit for all occasions. I'm distressed that you disapprove. Very well, sir. What would you like to know? I would like to know about this Duncan fellow. I would like to meet him and ascertain his intentions toward you. You will be a rich young lady come tomorrow, and I want to convince myself that he isn't a fortune hunter. Indeed, I insist upon meeting him. This evening, for dinner. It is only fair to Owen, don't you think? Even frivolous young ladies should strive for a modicum of sensitivity and goodwill toward young men who are truly in love with them. Owen in love with her? She and Owen were like 2 bored dogs who would eye each other and yawn. Not only did her fatuous guardian dislike her humor, her only weapon against him, he believed her stupid and ineffectual, which perhaps she was, for after all, there weren't any fires in any of the fireplaces, were there? I don't know if Mr. Duncan will be free for dinner this evening. You know, dear Miss Derwent-Jones, I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to enter into an alliance that I haven't approved. It would be against your best interests. I wouldn't be fulfilling my responsibility toward you. Indeed, there is a clause in your father's will that allows my discretion in the matter of your marriage. I naturally hadn't thought of it until now, since I believed you and Owen would make a match of it. She stared at him. No, she couldn't believe it, wouldn't believe it. She managed to keep her outrage behind her tongue and said, I didn't know of any stipulations about my marriage, sir, or my lack of marriage. Actually, before I met Mr. Duncan, I hadn't planned to marry at all. I would like to see my father's will. Certainly, Miss Derwent-Jones. There was no dear this time, which was an improvement. However, I hardly expect a young lady to understand it. There are legal terms that would surely confound a lady's faculties. I will contrive to raise my level of wit, sir, just for the occasion. He looked at her as if he would like to strike her, and that pleased her, for surely she would like to stick a knife between his ribs. Shall I read this part of my father's will right now, sir? Unfortunately, your father's will is in my office in London. It will require some time for me to write to my clerk and more time for him to send it here to Honeymead Manor. I see, she said, and was very afraid that she did indeed see. In brief, your father wanted my approval of any suitor to your hand, Miss Derwent-Jones. If I refuse my approval, then I am to continue as your guardian until you reach 25, or find a gentleman of whom I do approve. Very well, sir. You force me to admit to another wretched jest. There is no Mr. Duncan. There is no man I wish to marry. Therefore, sir, tomorrow, on my 19th birthday, I come into my parents' money, all of it, and you, sir, are no longer snapping the whip over my head.
I thought as much, Mr. Falk said, and she knew then he'd outmaneuvered her. He'd lied about that stipulation in her father's will, and she'd fallen for it. Then he struck a conciliatory pose, his palms upward. You and I shouldn't be adversaries, my dear. Indeed, I have much admired you since you became such a lovely young woman, as has my son. Now, it's true that you will come into your fortune tomorrow. However, it is also true that I will continue as your trustee until you wed. And just what are a trustee's duties, as opposed to a guardian's? As a trustee, I will advise you on investments, oversee all legal matters, grant you a sufficient allowance to meet your needs, see to your continued well-being. I was your father's cousin, Miss Derwin-Jones. He trusted me to care for you, to see you well placed. I am pleased there is no Mr. Duncan. Men aren't always what they seem, you know. No, you don't know, do you? You have been protected, sheltered from gentlemen who would take advantage of your innocence. I will continue to protect you, Miss Derwin-Jones, just as he'd protected her by sending her to Chudley's Young Ladies' Academy in Nottingham, whence she'd managed to escape only 3 years before. She'd believed a convent couldn't be more stifling, more deadening than the echoing chambers at Chudley's, with all his giggling girls with naught on their minds but the dancing master's dimples. The mistresses had been so unrelenting in their quest to make every single girl just like every other single girl, all of them to be stupid but somehow charming to men, to nod and pretend to listen until their brains quite froze through, and to stitch samplers until death would thankfully overtake them, after, naturally, they'd produced a sufficient number of surviving offspring. Thus, when she'd been 16, she'd come down with something akin to the plague that had scared even the headmistress, Miss Bemis, into near incontinence. She'd been packed quickly back to Honeymead Manor and dear Mrs. Tailstrap. The spots, made from walnut dye mixed with a thick gray clay and smashed oak leaves until it resembled oozing boils, had finally washed off. Yes, Mr. Fawkes continued, I will continue to guide you. Perhaps you will be content to remain here at Honeymead Manor, Miss Derwin-Jones. Owen much loves the country. I doubt that, Mr. Fawkes. I doubt that very much. That Owen loves the country? Of a certainly he does. She said nothing. She turned and walked back into the manor. Tomorrow she would shriek at him to her heart's content, and then she would order him off her property. It was Morna, the upstairs maid, who grabbed her sleeve, placed her finger over her lips, and hissed in her ear, "Come, miss, quickly, quickly." She ran after Morna down the long first-floor hallway to the small estate room tucked at the rear of the manor, a quite ugly chamber that she avoided because it reminded her of too many men grown tedious and dull over the generations, all of them pondering and brooding in this room, doubtless worried about their groats. The door wasn't quite closed. Morna nodded to her and gently shoved her closer. It was then she heard Owen's voice, low and clear. "Please listen to me, Father. I know you want me to marry her. You've wanted it all along. But just listen to me this once. Caroline isn't an easy girl. She's stubborn. She is well used to doing just as she pleases. She doesn't dislike me, but she thinks me a fool. She won't agree to marry me. I've told you that again and again. She won't change toward me. Yes," Mr. Fawkes said finally, "you've mucked it right and proper, Owen." She stopped cold and leaned against the crack in the door. She could hear Morna breathing rapidly behind her. "I can't very well rape her," Owen said, sounding as petulant and sulky as a child, as he always did around his father. "Why the devil not?" There was complete silence. Then Owen said slowly, "She is very strong. You know her well enough by now. She tries to jest her way out of things, but I know that if she had to, she'd fight me, and I would have to hurt her, even tie her down to get it done. And what, sir? I don't even know if I could manage to do it. You mean to tell me that my only son would be unable to perform his manly duty? It would be touch and go. You have disappointed me, Owen. On the other hand, you are quite right. She's a spoiled, arrogant bitch, a haughty creature who needs to learn who is master here. She distrusts me, and thus she distrusts you. It's a pity, but there's no hope for it then." She heard Mr. Fawkes draw in a deep breath.
Very well, I will take her. She will marry me. Good God, sir, Caroline as my stepmother? She's not even 19. She is a grown woman. Many girls have babes by the time they are her age. That's frightening. She's not even motherly. She's younger than I am. She's very strong, sir. So am I. What's more, my son, I would enjoy that particular manly duty. I am not too old to perform it. I should delight in performing it again and again on her. I am also more crafty than she will ever be. She tried to outsmart me just this morning, but I turned it all about on her and left her looking like a fool. Don't worry, she will be at my mercy. I will tie her down with no compunction at all. I will take her until she agrees to wed me, and then I will take her until she is with child. Yes, that is the way it will be. Then she'll be quite motherly, you'll see, my boy. Should you like a little half-brother? I don't know, sir. Can't you just give her the inheritance and we'll leave? No, I won't. I need that money, Owen. I've kept her fortune wonderfully intact, all legal and right and tight, waiting for her damned birthday. Now that it's nearly here, you expect me to turn tail and leave? Don't you want that new hunter Bittington is selling? Yes, I can see well enough that you do. Well then, boy, if you can't get it done, then I must do it. Enough now. It was more than enough. She turned, realizing that Morna was standing there, just staring at her, her face flushed with anger. Caroline had never seen Morna angry in her life. She nodded, took Morna's hand, and ran back up the stairs. She would have to leave. There was no other option now. Mrs. Tailstrap wouldn't do a thing. It was Mr. Fawkes who paid her salary. She was on her own. The money would be hers, regardless of whether she was here at Honeymead Manor or in Russia. But would she be safe from Mr. Fawkes when she returned to claim her inheritance? What she needed was a gun. Barring a gun, she needed a man who was ruthless and smarter than Mr. Fawkes and would agree to protect her with his life, given enough of her money. Where was Mr. Duncan when she needed him? 3. The downstairs clock began its 12 long, deep strokes that resounded throughout the manor. Over the years, the booming strikes had become simply night sounds that didn't rouse anyone, even Mrs. Tailstrap's annoying pug Lucy. Except this night, Caroline was wide awake, listening, waiting, wound as tightly as that clock. Only she couldn't toll or chime or make any noise at all. When Mr. Fawkes finally came into view in the entrance hall below, she slipped away from her hidey-hole behind a statue of Aristotle at the top of the landing and ran back into her bedchamber, carefully locking the door. She stood there, silent as the night sky, waiting. Soon she heard his heavy footfalls coming down the long corridor, closer and closer. He stopped. She could picture him reaching out his hand, but when the knob turned slowly, soundlessly, she jumped even though she'd expected it. She sucked in her breath and held herself very still. The knob turned again and again until he realized that the door was locked. She heard him curse. Then she heard nothing. She could picture him just standing there, wondering what to do. He knew he wasn't stupid. He'd do something. He knocked, several quiet knocks, saying, his voice as smooth as the seedless strawberry jam cook made just that morning, "Dear Miss Derwent-Jones, it is I, my dear. Do let me in. I must speak to you. It's about your inheritance, and a serious matter. Let me in. Come now, let's have no fuss about this. It really is to your advantage to speak to me." Huh, she thought. Letting him into her bedchamber would be like welcoming Napoleon to Whitehall. She said absolutely nothing, just waited, her face pressed to the door, waiting for him to go away.
which he did after several more moments that seemed to stretch longer than the time her mother had wrapped a string around the doorknob to pull one of Caroline's baby teeth many years before. Finally, she thought, finally he had given up. She forced herself to stay still for another 5 minutes, surely enough time for him to be in his bedchamber, 3 rooms down the corridor, and prepare himself for bed. Then she pulled her valise from beneath her bed, pulled on stout walking boots, and slung her blue velvet cloak over her shoulders. Very slowly she turned the key in the lock, then, just as slowly, turned the knob. The door opened slowly. She slipped through and stared up and down the corridor. She saw nothing but shadows, night shadows she'd known all her life. She turned and walked quickly toward the central staircase, her boots making not a single sound. When an arm went around her, jerking her back, she opened her mouth to scream, but then a big palm was flattened against her teeth, and she knew had again outsmarted her. He felt his hot breath against her ear, felt his arm tighten hard across her ribs, squeezing the breath from her. "Now, you little bitch, not a sound from you. You believed you'd dupe me, did you? No one beats me. No one. Certainly not an arrogant little girl. Now, you and I will take a walk. We will celebrate your birthday, fear not. And my gift to you will be my seed. You will like being married to me, Miss Derwent-Jones. And if you don't, well, I will have your money, and it won't matter. I do suggest that you not struggle, that you accept your future, for it is upon you. Yes, it is." She bit down hard on his hand. She heard him suck in his breath, felt a moment of sheer pleasure, until he whirled her about and struck her jaw hard with his fist. She crumbled where she stood. The throbbing pain in her jaw brought her back. Her eyes opened, and she blinked. There was only the flame from one small candle on a rickety wooden table near her. The rest of the chamber was in darkness. She tried to sit up, but realized quickly enough that her hands were tied above her head to the slats of a narrow bed that didn't smell too clean. "Well, you're awake. I didn't mean to hit you so hard, but you deserved it. Think of it as a lesson, one that will be repeated whenever you fail to obey me with proper dispatch and eagerness. Your jaw isn't broken. I've already felt it. Now, my dear, you are 19 years old. You have come into your inheritance, and you will shortly marry. What do you think? I think you're quite mad. Then you can spend a lot of time on your knees praying our children won't inherit the madness. Ah, yes, there will be children, my dear, as many as I can plant in your belly. I plan to keep you pregnant. A big belly tends to keep a woman lumbering along slowly, all her attention on the babe, on all her little aches and pains. It keeps her silent. Who knows? After birthing a good dozen children, perhaps you'll turn into a model wife. I doubt it, but who can say for sure? Where did you get that idiot bit of wisdom?" He just smiled and sat down beside her on the narrow bed. She froze, and he saw it and smiled more widely. "I know you're afraid, though you'll try your best not to show it to me. You're like your father in that. I remember when we were boys how he led the rest of us into trouble that made his parents' hair rise off their necks. But he tried desperately never to show fear. He scoffed at any of us who did. So I know you're terrified. No use in your trying to hide it. Scream and cry if you like. I care not. Actually, it would add spice to our proceedings. No one will hear you. No one will come to your aid. Now, shall we get on with our fleshly revels? I think you'd best wait a moment, Mr. Falks. My name is Roland. Since you will be my wife shortly, I think it appropriate for you to call me by my given name. I now give you my permission to do so. I will call you Fool. No, Old Fool. That surely fits you the best." He struck her cheek with his open palm. The sharp, stinging heat of the blow made her gasp, but even that she managed to hold in. No, she wouldn't show him fear. But dear God, it was difficult. So very difficult. "Now I see that you're silent again. Women should be silent, you know." He rose then, and she realized he was wearing only a dressing gown. It was a royal blue brocade with heavily stitched cuffs, and he'd belted it around his fat stomach. He pulled on the belt, and the dressing gown parted. His belly was whiter than a nun's wimple, hard and protruding. Lower, there were tufts of grayish-brown hair, and embedded in that hair was his man's sex. She thought she'd gag. She stared at his sex, at the thin legs. She didn't gag. She laughed. At first, the laughter sounded forced and strangled with fear, but then she got it right and laughed and laughed. Soon she was choking on her laughter, seeing him now standing there rigid, the thick vein throbbing in his neck, his face tightening, becoming florid. "You!" she gasped on her laughter. She couldn't point at him, so she jerked her chin toward him. "That thing! It is so pitiful. You're pitiful, and you're fat as a stoat. You're an old man. This is ridiculous." And she kept laughing. He lunged at her then, throwing himself atop her, his weight crushing her down into the thin mattress. "You bitch, you damned bitch. Close your mouth, shut your damned mouth." He straddled her, then struck her once, and then again. He was panting hard, and now she was silent. She wished she could insult him more, but words were beyond her now, far, far beyond. He ripped the bodice of her gown to her waist. He stared down at her chemise. Then very slowly he ran the end of his blunt finger along the top of her breasts. "Very nice," he said. "You're doubtless a virgin. I haven't had a virgin since Owen's mother over 25 years ago. How very quiet you are now, my dear Miss Derwin-Jones. Or should I now call you Caroline? I hate your name, but I will make do. There was a girl, you see, and her name was Caroline, and she wouldn't have me. She wanted your father. Ah, the triangles of life. He loved your mother, so that was the end of Caroline's dreams. I wonder what your mother was thinking when she named you Caroline, for your dear father must have resisted. Perhaps the other Caroline believed your father had done it because he regretted not wedding her? A question with no answer. Ah, but that's neither here nor there, is it? Shall we continue, my dear? Continue? That is nonsense, and well you know it. I should better call you father or grandfather." He slapped her again, not hard, just enough to make her head hit back against the thin pillow. "Now, let's see the rest of you." He jerked the chemise to her waist, but didn't seem interested in looking at her breasts. She felt the cool night air on her flesh, saw his old hands on her, and wanted to scream with the horror of what she knew was going to happen to her. He got off her and stood looking down at her. Then he nodded, as if deciding something, and stripped off the rest of her clothes. "Very nice," he said, then shrugged out of his dressing gown. She closed her eyes then, felt his hands on her belly, kneading her, stroking lightly over her pelvic bones, stretching his fingers over her, measuring her. "You'll bear many children before you die of it. My poor Anne died with her second, the babe with her, but it was only a daughter, of little use to me. If you rape you, I will kill you." His head jerked up. She was staring at him. She said again, "If you rape you, I will kill you. Believe me, for I am deadly serious. Know, too, that I will never wed you. Never. Yes, you will. There will be no choice. You will be ruined if you refuse. No one would speak to you. Your child a bastard, spat upon by the world. I don't care. I will have my inheritance. You can't force me to wed you. Actually," he said slowly, "I can. Now, let's get it done." He began to stroke his hands over his sex, pulling on it, his head thrown back, his eyes closed. She tugged on the bonds that were tied around her wrists. There was just a little give, not much, but enough so that she could twist and turn and loosen the rope even more. She heard his gasping for breath, but she didn't look at him. She'd retch if she did. Then he was over her, shoving her legs up, and without thought, without hesitation, she brought her knees to her chest and kicked him in the groin as hard as she could. He toppled off her backward onto the floor, holding himself, crying and moaning, cursing her. But he was helpless, at least for the moment. Ah, but not for long. She felt the slickness of her own blood on her wrists, but she continued to work and twist the ropes harder and faster. Oh God, she had to hurry. If he got hold of himself before she was free, she wouldn't think of it, wouldn't consider it. Finally, with the slippery blood on her hands, she managed to ease a hand free, then the other. He was sitting up now, still holding himself, still moaning. "You damned bastard!" She picked up the small wooden table and struck him hard over the head. The single candle went flying, but she managed to catch it before it struck the dirty floor. "Oh my God, what have you done?" There was Owen, his hair sticking up on his head, barefoot, his shirt hastily tucked into a pair of breeches. He stared at her, then down at his father. "I told him not to try it with you," Owen said, not moving, sounding strangely pleased. "Good God, Caroline, you're naked." Surprisingly, he looked away from her, down to his father, who was now lying on his side, his hands still cupping himself. He was unconscious. "My poor father, you did him in. I came to stop him, you know." "Did you now?" "Yes, but you didn't need me. I don't think you need anyone. I told him you were strong. I know. I heard you telling him. He isn't dead, although if I had a gun, I would shoot him. Now, turn your back to me, Owen. I must dress." It was quickly done, her cloak covering her ripped bodice. "What are you going to do, Caroline?" "What do you care, you spineless worm?" "I'm not spineless. I was coming to save you. He'll come after you, Caroline. He won't stop. He needs the money. He will have you." She gave him a long look, then tossed the rope to him. There was blood on the rope, her blood. "Tie him up, Owen, and I mean do a good job. If you don't, I'll hit him again on the head with this stool. Then I'll hit you, and it will hurt." Owen did as he was bid. Indeed, if she wasn't mistaken, he appeared to be enjoying it. Suddenly, his father's eyes popped open, and he looked up at his son, then at his bound wrists. "Owen, my dear boy, what have you done? Have you subdued that damned bitch? Untie me now, boy, quickly. Ah, a son shouldn't see his father unclothed. Give me my dressing gown." "No, Owen, I will need that dressing gown. Your dear father, in all his fat glory, will cause a good deal of consternation, depending upon who comes here first. But that is just too bad. Yes, Mr. Fawkes, I realize we're in the stables, in a miserable storage room that hasn't seen the light of day for years. But it's good. I rather hope every servant at Honeymead Manor gets this treat. You may be certain that I'll leave the door wide open." Mr. Fawkes looked over at her, his eyes red with fury. "You damned bitch, you'll not get away with this. I'll have you, and then you'll regret doing this." She laughed. This time it wasn't clogged with fear. She laughed freely and for a nice long time. Then she looked over at Owen. She blinked then, for he was holding a pistol loose in his hand. Bless him, he had come to stop his father. But why had he pulled out that pistol now? Quick as a snake, she grabbed it from his hand and shoved him back. She turned back to Mr. Fawkes. She enjoyed having him at her feet. "You actually put a bed in this poor storage room? How enterprising of you! I thank you for it. Now, Owen, I will say this only once. You will go back to the manor. You will doubtless find my valise in my bedchamber. Fetch it and bring it back here. I will expect you in 5 minutes."
If you don't come back, or if you bring someone, I will shoot your father. Then I will come after you. I'm feeling very mean, Owen, believe me. She won't, Owen. She's a female. They have no appetite for killing. Don't believe her. She raised the pistol, saw that it held 2 bullets, aimed it, and fired. Mr. Fawkes screamed. The bullet tore up the wooden floor not 2 inches from his slippered feet. "Go, Owen, now." She turned and looked down at her erstwhile guardian. "I wonder, sir, if my finger were to slip, then who would be my trustee? You'll not get away with this savagery, Miss Derwent-Jones. I'll send the Bow Street runners after you. They'll haul you back here. Why? What, damn you? Why would anyone other than you, of course, want to haul me back here? I'm now 19, and I will deal with you to gain my inheritance after I've settled into my new, home. What home? You don't have another home. Where do you think you're going, you idiot girl? You honestly think I would tell you? I would be an idiot if I did. It won't matter. I'll find you quickly enough, and then you'll be sorry. You sound like a child making silly threats, she said, staring down at him. But you're not, are you? How I wish the pistol held 3 bullets. Owen suddenly appeared in the doorway, holding her valise. He had also pulled on a pair of boots and a cloak. He'd pulled an old felt hat over his ears. Now, Owen, you and I are going to do a bit of riding. She turned to Mr. Fulks. I'm taking your son as a hostage, sir. If you try anything, I will remove his right arm. Owen needs his right arm. He needs everything he's got. Even missing one part, he would be in bad shape. Do you understand, sir? Roland Fulks cursed. Father, really, you shouldn't speak so in front of a lady. Caroline thought Mr. Fulks would expire in apoplexy right then, but he didn't. Owen just shook his head and preceded Caroline from the storage room, the pistol aimed at his back. Owen said nothing for a full 2 hours. They were riding along a country lane, the air dry, just a bit chilly, but very fresh from the rain of the past days. The silence absolute. He said at last, I shouldn't have left my father lying there naked. The servants will find him, and it will be awful, both for them and for him. He is not a pretty sight, Caroline. He struck my face several times. He was quite ready to rape me, Owen. Didn't he deserve something for that? You kicked him in the groin. You're not a man, Caroline, so you wouldn't know what that does. It's really quite dreadful. Has a young lady kicked you there, Owen? Oh, no. One of my friends hit me with a ball when we were boys. How did you know to do that? Actually, my mother taught me when I was quite young. You see, one of our maids had been raped, and it made my mother furious. She said no female was ever too young to know how to protect herself. I believe she got all the details of the kicking technique from my father. After she taught me, he smiled at me and patted my head. He said, now I've a little Amazon. It's good. It does draw a man up short. When I was hit, I thought I was going to die. She grinned, even knowing he couldn't see it, for it was quite dark, save for the quarter moon that sliced through the trees onto the narrow lane. I'm glad your father suffered. He isn't a nice man. What are you going to do? Where are you taking me? You've been silent as a stick since we left Honeymead Manor, not deigning to say a word to me. Why the questions now? It took me a while to think of what I wanted to say, and in what order. She believed him. He was Owen, and it was the way he was. She was beginning to believe herself quite mad to have brought him along. If he tried to bolt, she knew she wouldn't shoot him. Good Lord, she hadn't even bound his hands. If he wanted to, he could kick his horse in the ribs and ride away from her right this minute. You and I, Owen, are going to Cornwall. Cornwall? I was there once, in St. Austell, and it was really quite backward. Why that godforsaken place? My aunt lives there. I haven't seen her for 3 years now. She'll take me in. She was my mother's sister. Your dear father didn't allow me to leave Honeymead Manor, you know, so I was never able to visit her. Nor, I add, was she supposed to visit me. But she just laughed at that and came to see me several times at Chudley's Young Ladies' Academy. That prison your father incarcerated me in for more years than I care to remember. Your father is really a toad, Owen. Do you have any idea how many days it will take us to reach Cornwall? What part of Cornwall? We're already in New Forest, Owen. Only about 3 or maybe 4 days, I should say, maybe less. I won't tell you exactly where we're going. You might decide to escape me and tell your father. Now we'll ride at night and rest during the day. I stole money from your father, so I know we have enough. What will you do with me if we reach Cornwall unscathed?" She appeared to ponder deeply. "I don't know yet, Owen. Perhaps with you as my hostage, your father will be more reasonable. Perhaps he will agree to sign all the papers, or whatever it is he has to do, to put me in possession of my fortune. He won't do it, Caroline. Then I'll begin to send him your body parts, Owen." "You mean like a finger?" "Yes, or a toe, or an ear." He said nothing more. He fell into a profound silence, saying after they'd skirted the town of Steepleford, "I never did want to marry you, Caroline. You're pretty and all that, but still, you're not what you're supposed to be. And what is that?" "What do you mean, what? It's obvious. You weren't crying or begging or pleading or lying there like a dead martyr, like any modest young lady would do. I had come to save you, and you didn't need me. You actually had the gall to hurt my father, and he was just trying to do his manly duty." "Manly duty? Is that what you call rape?" "That's what he called it. Yes, I remember now. I overheard nearly all of your conversation in the estate room. If your father hadn't been so wily, I would have escaped, and he wouldn't be lying naked in the stable, ready to terrify a stable hand. It quite alarms me to think that you will be my stepmother." "I won't ever be anyone's stepmother, Owen." "Yes, you will. He will find you. The good Lord knows what he will do to me, but he'll marry you, Caroline, and there's nothing you can do about it." He spoke with such simple confidence that for a moment she felt her blood run cold. Then she realized Owen still saw his father as would a boy, not a man. "You know, Owen, perhaps this adventure will be good for both of us. You are my prisoner, that's true enough. Don't forget you know I'm mean and strong. But maybe when we reach my aunt, you will see that the world is quite different without your father there to tell you what to say and what to do." "Hell get you," was all that Owen said, and he sounded as fervent in his belief as a newly converted Christian. "And then you'll be my stepmother." Both of them shuddered at the thought. A thick raindrop fell on the top of Caroline's head. "Oh dear," she said, looking upward. "Why can't anything ever be easy? It's my father's doing." 4. It rained hard and cold the remainder of that night. Owen and Caroline were both miserable and soaked to the bone, but they'd kept riding throughout that first miserable night, stopping at inns to drink hot ale and dry their clothes in front of the taproom fire. It slowed them down considerably, but there was no hope for it. They stopped at the Black Hare Inn in Dorchester late the following morning to dry themselves and to sleep. Finally, during the second evening, it stopped raining. Caroline dressed quickly, walked to the small window in the bedchamber, and peered out. There were a few horses and a carriage in the yard, several men milling about, but it had stopped raining, thank the good Lord. She stretched her arms over her head. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. She'd had a refreshing sleep, and so had Owen, judging by the occasional snores that had awakened her.
They had to get on their way. He was sleeping atop blankets on the floor beside her narrow bed. She lightly kicked him with her toe. "Come on, Owen, wake up. It's late, and we must get beyond Plymouth before we can rest again. It's stopped raining, so it won't be so bad. Come on." Owen rolled onto his back, opened his eyes, and stared up at her. He blinked. He moaned. She lowered the candle to see him more closely. His face was red and hot with fever. She just stared down at him. He was ill. Damn him. The sod had the nerve to be ill. "Owen, talk to me. Don't just lie there and moan. Talk to me." He sent her a blurry look. "I don't like this, Caroline. I don't feel well." Oh dear, he sounded awful. She knelt down on the floor beside him and laid her palm against his forehead. He was ill, indeed. He was very ill. "Let me help you up and into my bed."
He wasn't all that large, but he was nearly limp, and she had a good deal of difficulty dragging him into her bed. She covered him with every blanket in the bedchamber, then stood there, staring down at him, wondering what the devil she was going to do. She couldn't leave him, but she wanted to. Well, curse you, Owen. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were doing this on purpose. Owen moaned. Don't you dare tell me this is your father's doing. Owen went still as the bedposts. Oh, I believe you're sick. You're not deceitful enough to make it up. She took herself downstairs of the Black Hare Inn. The stairs were dusty and narrow, and there was very little light. She followed the boisterous male sounds coming from the tap room. She stuck her head in the dim, smoke-filled room and looked about for the owner. He was no taller than she was, round as a barrel, his middle covered with a huge white apron that had more ale stains on it than surely this one day could bring. He was standing near the fireplace, speaking to a man who was sitting alone, his legs stretched out in front of him. She slipped into the low-ceilinged room and skirted the wooden tables, going toward the owner. Suddenly, the noise began to die away. Men were staring at her, silently at first. Then she heard one fellow say, "What's this, Mackie? Why, 'tis a little birdie, flown in to play wit us. Clory won't mind sharing us. Little birdie, come here, and we'll give you a nice brown ale and a little tickle." She didn't look at them, just kept her eyes on the owner, who was still speaking to the man. A hand caught her dress and pulled her up short. "Aye, little oney, what's your airy? Mackie 'ere wants to give you a drink right out of his mug. Eh?" She turned slowly, not at all frightened, for surely they were just men, common laborers here for a night of drink and companionship, like many of the men who worked on the tenant farms at Honeymead. She gave them a friendly smile. "No, thank you, Mr. Mackie. I must speak to the owner, Mr. Tewkesbury." "Lawks, she called you Mr. Mackie, just like you was somebody important. I am important, you gull brain. So, little oney, you wants to speak to old Tewkesbury, eh? Huh, that's a tale it is, eh, what, Walt? You splitting your take wid him, little un." "I don't have a take, sir. Please let go of my gown." Mr. Tewkesbury finally looked up. Walt didn't release her. She stood for an instant, uncertain, then she shrugged, gave Walt and Mackie an indulgent look, picked up a mug of ale, and drank down a goodly amount. It swirled and twisted all the way to her belly. Her eyes bugged out, and she started to shake and cough. "Oh my God, what is that stuff? My insides don't know whether to burn or to freeze." The men were laughing now, thumping their mugs on the tabletops. "Another for the little birdie. Eh, Clory? Another for our little friend." "No, thank you. That was quite enough." Mackie, utterly charmed by a female for the first time in a decade, pulled her down onto his lap. "I'd never afore seen a little nit the size of ye drink down a whole pint afore. Give me a kiss, love." Caroline frowned at him, seeing the dim light of befuddlement in his eyes, the tufts of hair on his jaws he'd missed shaving, smelled the odors of the stable rising from his body and clothes. "Mr. Mackie, you must let me up. Thank you for the ale, but I've had quite enough. Indeed, it was an experience I don't believe I care to repeat. Now listen to me. My brother is ill and I must get a doctor for him. Won't you help me?" "Your brother is that little cove what has the weak chin and looks shifty?" Walt asked, leaning toward her. "Yes, that's Owen. Where can I find a doctor? I'm dreadfully worried about him." Mr. Tewkesbury left the gentleman and strode over to them. He did not look pleased. At last, she thought, he would assist her with these misguided men. He nearly shouted in her ear, "Miss Smith, what is this about? Really, missy, your brother? I never believed him anything but a young gentleman you were fleecin' something shameless. Let her go, Mackie. She's too smart for you and Walt and all the rest of you poor ignorant louts. Aye, smart she is, a strumpet who's under my roof to conduct bad business. I wouldn't doubt it if she hadn't taken the poor little man upstairs for all his groats, then is just pretendin' he's sick. Did you poison him, Miss Smith?" She was utterly taken aback. He believed her a strumpet? Shameless? Her mind balked at other words. Don't wet yourself, Tooks. The little one here ain't done nothing to hurt ya or anyone else. Aye, the lad's a brother. Look ye, Tooks, she's right purty, and he's a drivelin' little toff. Is got to be her brother. Now listen to me, Mackie. My good Tewkesbury, what is all this? It was the gentleman who'd been sitting by himself near the fireplace. His voice was deep and calm, and sounded vaguely amused. He wasn't an affliction to the eyes. Excuse me, my lord, it's this young person here. Claims the fellow upstairs is her brother, and he's ill. She's... Why do you disbelieve her? Just look at her, my lord, sitting there on Mackie's lap, just like she's quite used to doing that sort of thing. Just look at Clorinda over there, all huffy and in a great snit, because this one's trying to steal all her clients. I don't want no trouble. Clorinda will tear her bleedin' hair out, and we'll have screamin' and cryin', and my nerves can't abide that. Didn't you see her toss down that ale? What lady would toss down ale like that? This lady would, and did, Caroline said. I never tasted it before, and probably never shall again. It's very strong. Is there some law I don't know about that females to taste ale? Ha, said Mr. Tewkesbury. So the man who was a lordship said, "You're a Miss Smith." Not really, but it seemed wise. She turned and smiled at Mackie. "You must let me go now, Mr. Mackie. I really must fetch a doctor for my brother. Also, I don't want Clorinda to tear my hair out." "Clory's a tough little bird, and her temper ain't the nicest. Best let her up, Mackie." "We'll get ye doctor for ye, missy," Mackie announced. He lifted her easily and set her on her feet. He rose then, and she realized he was the tallest man she'd ever seen in her life. She smiled up at him. "Thank you, Mr. Mackie." Mackie gave her a courtly bow, kissed her hand, and said, "You're a sweet lass. You just stay 'ere and keep her distance from Clory." He then gave her another bow, this one a bit more graceful than the first, since he'd had that practice. He roared at the other men, and all of them lumbered after him from the taproom, like an obedient army troop. "Now see here, missy, I won't allow you to... Please hold a moment, Mr. Tewkesbury. I wish to speak to Miss Smith. Please fetch her a cup of tea, and do tell Miss Clorinda that I will see to this young pigeon doesn't migrate into her territory." He turned to give her a vague smile. "Would you like to sit on my lap, or would a chair do just as well? You're not as big as Mr. Mackie. Perhaps you will drop me. I'd best have a chair." He stared down at her a good long time. "You have a ready mouth," he said at last. "I haven't met a young lady in a very long time with such a ready mouth." He ushered her over to his table by the fireplace. He held back a chair for her. "Do sit, ma'am. We won't take chances that I am too weak to hold you properly." "Thank you, sir." He sat down in his former chair and stretched out his legs toward the fireplace. He looked meditative. Then he frowned. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "Those men. They looked like a devil-may-care lot, well into their cups. But then this Mackie fellow is nearly on his knees to you, vowing eternal devotion. How did you do it?" "I really don't know. I liked them, nothing more, really. They reminded me of farm laborers where I live. Just men, just drinking to ease their cares. They were very kind, once they realized it was the right thing to be. I dare say they aren't all that kind at all to lone females who wander into their preserve, but they were to you. Well then, let it remain a mystery. Ah, the weather then. The miserable night has become less miserable." "Yes, but I just woke up, so I really wouldn't know as of yet. But at least it's stopped raining. I do so hate riding in the rain, and it really slowed us down." She clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide on his face, looking like a loyal soldier who's just accidentally spilled all his military secrets to the enemy. "If your brother is ill," he said, his voice dispassionate, "then you won't be riding anywhere tonight. We got soaked clear through all last night and this morning. I thought a good sleep would keep us healthy. Owen isn't all that sturdy. Owen has the weak chin. So you heard Walt say that, did you? I suppose he does.
I believe I will talk him into trying to grow a beard to cover it. What do you think? I think that I must first take a long look at this weak chin before recommending hair. There will be no need of that, sir. When Mr. Mackey comes back with the doctor, why, he will quack Owen with some sort of tonic and we'll be on our way tomorrow again. May I ask where you are going, ma'am? To Cornwall. He waited, a dark brow raised in silent question. I would just as soon not reveal everything to you, sir. Indeed, I can't believe I already told you so very much. You're a complete stranger. I don't know you. You could be dangerous. You could have accomplices waiting outside the inn for a sign from you. Yes, he said, all of those things. He said nothing more, merely looked straight ahead into the glowing embers. He looked perfectly relaxed, perfectly at his ease. She had the feeling that it didn't matter to him if she were there or not. He would have looked and acted and felt just the same. She said, "You're alone, aren't you? There's no one waiting outside." "Yes, I'm quite alone." Then she heard herself say, "My name isn't Miss Smith." Slowly, he turned his head to look at her. "No," he said, "you said it wasn't. It's Jones." He stared at her. Then he smiled. It was a small stretching of his mouth. Then it became a real smile. Then he laughed. That laugh sounded wonderful, and she heard herself saying without hesitation, "There's more to it than just Jones. But again, I don't think I would be wise to tell you. I really don't understand it. You aren't ordering me or asking me or pleading with me to tell you anything, and yet I just open my mouth and everything comes out. It's very disconcerting. You are a dangerous man. Then it is just as well we stay with Smith, although Miss Smith isn't all that inspiring. But then again, neither is Miss Jones. Who are you, sir? I? Why, I'm Chilton. What Chilton? What sort of Chilton? Mr. Tewkesbury called you my lord. Yes, he did. Therefore, Lord Chilton fits me quite as well as my socks. I've been here a good half-dozen times. Tewkesbury likes to have a gentleman occasionally grace his hearth. I believe he thought the strumpet on Mackie's lap might give me a disgust of his inn. He was quite ready and eager to grab your ear and haul you out into the night. Where are you going? To London, actually. I have business matters to see to. But that can't interest you, Miss Smith. Now, here's your tea. Why don't you drink it in peace, and I'll go see if your weak-chinned brother is still among the breathing. Oh, no! She jumped to her feet, oversetting the teacup. She watched the tea flow over the side of the table onto her skirt. I beg your pardon, Miss Smith. My brother wouldn't want to see you. You're a stranger. Please, you might frighten him, and he might have a seizure or something. So please, sir, don't. He sat again, looking calm and bored, and really, truth be told, indifferent. "Tewkesbury," he called out, "another cup of tea, please, and a cloth. Miss Smith has been attempting to launder her gown." "Thank you," she said. He merely nodded, paying her no more attention. Again she heard herself say with no hesitation at all, "It isn't really that my brother would have a seizure or faint at the sight of you, a strange man. It's just that he might spit out everything, and that wouldn't be good. Just as you're spitting to me right now, Miss Smith? Oh dear, perhaps I am, but I don't want to. It's just that I must continually catch myself at the very verge of spitting. I don't understand it. Perhaps you're Catholic, and I remind you of a priest from your childhood? Oh no, not at all. Every priest I've ever seen looked pale from being indoors too much, and, well, ineffectual, I'd say, like they're afraid to say exactly what they mean for fear of getting smashed. Where are you going in Cornwall? No, don't spit it right out. Make me work for it a bit. I live in Cornwall, you see, and I was wondering if perhaps we would be neighbours one of these days. Work for it, sir. Very well. I live near Goonbell. You're making that up. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tewkesbury. I'm sorry I spilled the tea. This smells delicious. Mr. Tewkesbury harumphed, saw that Lord Chilton didn't look at all discomforted by the strumpet's presence, and managed a stingy smile. "I will keep Clory away from you, miss," he said. "But she's not happy. No, she's not. She doesn't trust you an inch." "I appreciate that, Mr. Tewkesbury. Now, sir, Goonbell. That's an absurd name, surely. You're making that up." "I've been found out. Very well, then. I live near Playing Place, which is close by to Crippleseas." She laughed and choked on her tea, spitting it out on her bodice. "Oh, dear, look what you made me do. At least you're wet all over now, not just your skirt. Playing Place, what nonsense. Crippleseas, that's quite impossible. 12 heads. I can't drink any more tea, else I might spit it on you, and that would never do. Actually, one of those is the truth, or very nearly. Do you know where I come from, sir?" He raised a black brow, saying nothing at all. Finally he spoke. "I wager that if I just sit here, you'll blurt it out momentarily. I come from a Fuff-Puddle, a lovely place. I spent several quite contented weeks there with my mistress, Mrs. Oddsbottle." She gave it up, drank her tea, and just sat there, concentrating on keeping her mouth closed and listening for Mr. Mackey and the doctor. Yes, Isabella Oddsbottle. I did encourage her to have her name officially changed, but she refused. Said she was quite fond of Isabella. It was her grandmother's name. She refused to take the bait. As for Lord Chilton, he sat back in his chair, crossed his hands over his chest, and wondered at himself. He'd actually been speaking to a strange young lady. She was both unknown and eccentric, and he'd enjoyed himself thoroughly. He wondered what the devil she was up to. He didn't believe for a minute that the Owen upstairs lying sick was her brother. Was she eloping with him? He was content to wait. Oddly enough, he was interested in finding out exactly who she was and who Owen was. It was late, the taproom warm, the brandy settled smoothly in his belly. He fell asleep. Caroline stared at him. He was asleep. The man had the gall to fall asleep right in front of her. She heard the front door of the inn open, innumerable male voices all talking at the same time, and smiled. The gentleman wouldn't snooze for much longer, not with this approaching racket. Mr. Mackey stood in the doorway of the taproom, bent down, naturally, since he was at least a foot taller than the portal. The bone masher, missy. Walt here smelled his breath but good, and it didn't flatten him. He can walk a straight path, too. Thus, old bones shouldn't kill your brother. "Thank God for that," Lord Chilton said, not looking up. "His name's Dr. Tuckbucket." "Oh, no," she said, rising. "I wonder if he hails from Mumbles. I understand that most of the Tuckbuckets do." She heard Lord Chilton chuckle as she left the taproom. Like his laugh, his chuckle sounded rusty. A strange man, she thought, climbing up the narrow staircase after Dr. Tuckbucket, who did indeed appear to be walking without too much assistance from Mr. Mackey. 5. Owen had come down with a very bad cold, so bad, in fact, that Dr. Tuckbucket poured an entire bottle of his own special tonic down his throat while Caroline held him down and told him not to be such a coward while he was coughing and wheezing and telling her she was a shrew and too mean to get sick. Dr. Tuckbucket then told her in private that her brother was quite ill and must remain in bed for a good week. She stared at him in consternation. A week? Oh, no, sir, that's quite impossible. She thought of Mr. Fawkes and said, "I haven't the funds to keep us here for a week. Pay me first, if you please, miss." "Oh, yes, of course. Are you sure, sir? An entire week? We'll see, but it doesn't look hopeful. He's got a muddy look to him. He won't die, will he?" "No, not if you nurse him and keep yourself away from Mackey's ale." The thought of nursing Owen was appalling, but she managed to nod, saying in a voice as accepting as a prisoner just sentenced, "Give me all the instructions and the medicine, sir. I will take care of him." Saying it and doing it, Caroline quickly learned, were two vastly different endeavors. Owen thrashed about all through the night, throwing off the covers. Then the fever burned him from the inside out, and he began shivering and moaning when the fever turned his blood to ice in his veins. By 4 in the morning, she was sitting in the single chair, her legs stretched out limply in front of her, her hair dangling in his face, feeling so tired she didn't want to move, just staring over at Owen, who had finally fallen into a blessed sleep, fitful but blessed nonetheless. "A hostage," she said. "I took you as a damned hostage, and look what you've done to me." He moaned, and she forced herself to get up. She gently placed her palm on his forehead. He was cool to the touch, thank the good Lord, at least for now. There was a light knock on the door. She froze, then shook her head at herself. There was no way Mr. Fawkes could have any idea which way she'd come, no way at all. It must be Mr. Mackey. Actually, she thought, brightening, she could use a good swig of ale right now. She opened the door. Lord Chilton stood there, dressed all in black, leaning against the doorframe, as indolent as a cat sunning on a windowsill, his arms crossed negligently across his chest. He was giving her a look that was menacing. She smiled up at him. "It's nearly dawn. Why are you awake?" He frowned at her, and she smiled more widely. "You might as well come in. There is only one chair, and I suppose you will demand to have it, since you're a lord and I'm not. Since I'm a lord, and thus I'm also a gentleman, I suppose I shall have to relinquish the chair to you. At least you're not demanding to sit in my lap again." He looked darker and more menacing than ever, and she just smiled more widely at him. He grunted, walked to the bed, looked meditatively down at Owen, placed his palm against his cheek, then his forehead, felt the pulse in his throat, nodded, then sat down in the chair. "I'm tired," he said, leaning his head back, "and am not feeling at all like a gentleman." "He's your brother. You can sit beside him." She very nearly kicked his booted foot. Instead, she said, "What are you doing here? Owen hasn't made much noise in the past hour, so I know he didn't awaken you. Strange as it must sound, both to me and to you, I woke up and found myself worrying. You two are such innocents. I suppose you're nursing your brother. All by yourself? I don't think Clory would be anxious to serve. No, probably not. Actually, she wanted to serve me. Oh, really? Why? At such a late hour? You shouldn't drink so much, sir. Surely it can't be good for you." He opened his eyes and looked at her with such annoyance that she blinked. "Don't be a fool," was all he said, leaned his head back again, and closed his eyes. Seeing as how the gentleman had taken the only chair, Caroline sat on the edge of Owen's bed. He said in a slow, lazy voice, "This chamber is an abomination. It's small and airless. It smells of fever. If you don't want dear brother Owen to speedily dispatch himself to heavenly climes, I suggest that you ask Texbury for a larger room. I can't afford it." He sighed. "I thought not. Who the hell are you? I'm not Prudence, that's for sure. I won't tell you my name. I won't be that stupid, although I'm so tired I can't begin to remember what I said 2 minutes ago. If you are indiscreet, I will tell you so. Thank you. What are you doing here? You're just taking your ease, treating me like a half-wit, not doing a single helpful thing. All true." He opened his eyes. "You look like hell. Actually, you're looking exactly as I would imagine a Prudence to look. You can call me Rosemary. It's my second name. Thank God for that. I don't like to be rude, Lord Chilton, but why don't you take yourself back to your own bedchamber?" He rose swiftly from the chair, pulled a key from his pocket, and handed it to her. "Here, take it. It's number 7, just down the hall on the right. It's the best bedchamber in this cursed inn. Go get some sleep. I'll see to Brother Owen for a while." "Are you serious?" "Dead serious, just as you'll be if you don't get some rest. Go now while my good nature is still floating on top. He should remain asleep for another couple of hours. Then he must have more water. Dr. Tuckbucket said to pour water down him as if he were a thirsty camel. Where's the chamber pot?" She stared at him. "If he drinks like a camel, he will want to relieve himself. Hadn't you thought of that, Rosemary? No, I can't say it. Let's leave it at Miss Smith." He sighed, a man sorely tried. "I see that you haven't performed that particular duty for him, nor had you even thought of it. Oh dear, the chamber pot's under the bed." He just nodded and motioned toward the door. "Go to bed, Miss Smith." She left him there, shaking her head, wondering what sort of man he was. She wondered what her Aunt Ellie would say when she heard of this mad adventure. She prayed devoutly that the adventure would end at Aunt Ellie's doorstep and not in a jail somewhere because she didn't have enough money to pay her shot. And there was Owen, poor Owen, who couldn't help it that he'd become ill. But why couldn't he have waited just until they'd reached Cornwall? She had this inescapable feeling that Mr. Fawkes would find them. She just knew it. She slept for a good 6 hours in Lord Chilton's soft feather mattress tester bed. It was he who woke her, his fingertip lightly smoothing over her eyebrows. What an odd feeling it was, and strangely soothing, and also, somehow, terribly improper. She knew that, but still, it felt so interesting. She said nothing, just sighed. The fingertip stopped and dropped away. "You're awake, Miss Smith. Come, open your eyes. It's nearly noon, and I have begged and pleaded with Miss Clorinda to feed you luncheon and not tear your fair hair out. It was difficult, since you are in my bed, and she knows it, and has drawn her own conclusions, based on your sitting on Mackie's lap last night after tripping down his ale." She wished had stroked his fingertips over her eyebrows some more. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. He was leaning down, not more than a few inches from her face.
"Your eyes are very, very dark," she said. "Not black, but certainly not brown either. Were your parents Moors?" "No, but my mother was part Irish, I heard it said. I am told that my eyes are even darker than hers. Strange, surely. Other than the eyes, I am my father's son. At least my person is. For the rest of it, I pray devoutly each morning. That—" He paused and frowned at her. "I didn't mean to say that. How odd of me." She raised her hand and lightly traced her own fingertip over his dark brows, first one, then the other. He didn't move, just looked down at her, his expression unreadable. "How is Owen?" "He is complaining. A good sign." She dropped her hand and lightly pushed at his shoulder. He straightened, then rose. She sat up and stretched. The gall of him, complaining and whining. He gets ill, forcing us to stop our journey, and then he complains about it, as if it's my fault, and the good Lord knows it isn't. He's just a man, Miss Smith, a boy who will grow into a man. If he's complaining now, just wait another 5 years. Again he chuckled, still a rusty sound, but it pleased her that she had made him chuckle. She smiled up at him, stretched once more, and got out of his bed. She felt about for her slippers and slipped into them, drawing up her leg to tie the ribbons about her ankles. "You are strangely at your ease around me, a gentleman, Miss Smith. Showing me your ankles, even. I am not used to such bounty from young ladies. Don't look, then. With you standing there, how else am I to tie my slippers? A good point. Come now, let's go downstairs and have luncheon. Owen has Miss Clorinda to attend him. Oh no, she's not feeding him wine or beef or heavy things like that, is she? No, Miss Smith, she is giving him gruel with a dollop of honey on top. Excellent. Don't worry me like that again. Oh dear, my hair." He handed her a comb with a dark hair in it and pointed to the small mirror atop the bed table. He stood by the door, his arms folded over his chest, watching her while she smoothed out the tangles, then splashed water on her face from the pitcher beside the mirror. He watched her lightly pat her cheeks with a soft towel. He'd watched only one other lady perform her toilette. He'd been so very young, a babe, really, but the picture of her in his mind for just a brief instant made pain slice through him, even though her face was an indistinct shadow in his mind. He remembered humming, a smile, a very lovely smile, and it was given to him from her. He turned away, opened the door, and walked into the narrow, dusty hallway. "Come along, Miss Smith." It was midnight. 3 days they'd been here at the Black Hare Inn. Strangely enough, Lord Chilton had remained as well, saying only, when she commented on it, "I am being amused for the moment." Nothing more, just that, and she'd wanted to hit him. for it sounded like she and Owen were oddities for his entertainment. Still, she was very grateful for his presence. Without him, she just knew that Mr. Tewkesbury would have tossed her and Owen out on their respective ears. She knew Mr. Fawkes was coming, she just knew it, so when there was a knock on the bedroom door at midnight, she didn't rise, didn't say a single word. The door flew open, crashed against the wall, and Mr. Fawkes strode into Lord Chilton's former bedchamber, given over 2 days ago to Owen. "Ah, good evening, Mr. Fawkes. How did you find us?" "Find you, damn your eyes, you stupid. I pray you to keep your voice down, sir. Your son is still ill." Mr. Fawkes grunted at that, but did look at his son curled up beneath a mountain of blankets. "What's wrong with him?" "We were riding an entire night in the rain. He came down with a cold. He is improving, and should be quite recovered by the end of the week." "You take my son hostage, and then you try to kill him?" "Hostage? A lady take a gentleman hostage?" Mr. Fawkes whirled about at the intruder's voice. He saw a nobleman, no doubt about it in his mind. He could spot a nobleman from 2 miles away. Damn their arrogance, their supercilious attitudes, their drawling voices that made resentment boil in him. For surely he should have been born on a richer blanket, like his cousin, that damn sod of a knight, who was, at least, now long dead. "Yes," Caroline said. "I'm surprised Owen hasn't told you, but I suppose he wanted to protect me. I did take him as my hostage, and he must have seen himself honor-bound to keep quiet in that role. This is his father, Mr. Roland Fawkes. Sir, this is Lord Chilton. So, you're her father. What? Well, if Owen is her brother, then a paternal conclusion rather jumps to the fore, does it not?" Mr. Fawkes drew himself up. He looked rather formidable in his dark cloak and his boots. "I am her betrothed," he said. "Not that it is any of your business, Lord Chilton." "Oh no, it's none of my business at all, though you do seem a trifle old for the young lady. May I inquire why your son is her hostage?" "He is not her hostage. That is nonsense. He is a man." "No, you may not inquire about anything. You are intruding. You may leave now, sir." "You are not my betrothed," Caroline said, rising. "Just stop this nonsense, Mr. Fawkes. Lord Chilton, this man was my guardian until I became 19 last week. He tried to force me to marry Owen, but that was ridiculous. Then he was going to rape me and force me to marry himself instead. I got away and took Owen with me as a hostage." Then she added, looking over at Owen, who was awake now, the covers pulled nearly to his eyes, staring at his father like a boy who has just been caught stealing his father's money. "Owen got ill." "I see," Chilton said. "Leave now, sir," Mr. Fawkes said. "How did you find us?" Mr. Fawkes looked at his son as he said, "It rained a lot. Every inn you stopped at remembered you. Also, I had 5 men out searching for you. I'll just wager you paid them with my money, didn't you, you bloody thief?" "It would seem to me, sir," Chilton said, seeing that Miss Smith was now alarmingly red in the face and holding a fire-poker in her left hand snuggled in her skirts, "that since Miss Smith— Here, Smith, what is this idiocy? Smith, her name is Derwent Jones, and I am her betrothed, and I believe we will be wed before we leave here. That Miss Derwent Jones is of age. Thus, if she doesn't want to marry you, she doesn't have to." "Naturally she does. Her reputation is in shreds. She has no reputation unless I marry her and repair it." "I would rather marry Owen." There was whimpering from the bed. "Hush, my boy, I won't saddle you with her. I'll saddle myself and regret it, doubtless, but it will be done." North Nightingale, Lord Chilton, looked from Mr. Fawkes, who didn't look to be all that bad a man, but did look to be stubborn as a stoat and perfectly ready to do anything to gain what he wanted, to Miss Derwent Jones, who was ready to raise that poker and strike Mr. Fawkes on the head, to the whimpering Owen, whose eyes were now tightly closed above the line of blankets, and said, Do you know, Mr. Fawkes, that Miss Derwent-Jones has been sleeping in my bed for the past 3 nights? Did you also know that I invariably awaken her in the morning, my fingertips smoothing over her eyebrows? Do you know how much I enjoy watching her comb her hair and bathe? Mr. Fawkes just stared at him. Caroline could only stare at him. He told the exact truth. It sounded like she was a strumpet. She understood that he was trying to save her from Mr. Fawkes. I want my inheritance, Mr. Fawkes. I want you to sign over the papers to me right this minute. I want what is mine by right. Nothing is really yours, my girl. You're not but a female, and thus are incapable of dealing with your own affairs. Your father was a fool to leave things thusly. No, you will have a husband, and I will deal with everything, including you and my son.
I will even accept you, though you've consorted with this man whilst your poor cousin Owen was here suffering by himself. Surely this is a melodrama, North said to the fireplace. A very bad melodrama, much like the one in London last March, where this young man was convinced his love had betrayed him, and thus went on a rampage and killed a goat by mistake. And that is enough, sir. Actually, North said gently, it's my lord. Contrive not to forget your manners, else I will have to challenge you to a duel, and wound you, and then both you and Owen would be laid up side by side, complaining. Arrogant young puppy. Now, that is just fine, so long as you identify me after your string of descriptive words. Caroline stared at the 2 men, drew herself up, and said, Mr. Fawkes, now that you're here, you will take over Owen's care. I'm leaving. Lord Chilton, thank you for your assistance. I very much appreciate it. You're not going anywhere, my girl. Mr. Fawkes grabbed her arm as she walked past him and jerked her about. North watched transfixed as she raised the poker and struck Mr. Fawkes hard on his shoulder. He yowled, releasing her. You damned bitch. He hit him again on his other shoulder, then threw the poker to the floor. She dusted her hands, picked up her valise, and began to pile her clothes into it. You've killed me. No, she said, not looking at him, but I wish I had. Leave me alone, Mr. Fawkes. I will have my solicitor contact you. She picked up her cloak and strode from the bedchamber. Mr. Fawkes made to go after her, but Owen, emerging from beneath his fortress of blankets, said, No, father, do let her go. She won't wed me, and she won't wed you. She doesn't care about her reputation. Please, father, give her her money. End it now, and let's go home. I won't give her a bloody sow, and you faithless snivelling hound, I will see that you suffer for the muddle you've made of everything. Muddle, father? I became ill. If I hadn't become ill, then you would never have found us. Don't be a fool, Owen. I know where she's going. To her Aunt Ellie in Cornwall, in a god-forsaken place called Trevellus. If I hadn't found the 2 of you here, I would have continued on there. It's better I found you here, though, for that blasted woman would have tried to protect her. North felt as if he'd been kicked in the gut. Trevellus? Aunt Ellie? For an instant he felt lightheaded. Then a searing pain went through him, a pain that would be her pain very soon. It has been quite an experience, North said to Mr. Fawkes. He nodded to Owen, who said unexpectedly, and with a good deal of liking, Thank you, North, for taking care of me. I hope I will see you again. Perhaps you can teach me more strategy at piquet. Humph, said his father. Perhaps, North said. Goodbye, Owen, Mr. Fawkes. Mr. Fawkes gave him a cold bow, saying nothing. He turned to his son and said, You will remain here, Owen, and keep yourself warm, though how you can bear all those blankets is beyond me. I'm going after Miss Derwent-Jones. She won't get far. She won't bring me low this time. I will handle things. I am a man, and I am devious, and I will see to it. And North thought, as he walked down the corridor, Like hell you will. 6. North stared at Tewkesbury, feeling a bolt of deep admiration, and tried to keep himself from laughing out loud. "Aye, my lord, you might just look that disgusted, for that little strummer, miss, left, and without paying her shot, just as I said. What am I to do? He should have known, North thought. Yes, he should have known. Well, and why should she have to pay for Owen, her hostage? Hostage. He fought again to control his laughter. She'd taken a man hostage. He just shrugged and said, "Her father is upstairs right now with her brother. His name is Mr. Roland Falks. Quite naturally, he will cover what's owing. But why did she fly off like a bird out of its cage if her father's come? It seems," North said, leaning forward, all confidences, "that Mr. Falks's wife, Matilda, eloped with a German footman. The daughter took the mother's part and ran away too, the brother coming with her. She dislikes the father thoroughly. You'll see, he's rather a nasty sort." "Ah," said Tewkesbury. "Ah, so that's the way of it. A footman, eh? German, you say? Poor little mite." North nodded solemnly, paid his own bill, nodded to Mr. Tewkesbury, and left the inn. He walked out into the inn yard, lightly slapping his riding crop against his thigh. The morning was overcast and would prove to be warm. Rain threatened. But then again, rain always threatened in England, particularly here on the southwest coast. He called to one of the stable lads to bring out Treetop, who was probably so bored with his inactivity he'd race like the wind. He had to catch up with her, and he doubted it would take him very long at all. Treetop was a magnificent beast, fleet and strong. The boy saluted and bobbed, then ran into the large ramshackle stable set off to the side of the inn. He returned in very short order, red in the face, his eyes darting about frantically in search of help, of which there was none. "Your 'orse is gone, me lord." "I beg your pardon." "It's the bay gelding with the 2 white socks." "I know, me lord, but Sparky says the young lady took Treetop and left her own horse, fuggin' the shoulders, but not a goer, me lord, if'n ye ken what I mean." He shouldn't be surprised, he thought, this time curses rather than amusement bubbling up. She'd done in Mr. Falks, and now she'd done him in as well, and with little effort on her part. She'd doubtless eyed Treetop, and known she'd make better time with that superb beast carrying her than her own mare, who looked like she'd been eating her head off since they'd arrived here. She looked sleepy and lazy. "Well, you old nag, what do you say?" The old nag gave him a bored look. "That bad, is it? No choice, sorry. Shall we find your mistress? It seems she's misplaced herself along with my horse." Within minutes he'd found the note scribbled on a small bit of foolscap stuck in one of the leather saddle folds. He read, "Lord Chilton, do forgive me for taking your horse, but I don't want Mr. Falks to catch up with me. I would have to shoot him this time. I will return your horse to you, I swear. Wherever I go, I will ask about Goonbell. Your servant, Caroline Derwin-Jones." Within 5 more minutes, he was on his way back to Cornwall. So much for London, his man of business, his charming mistress, Judith, who was also an actress, who wouldn't remain faithful to him or any other man if memorizing her lines dependent on it. He sighed. Well, Judith was a bit slow in her thinking, even if she chattered all the time. He remembered one evening he'd just crested in his pleasure when she'd said in a chirpy voice, "How I would love to play Desdemona, my lord. Can't you just see me in a long blonde wig, yellow blonde, and Iago would do me in, and my handsome Moor would strangle me, and then regret it so deeply that he would arrange my lovely self against the covers and the pillow, and then kill himself in his anguish." He'd groaned, his fingers itching to go around her damned throat. He realized now that he was perilously close to laughing aloud, remembering the ridiculous matter. He'd believed Judith incredibly skilled, which she was, but stupid, which hadn't mattered. Her incessant chatter had grated, but somehow it paled when she caressed him and kissed him. Damnation! Now he was riding after that damned chit who had stolen his horse. Treetop had never known a side saddle before. He hoped he wouldn't find her in a ditch somewhere with a broken neck. He didn't find her at all. She must be an excellent rider, for Treetop could be a handful, even for him. For a stranger? For a female stranger who had the gall to put a side saddle on Hasenassif back. Unlike Miss Derwin-Jones, he didn't have to hide himself during the day. and whatever else she was, stupid wasn't it.
He knew she'd continue the same habit of sleeping during the day and riding only at night. Thus, he rode through Exeter on to Bovey Tracy, rested for several hours in a copse of maple trees beside the road, then rode in one long spurt to Liskeard. He put up at the Naked Goose Inn and slept for 6 straight hours. He was off again at 6 o'clock in the morning. The weather had held, thank heaven for that, and he'd made excellent time. He might be riding a horse he would disdain in any other circumstance, but he found that the mare did have grit and a good deal of endurance. It never occurred to him to sell her or leave her at an inn and rent another horse. No, even though he didn't know her name, he quite liked her. Toward the end of that first long day, just as he was growing near to Liskeard, he'd named her Regina, for that's what she'd become. It's just a temporary name, he told her, patting down her fat neck, just until we find that damned mistress of yours. If she survives the meeting with me, why then you can return to her and to your old name. When he'd come out of the Naked Goose Inn in Liskeard early the following morning, he knew she'd seen him coming, for her head went up and she whinnied at him, nodding her head. Then, when he reached her, she'd butted her head against his hand. "You're quite the seductress, aren't you, Reggie? Have a carrot, old girl, then we'll be on our way." He stroked her soft muzzle, fed her until he swore she was grinning at him, then mounted, and off they went, all the way to St. Agnes today. He wondered what he would do when he met Caroline Derwent-Jones again. It wasn't going to be pleasant, telling her that someone had killed her aunt. He wondered what he would do when Mr. Fulks came here to get her. He sighed. He didn't want to be involved with this girl, with her bravado and her innocence. And he couldn't forget that her ready wit had made him laugh at least twice, had made him resort to wit and conversation that had come rather easily and made him not at all uncomfortable. He'd felt a bit like he'd felt at Chase Park with the Wyndhams, a temporary feeling at best, this liking and comfort he'd found with Marcus and his bride, Duchess and their servants, who were better friends than most people gained in a lifetime. No, he'd left Yorkshire, deeming it time for him to return to Cornwall, to face those demons that awaited him there, finally to take over his birthright, for he'd become Viscount Chilton 15 months earlier, upon the unexpected death of his father. Above all, though, he'd wanted his solitude. He did better alone. He had his dogs, his horses, his house that was vast and empty, save for the few servants who had lived their lives there, it seemed, knowing nothing else save the Nightingales. No, he didn't want to deal with Miss Derwent-Jones again. Once was quite enough. He didn't want to admire her delicious little ears, or those nicely arched eyebrows of hers that he'd smoothed down with his fingertips each time he'd awakened her, or that long, graceful neck, save to close his fingers around it and squeeze. Most of all, he didn't want to be the one to tell her that her aunt was dead, murdered, stabbed in the back, and thrown over the ledge at St. Agnes Head. He rode directly to his estate, Mount Hawk, looming high and stark atop a gently rising hill above the village of the same name, the protector of those villagers since the time Henry VIII had chopped off Catherine Howard's pretty head. Indeed, the estate records showed that the great doors were affixed to Mount Hawk on the exact day of her beheading. He hated the bloody mausoleum, more a square-built castle really, with 4 towers that weren't good for anything, large draughty staircases and corridors, stone floors that echoed footsteps as if an army were marching through, cold as the devil those bloody floors were, save where his ancestors, along about 100 years later, had thrown down thick Turkey carpets. It was built all of mellow gray stone quarried nearby at Baldhu, and still quite beautiful if one were objective, which North wasn't. And the pile belonged to him, and he was supposed to cherish it, since it had passed from father to son in an unbroken chain for nearly 350 years. Quite a feat in itself, the continuous propagation of male after male. It was impressive, he admitted, in a rather foreboding, menacing sort of way, standing tall atop its own private hill, casting its shadow over the slopes of the hill and the town below. It was nearly dark when he rode up the wide carriage drive that made deep curves back and forth many times so the ascent wouldn't be too steep before reaching the great black iron gates.
Since there was no more threat of invading armies or invading neighbors, comfort was the thing. He imagined that when it was built, it looked like a clumsy helmet sitting atop a naked man's head, all impressive and isolated and alone. Tom O'Laddie, the Nightingale gatekeeper for longer than North had been alive, greeted him with a huge grin, showing the empty space that should have held his front teeth, the result of a fight he'd won. He sighed, then fainted dead away. O'Laddie was a man of ale and jests. Too much ale, and he was a man of violence. "Ho, my lord, 'tis home ye are. 'Twere a short trip to Lunnon, eh? Foul place, Lunnon. Mr. Coombe and Mr. Treegaggle weren't expecting ye for another fortnight." "Good evening, Tom. Yes, I can see you're wondering where Treetop is, but this sweet old girl is Reggie, and she's really quite a surprise. Lots of heart. How's your nephew?" "He's still on the weak side, my lord, but Mr. Polgrain sends the lad some of his special broth every day, and thus he's on the mend." "Excellent. Next time tell him not to fall out of his boat and nearly drown himself." "Aye, my lord, the boy's properly learnt his lesson. Actually, it was that little nit of a blacksmith's daughter who'd pushed him out of the boat. It seems he was making advances, and she didn't like it." North grunted. At least he tried to, but a smile came up instead. He rode through the great gates and still upward, the carriage path growing even wider now as it neared that monstrous edifice that had tried over the past 3 centuries to become more a home than a fortress, and he supposed it had succeeded. There had even once been a drawbridge, considered in the enlightened 16th century to be quite unnecessary, but that drawbridge had saved Mount Hawk from Oliver Cromwell's Roundhead soldiers in the bloody Civil War in the next century. Long since, the wide, deep gully had been filled in, and an orchard planted, now thick with apple trees. Really. Men, he thought, as he pulled Reggie to a gentle halt and looked upward at the massive rising blocks of gray stone that went up and up until they seemed to reach the dark skies themselves on overcast days. Men must fight and conquer or die trying. They couldn't seem to content themselves with what they had, even if it was really quite sufficient. He himself had been a soldier, and it had been his goal to stop Napoleon. At least, that's what he continually told himself. Truth be told, he liked a good fight. He liked to test himself, his strength, his wits, on any and all opponents. He supposed he would have done very well in medieval times. With Napoleon tucked away on Elba, he couldn't imagine any more war on such a scale. Sometimes it depressed him. He knew it depressed his friend Marcus Wyndham as well. And now Marcus was well married and running his own estate as well. He marveled at the ways of life. He rode Reggie to the magnificent Mount Hawk stable, a long brick building with tack rooms, large stalls, hay bins, everything his obsessive great-grandfather could think of. He dismounted Reggie, waved to Poddow, and waited until the frail old man had come to take the mare's reins. He chatted with old Poddow, watching in amazement. Hard to believe his arthritic, gnarled fingers could so skillfully handle the horse's reins and saddles. Tomorrow he would go to Goonbell. He found himself grinning as he clasped the huge brass knocker and slammed it against the oak door. Goonbell. Good Lord, what if instead of Mount Hawkshire, a name that sounded rather splendid, he lived in Mount Goonbell, overlooking the village of Goonbell? He was chuckling when Coombe, his butler, and his father's butler before him, opened the doors to him and blinked to see his master actually laughing. North eyed the astonished Coombe, realized the reason for his astonishment, and said, "I was just thinking how odd it would sound were we called Mount Goonbell and not Mount Hawk. It both amuses and terrifies." Coombe appeared to ponder this for a moment, then said, "Surely laughter is too strong a reaction to such an unfortunate thought, my lord." North grunted. "Much better," Coombe said. "Welcome home, my lord, though I can't imagine why you're here 2 weeks sooner than we expected you to be here." She hadn't yet arrived in Goonbell, and he knew this was where she would come, at the very least, to find out how to reach Skrility Hall. He asked the fisherman, who knew everything about everyone, and the innkeeper, Mrs. Freely, who outdid the fisherman. No, Miss Derwent-Jones. He sighed and remounted Reggie. It took him only 30 minutes to reach Skrility Hall, just outside of Trevellus, no more than a half mile from the sea.
There were 3 servants in residence at the seasoned red brick manor house set amid charmingly wild bougainvillea and roses and jasmine. It was a lovely house, and now, he supposed, it belonged to other family members standing to inherit. Mr. Bennet Penrose has been here in the area on and off over the past 5 or so years. Of course, I can really say no more about it until I've read the will to the 2 aforementioned individuals. Commendable, North said. He turned to Dr. Treath. Are you all right, sir? Yes, but it's difficult, North, very difficult. Nothing more has come to light since you left for your trip to London. Ah, you weren't gone for very long. No, not long at all. I assume you wrote to Miss Derwent-Jones, Mr. Brogan? Again, Mr. Brogan gave no sign of surprise. Yes, some weeks ago. I don't know why I haven't heard from her, but one must suppose that she will arrive shortly. If she doesn't arrive by the end of the week, I will write again. The post isn't all that reliable. Yes, you are probably right. You are acquainted with the lady, my lord? Yes, North said. But how? I don't understand any of this, my lord. It's a rather involved tale, Mr. Brogan. Why don't we wait for Miss Derwent-Jones? Mrs. Trebaugh, the housekeeper, served them tea and cakes in the drawing-room. Conversation was pleasant. North took his leave some minutes later, before Dr. Treath or Mr. Brogan could inquire how the devil he had met Miss Derwent-Jones, why he was here, and what the hell he wanted. It appeared that Miss Derwent-Jones would be greeted by a solicitor and Dr. Treath when she arrived. She didn't need him there to tell her that some madman had killed her aunt. He tried to believe it, but didn't really. But Miss Derwent-Jones didn't go to Skrility Hall. At 10 o'clock the following night, Coombe lightly knocked on North's library door. He cleared his throat as he entered, looked over North's right shoulder at the shadowed mantel, upon which sat a very old clock made in Hamburg that was just quietly striking the 10th of its strokes. Yes, Coombe. My lord, this is difficult and unusual and not at all what we are used to. There's a young lady here to see you. It is dreadfully late, and she looks quite in a state, and I was on the point of telling her to peddle her wares elsewhere when she drew this pistol on me and demanded to see you. 7. North was past him in a moment, striding quickly into the long, narrow entrance hall. She was standing there by the front door, her head bent, her shoulders slumped, the single valise sitting by her left foot. She was wearing her cloak, dreadfully wrinkled and soiled now, but had pulled the hood back. Her hair was coiled around her head in thick braids, now coming loose, trailing tendrils of lazily curling hair over her shoulders. Hanging limp in her right hand was the infamous pistol. At that moment she raised her head. It wasn't fatigue he saw. It was pain, raw and deep, and fear. Miss Derwent-Jones, he said, striding toward her. God, I'm sorry, so very sorry. She gulped, he saw it, and she gulped again. Then he held out his arms, something entirely unplanned, something that didn't quite seem as odd as it should have, and she threw herself against him. For several moments she was rigid, her hands fisted against his chest. The pistol fell from her fingers and skittered over the smooth marble of the entrance hall. Then, suddenly, she began to sob, deep, rending sobs that shook her entire body. She seemed to collapse against him, all the fight, all the bravado, swept away by her grief and her shock. His arms went around her and he pulled her close, stroking his hands over her hair, trying to soothe her, comfort her, saying nonsense really, rocking her against him. She raised her head finally, pulling back a bit from him. You knew, she said. You knew and you didn't say anything to me. No, there was no chance. You left rather hurriedly. She's dead, Lord Chilton. No, not just dead. Somebody killed her. I can't. He lightly touched his fingertip to her lips. Hush, you're exhausted. Come into the library and warm yourself. A bit of brandy and some food will help. Come now. Coombe said from just behind North, his voice disapproving, as North's father's would become, just before. He wouldn't think about that now. I will bring refreshments, my lord, though I doubt Mr. Palgrane has much of anything in the kitchen. Thank you, Coombe. Bring what you have. Now, Miss Derwent-Jones, come with me. He watched her take off her cloak, fold it ever so slowly and carefully, as if she was trying to get a hold of herself. Then she placed it over the back of a chair. She sighed, but still didn't look at him. He watched her smooth the folds of the cloak several times without, he suspected, even realizing what she was doing. He watched her walk to the fireplace, place another log on the fire, stir it up a bit, then reach her hands toward the flames. She was utterly silent, utterly still. She didn't seem at all like the same girl she'd met such a short time before, who'd been sitting on Mackie's lap, all smiles and magic, downing that ale and coughing until her face turned crimson. He quietly closed the library doors to keep in the warmth, then turned, wondering what to say. She'd run away from her guardian to come to her Aunt Ellie, only to find tragedy beyond what she could have ever imagined. He remained silent, just watching her stand there in front of the fireplace until Coombe brought in a single teapot that had more dents in its sides than Major Denny of the 12th Lincolnshire Infantry had poxmarks dug into his still handsome face.
The cups and saucers were so old and chipped, surely they should have been given to the poor 50 years before. As for the food, there were 2 slices of bread that surely had a bit of mold around the edges, a cup of clotted Cornish cream that was more yellow than white, and a single scone that looked as if it could be used as a weapon. He looked hard at Coombe, who just shrugged helplessly, not meeting his eyes. North held his tongue. The last thing his guest needed at this moment was to hear him yelling at his butler. He poured them each a cup of tea, unable to offer her lemon, milk, or sugar, since there wasn't any on the tray. "Thank you," she said, and gratefully sipped the hot tea. She sputtered, coughed, then quickly pressed a napkin to her mouth. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. It's just that the tea, well, it's rather—" And North took a gingerly sip and thought his tongue would fall off. The tea was stronger than a storm wind blowing off the Irish Sea, and tasted as brackish as the drinking water on His Majesty's ships. Fists, indeed. "I'm sorry," he said, and took the cup from her. "Just rest here a moment. I'll fetch something else for you." He wanted to go to the kitchen, line up every pair of buttocks, and kick them all soundly, but decided he didn't want to leave her alone, at least not yet. She looked white and lost and battered down. He fetched her a brandy from the sideboard. "Here, this will warm you much better than my cook's notion of tea." She sipped it slowly. She'd obviously learned from Mackie's ale. He watched color gradually come back into her face. "It's good. Not quite so serious a kick as Mr. Mackie's ale, which is a relief. Actually, it's not so serious as that tea either. I've never had brandy before." "Think of it as medicine," he said. "Would you care for the scone?" She eyed the thing on the tray, looked up at him in bewilderment, which made him vow to kick every one of them harder than he'd planned just 5 minutes before, then slowly shook her head. "No, I'm not hungry, but thank you." He stared off toward the fire for a moment, then said, "I wanted to be the one to tell you, but I had no idea when you would arrive or where you would go first. I did ride to Scrylady Hall, but the solicitor was there, a Mr. Brogan, and I don't think I was all that welcome. I'm sorry about your aunt. I liked Eleanor Penrose very much. She first came here when I was a boy of only 10. She was very popular. Not with everyone, it appears." Tears welled up again, but he held his place, not moving, saying nothing. "Mrs. Freely at the inn in Goonbell said you were the one who had found her. Yes. Listen, Miss Derwent-Jones, you're very tired. It's too late for you to go to Scrylady Hall. You will remain here tonight, and I will escort you there on the morrow." To his pleasure, she gave him a crooked smile. "Can one drink brandy for breakfast?" He smiled. Such a strange feeling, really. "The breakfast tea will be wonderful, I promise you. I will have a small cozy chat with cook about recipes and such. I thought your butler would slam the doors in my face. I'm sorry I threatened him with the pistol, but I didn't know what else to do. He deserved it. He will survive the shock. As to his behavior, all I can say is that there hasn't been a lady in Mount Hawk in many more years than they've been alive. I suppose that he and cook didn't quite know what to make of things. Evidently, she didn't want me here either. He, actually, Mr. Polgrain is my cook. He saw that she was weaving where she sat, and rose. "Excuse me a moment, Miss Derwent-Jones. I must inform Tregeagle to prepare a bedchamber for you. Does Tregeagle wear skirts? No, it's Mr. Augustus Tregeagle. As I said, it is a very long time since a female has been here. Oh, I'm sorry. It must be very difficult for you." "Actually not," he said shortly, then smiled, to soften it, and again that smile came easily, too easily, and he thought, well, fancy that. She feels sorry for me because I don't have females roaming my corridors, females sniffing the air to make certain it's sweet enough for their tender nostrils, females clucking over sheets with but small rents in them, and worrying incessantly over how black the fireplaces are. And here I am smiling at her about it. He wanted to tell her he was grateful that God had spared him that. Indeed, it was a fine thing for other men, like his friend Marcus Wyndham, but not for him. But he held his peace. He found himself smiling at her again, and here she was, very nearly asleep, and not even noticing she was the recipient of a rare occurrence, for him at any rate. He left her there, slumped down in the chair, close to the blazing fireplace, to find Tregeagle. He hoped Tregeagle, a man with more waving white hair than a man should have at his age, and a handsome face that many men would kill to have, wouldn't be too far under the kitchen table from the quantities of Goonbell ale he consumed nightly, that he wouldn't now know the difference between clean sheets and a chamber pot. It seemed Tregeagle wasn't drinking Goonbell ale at all. He was, in fact, in close conversation with Coombe and Polgrain, standing by the wooden counter, watching Polgrain wipe away stray crumbs from an already very clean surface. Tregeagle stood tall and straight and lean as he'd been as a young man. North stood in the doorway, watching men who'd known him since he was a boy, since he'd come to live here at the age of 5, to be exact, then cleared his throat loudly, hearty curses hovering on his tongue. "Ah, my lord," Coombe said, his voice as smarmy as a tinker's who'd just sold all his hair potions to a bald man. He hurried forward, wiping his hands on Polgrain's apron as he passed him. Was everything satisfactory? No, it wasn't, as all of you well know. However, we will speak of your collective lapse on the morrow. Tregeagle, I need a bedchamber for our guest. But, my lord, there isn't a bedchamber. Don't be an ass, Coombe. This house is larger than the village. There are at least 24 bedchambers. Damn your stubborn hide. That is all very well and good, my lord, Tregeagle said, drawing to his full 5'11", meant to intimidate, but didn't, not North in any case. But Mr. Coombe is right. We have fed the young lady. We have given her sufficient succor. But to have her remain here? Unheard of, my lord. Not possible. This is a gentleman's establishment. Our reputation would be. Our reputation? What bloody nonsense is this? No, be quiet and listen to me. She is Mrs. Eleanor Penrose's niece. She just found out her aunt was murdered. "Oh dear," said Mr. Coombe. "She didn't tell me that. Just aimed that pistol at me and looked mean. I thought her quite mad, my lord." "It is a pity, certainly," said Tregeagle. "Such news would be enough to lead to female hysteria, which I understand is more prevalent among their sex than even we could guess." "Surely she would be happier at Scrylady Hall," Polgrain said. "There are women who would see to her and comfort her. Also, I hear they have excellent food there." "It would have to be better than what you offered her," North said. "Jesus, Polgrain, I could have thrown that scone at you and killed you dead. It was like a damned stone. Now, enough of this, or I'll begin to believe you're nothing but a dried-up old trio of misogynists. Never mind, I already believe it, but hear this. Miss Derwent-Jones is very young. If she didn't know me, she wouldn't have anyone. She's exhausted and needs a good night's sleep. It's too late to take her to Scrylady Hall. See to it, Tregeagle, and no more muttering behind your damned teeth." "Certainly, my lord," Tregeagle said at his most stately. "I think I will make up the autumn chamber." "It's too dark, too chilly," said North, thankful he knew which bedchamber it was. "She would catch an inflammation of the lung were she to have to sleep in there. It also needs airing." The three men looked at each other. Coombe said slowly, "If she become ill, she could be here for a very long time." North nodded, saying, "Quite true. If you put her in a poorly aired bedchamber, one that's damp to boot, she might very well become ill. Very ill. Then she would be here for a very long time, possibly a longer time than Coombe believes." "A pertinent observation, my lord," Coombe said, cleared his throat, and added, I think the pink oval room would be best. She's a female, after all, and everyone knows that pink goes well with the peculiar temperament of their sex. That would be appropriate, said Mr. Tragle after some deliberation. The windows were open all day yesterday, since our new maid, Timmy, was cleaning in there, for practice, you understand, my lord, and it wasn't raining. Yes, that will be fine, Coombe. North just shook his head at them. He was grateful, actually, that they'd welcomed him back, since Mount Hawk had basically been theirs since his father had died. He wondered if they would have kept the doors locked in his face had he been a female. It seemed a distinct possibility, given their behavior toward Miss Derwent-Jones. It was a good thing she was leaving in the morning, otherwise they might poison her. He nodded, aware that Coombe and Tragle were both looking at him, supposedly for his approval, which seemed silly since they obviously did exactly what they liked, but he said, "The pink oval room would be quite nice, or at least it had better be." She was sound asleep when he carried her upstairs to the lovely corner room that overlooked an apple orchard, planted more than 50 years before. His mouth watered at the thought of those fat apples, nearly ripe now, so many of them, enough for the villagers throughout the winter. The trees gracefully covered the sloping land that fell away from the castle nearly to the bottom, where the land flattened out and there was a narrow thread of a stream that wound about over 3 acres of Mount Hawk land. The room had once belonged to a female, to which female he had no idea. He didn't know who had furnished it in the soft pink and cream colors. He supposed that women had lived here at least a few years at a time, since male heirs had continued to be born and inherit Mount Hawk. But he hadn't lived here with his mother, only his father and his grandfather. Had his mother ever visited Mount Hawk? He shook his head, shoving the brief memory and the elusive pain it brought far back. No, there had been no woman living at Mount Hawk in this century. The furnishings were frayed, for they were old, but all was clean and polished. Everything smelled like lemon and wax. Although he hated this stone mausoleum, he appreciated the care everyone had taken of it. Timmy, the new maid, had done quite an acceptable job. A household of men wasn't at all a bad thing, that is, until they were called upon to exhibit good manners to a passing female. He removed only her scuffed boots. There was a hole in her stocking on the outside of her left foot. The skin was reddened and chafed. He didn't like the looks of it. He covered her and snuffed out the single candle. Coombe was waiting outside the pink oval room. "Is the young lady all right, my lord?" "She's asleep." "Well, see just how all right she is tomorrow." "The chamber, my lord, it showed Mount Hawk to advantage." "Yes, the maid Timmy did a fine job." "Oh, yes, Coombe, you will ensure that the breakfast Polgrain serves tomorrow is magnificent. You will ensure that the dishes used don't have a single crack and that they're sparkling clean. There will be a spotless tablecloth on the table. There will be linen napkins. Do you quite understand me?" "Aye, my lord, of a certainty. We are not stupid. Since she is leaving immediately after breakfast, we have determined it our duty to see that her young lady's stomach is well filled for her journey to where she belongs." And just where, North wondered, did she belong? He wondered when Mr. Roland Falks would be arriving, for arrive he would, doubtless with poor Owen in tow. He supposed that since she was young and a female, and didn't know the way of things in this man's world, it was up to him to see that she was protected from her erstwhile guardian. What it was he would do, he hadn't the faintest idea. He quietly closed the door. He was frowning. Coombe said, "You require my services, my lord?" "Oh, no. It's just that No, it's nothing of importance, really. Good night, Coombe." "Good night, my lord. We will survive this." "Survive what? The temporary visitation of one single female? You forget that she was armed, my lord. Go to bed, Coombe." "She looked vicious, my lord. She could have shot me." "You deserve to be shot. Go to bed." "Yes, my lord." When he awoke in the dark of the night to a terrified scream, he thought for an instant he was back at the Battle of Toulouse, surrounded with cannon belching death at them, and French soldiers shooting madly, piercing flesh with the deadly bayonets, men who had nothing left to die for but glory. Surely nonsense to want to die with your guts exploding out of you as you screamed away your life. And for Napoleon, a man who deserved to write himself into history, but without any more deaths for his doomed cause. He could still hear the French soldiers shouting, "La gloire! La gloire!" even when their comrades dropped dead beside them or in front of them, and they had to step over their bodies, they kept up their shouts, over and over again, "La gloire!" He sat bolt upright in his bed, utterly disoriented. There was another scream, then another. It was a female scream, not a man's scream, not a soldier's scream. A woman? Here? At Mount Hawk? He got his wits in order as he shoveled his hands through his hair. Yes, the girl who'd taken poor Owen hostage and stolen North's horse. The girl who had turned up on his doorstep, frightened and in tears and exhausted, and he'd given her tea that could have felled a field ox and offered her a scone that could have felled the same ox if the tea hadn't done the job. He raced out of his bedchamber, pulling on his dressing gown as he ran. 8. He turned the knob, slammed into the door at the same time, and hurtled into the dark bedchamber. Miss Derwent-Jones, Caroline. He heard her breathing, harsh and deep, and he didn't think, just rushed to the bed. There was faint moonlight coming through the far window, just a sliver of light really, but it was enough for him to see her sitting up in bed, stiff as the bedpost. She was staring straight ahead, seemingly at the soft pink lacquered armoire opposite the canopied bed. What the hell is going on? Did you have a nightmare? He grabbed her without really thinking about why he did it, or if it was even necessary, for she was here, obviously frightened, breathing as if she'd run all the way from Mount Hawk village to the castle. He pulled her against him and held her tightly, rubbing his big hands up and down her back, feeling the smooth softness of her beneath her clothing. She eased against him, slipping her arms around his back, and said in a whisper against her shoulder, "I'm glad you came bursting in here. You see, there's someone lurking behind the armoire." What? Her mouth touched his neck. She whispered again, "There's someone behind the armoire. I think it's a man. I woke up and he was just standing there, staring down at me, breathing really hard. I screeched, and he kind of gulped and hissed like a snake who knew his time was up and ran back there." He gently pushed her away, saying quietly, "Stay down and don't move." He rose slowly, his eyes now adjusted to the shadowed bedchamber. He looked toward the armoire. Nothing, no sign of movement, no shadow that shouldn't be there. He saw that there was space behind the armoire where someone could hide. A man? In her room? It seemed impossible, but nonetheless he strode to the blasted armoire, grabbed the handles, and gave a violent pull. The armoire tilted toward him. He released it and watched it teeter back. A yell. A man's yell. "Come out, you bugger! Now, damn you!" It wasn't a man who crawled from behind the armoire. It was Timmy, the maid, all of 12 years old, violent red hair, barely a patch of white skin showing through all the freckles on his face. Right now he looked terrified, his mouth hanging open, ready to yell or scream or cry out in pain if the armoire were to fall on him. North took a step back, crossed his arms over his chest, and stared down at the maid. "May I ask why you're here in a lady's bedchamber in the middle of the night?" "I just cleaned this bedchamber, my lord." "That's very good. Why are you here now?" Timmy the maid looked wildly about for help. There was none to be seen. He said, his eyes on his shoes, "The girl's what's in bed over there near to broke me eardrums, my lord, with her shrieks." He lightly hit the heel of his head against the side of his head to emphasize his words. "Loudest shrieks I ever heard from a girl, near to kilt me." "I believe I asked you a question, Timmy. Also, if she shrieked, it's because you scared the blasted, stuffing out of her." The boy looked up at his lordship, knew doom was near, and struggled to his feet and stared down at them. He just stood there, head down, waiting for punishment that would surely be bad, given what he'd done. Hadn't he heard enough stories about his lordship's father, that old geezer who had taken his cane to McBride's backside when he just happened to say something about the weather, and that dark cloud that always seemed to mill over his lordship's head? "I just wanted to see her, my lord, nothing more, just see her. I heard she was pretty as them fat-tailed paycocks, and I wanted to see her." "You what?" Good God, boy, she's just a girl, a female like any other female who lives around here. What the devil do you mean you wanted to see her? What the devil do you mean she looks like a fat-tailed peacock? Caroline said from just behind North. He was standing over me, holding this candle. It was the heat from the candle that woke me up, and perhaps the shadowy light. Timmy sucked in his breath, craning around North so he could see her. Cor, he breathed out reverently. I add to say, my lord, she's so beautiful, like an angel, like a princess, like not really like a peacock's tail. That's quite enough, North said, sounding utterly revolted. She's just a female, nothing at all out of the ordinary. Now, you scared the very devil out of this angel and princess and peacock's tail. What the blasted devil am I to do with you? An angel, you say? Caroline asked, crowding North out of the way. Aye, miss, your hair's just like spun gold, and so bleedin' thick and smooth, and just like silk, and... She turned to North. Surely what he did isn't so bad, my lord. You're only saying that he's flattering you shamelessly. Angel, ha! Go look in the mirror, Caroline. You're a fright, an utter mess. Your hair's about your head like sticks and hay straws, and... That's quite enough, North. Be quiet. She leaned toward Timmy, who, for the first time since being caught, had a gleam of hope in his very green slanted eyes. Why did you really come in here, Timmy? He threw in his hand, hoping for a bit of pity from a female, for surely there wouldn't be any from his lordship. It were Mr. Coombe, miss. I heard him tellin' Mr. Tregeagle that y'd a gun, that y'd pointed the thing at him, shocked to his slippers he were. My pa's gun is broken. He needs it when his snares don't work. Me brothers and sisters are hungry, you see, and they need food. You were going to steal my pistol? He nodded his head. I see, she said. Then she shrugged and smiled. Very well. It sounds as if your pa has far more need of it than I do. However, there is a very bad man who is going to come after me. He wants me to marry him so he can have my money. I might have to shoot him to save myself. All right, Timmy. Won't his lordship take care of ye, miss? Won't his lordship pop the bad man's cock? No, it's up to me to do any popping necessary. Now, after I take complete care of him, I'll give you the gun. What do you say, Timmy? Oh, miss, that's wonderful. My pa'll be gruntin' with the greatness of your beauty and your bounty and... Put a cork in it, North said. May I ask why you didn't come to me? Mr. Coombe says we're never to bother ye, my lord. You're a lordship what likes his solitude and privacy. That's what Mr. Coombe says. Mr. Tregeagle says no one ever bothers a Nightingale gentleman. It just ain't done. Thus it's true. Ain't nobody to bother ye, my lord. Mr. Coombe says we're all to protect ye, and that means keepin' meddlesome folk away from ye, like female meddlesome folk. I'm bothered now. Because of you, I was jerked out of a very pleasant dream and forced to... That's enough, my lord. Timmy has apologized. All is well now. Go to bed, Timmy, North said, giving it up. You and I will speak more of this tomorrow. Good night. Timmy nodded solemnly to North and gave Caroline a cocky smile. North said nothing until the boy had walked through the door and out of the bedchamber. He turned slowly to look down at her. Your scream did scare the devil out of me. I'm sorry. Timmy nearly scared me into old age. Your hair's sticking up. It looks quite nice. He smoothed down his hair, then said, That's silly. Now about you. Why, you're a bloody angel, a precious princess. Your beauty makes the seas recede. You are a fat-tailed peacock, in short. She laughed, actually laughed, and lightly punched his arm. Oh, do stop before I laugh myself silly. Goodness, what a debacle. I'm sorry for awakening you, but he did scare me quite witless. She looked down and said blankly, You took off my boots. Yes, but nothing else, as you know, since you're not standing there naked as the statue in one of the East Wing recesses. Timmy got closer to you than I did. Your left stocking has a hole in it, and you've rubbed a blister. It doesn't look good. Do see to it in the morning. All right. You called me Caroline. Miss Derwent-Jones seemed a bit excessive when I was throwing myself headfirst into your bedchamber to save you from a dragon or a thief or that dastardly Mr. Fawkes. It's all right. You can call me Caroline. I like the way you say it. It's deep and dark and really quite exciting. It thrilled me to my female toes. You think that, do you? Very well. Perhaps we haven't known each other all that long, but I dare say our experiences have gone a long way to breaking down formality between us. You may call me North, though you already did, didn't you? North what? Actually, it's Frederick North Nightingale, Baron Penrith, Viscount Chilton. Nothing more, really. It took my ancestors long enough to gain anything at all. When my long-ago ancestor became Viscount Chilton and built Mount Hawk, he changed the name of the village down below to that name. What was the name before he changed it? He found himself giving her a slow, drawing smile. Would you believe it was called Pigeon's Foot? No, I won't. Come, what was it? He just shrugged. She looked very thoughtful for a long time. Then she looked up at him, smiled, and said, "North Nightingale. That's a lovely name. It's very romantic. Did your mother select it? I strongly doubt it. Then your father was a romantic." He said nothing. The silence hardened between them. Not a good, comfortable sort of silence, but one that was fraught with dark undercurrents. What sort of undercurrents? She had no clue. She said quickly, "Thank you for coming to my rescue so quickly. You were here in a veritable instant. You're welcome. Come back to bed." He helped her climb onto the dais, then into bed. He pulled the covers to her chin, then tucked them securely around her shoulders, as if he were her father or an uncle, or someone who looked at her as one would a child. It was both galling and comforting. "You know, Caroline, I will see that Mr. Fawkes doesn't do foul things to your fair person. That's nice of you, North, but I can see to myself."
I did before, and I will again.
"That's fine," he said mildly. "But don't think I'm going to walk away from you. I will continue to keep an eye out for him. He will come, you know." A thick tendril of hair had fallen over her forehead, and he smoothed it back. He lightly cupped her cheek in his palm, then smiled down at her. He then smoothed her eyebrows with his fingertips. It was soothing. It moved something deep inside her. Suddenly, without warning, she burst into tears. North froze over her, feeling more helpless than he ever had in his life. He sat beside her, fidgeting a moment, then pulled her up against his chest. "It's all right," he said against her hair, rocking her back and forth against him. "It's going to be fine, I promise you. I didn't mean to frighten you with the talk of Fawkes. No, it's not him," she said, her voice low and liquid with tears. "He's a worm, nothing more. I'll kill him if I have to. I'm sorry. It's when you pulled the covers up, the way you did it, it was like my mother did it. And you pushed back my hair and patted my cheek and smoothed my eyebrows. So very long ago, when I was a little girl. So long ago." She cried harder, and he just held her now, feeling the loneliness in her, and now there was more pain and tragedy she had to face. Again, she pulled back, sniffed, and said, "Forgive me for wetting you down. So silly of me. I don't cry, really, not at all, because it's a vast waste of time. Don't be a fool, Caroline. Tears cleanse the mind and the body and make us see the sense of things. Life is chaos, you know. It's only right that we cry now and then. It brings things back into proper perspective." She was silent. Then she said on a sigh, "You're right. There doesn't seem to be any way to halt memories when they hit you just right. They simply overwhelm you. But still, I thank you, North. Are you all right now?" "Quite all right, thank you." This time he didn't pull the covers back up, just left them at her waist when he laid her back down again. He did, however, lightly pat her cheek. Why, he didn't know. After he had left her, closing the door quietly behind him, Caroline rose and removed her gown. It was hopelessly wrinkled, and she didn't have another one. She smoothed it the best she could and laid it over the back of a chair. She lay down again on her back, her arms crossed under her head. She felt tears stinging her eyes and closed them tightly. Just the way he'd tucked those covers just under her chin,
It had broken her, brought back her mother, whose face she couldn't begin to picture anymore in her mind. And those memories didn't really matter, not in the face of Aunt Ellie's murder. Who could have killed her? Nothing seemed to make any sense anymore, particularly when she was lying in bed in the house of a gentleman she'd met barely a week before. What was she going to do? She knew she looked a fright, but at least she was fairly clean. She'd awakened to find a bowl of still warm water on the round commode table. She'd stripped off her underclothes and scrubbed herself. 4 days without a proper bath was too many. She wished the phantom servant who'd brought the bowl had brought instead a regular tub for her to bathe in. However, after the greeting she'd been given the previous night, she supposed a bowl of warm water was quite a concession, all in all. She walked slowly down the grand staircase, wide enough for at least 3 ladies dressed in full regalia to walk side by side. There was an immense chandelier that hung from the floor above down 2 floors to come to a stop some 12 feet above the entrance hall. It looked to have quite a lot of gold in its ornately curved holders that were not only sparkling clean, but held candles that gleamed so brightly they looked as if they'd even been polished. She stopped a moment on the staircase, looking around her. It was a magnificent old house. No, rather, she supposed, it was more of a castle that had been reshaped in the direction of a huge manor house over the centuries. But it was still a castle, with a castle's grandeur. Its cavernous entrance hall, which must have been built many centuries before the Great Hall, was long and narrow, but narrow only in the sense that it wasn't as wide as an average manor house. She'd never seen its like before. She felt something quite odd as she gazed about her, a sort of recognition, a sort of wistful longing, which surely couldn't be right. She shook her head, but the feeling didn't go away as she continued looking around her. The walls of the vast entranceway below were very nearly covered with portraits of men, no women, just men, and they seemed to stretch back well into the 16th century. She looked more closely. No, there were no women at all. How very odd. Why weren't there any paintings of women? Surely women had to have given birth to all of those men, and they were, she imagined, legitimate. Surely they had lived here at least part of the time. It was very strange. "Good morning." Her host stood at the foot of the stairs, dressed in buckskins, beautifully polished hessians, and a white lawn shirt open at the neck and covered with a pale brown coat. For the first time she looked at him as a man, and he looked quite lovely. His dark hair was long, too long for fashion, but on him, here in the wilds of Cornwall, master of a huge edifice that would be a castle until time itself came to its end, it looked just right. It surprised her to realize that he was quite handsome. It was also disconcerting. She saw him suddenly holding her while she'd cried, both times, like a blubbering ninny. Then she saw him leaning over her, tucking her into bed. Hello," she said. "Did you bathe your foot?" "My foot? I bathed all of me, though there was but a small basin of water. Not that I'm complaining, North, it was really quite thoughtful. Was it Timmy, the maid, who brought me the water?" He waved away her question. "Your stocking is torn, and your foot is abraded, obviously from rubbing against your boot for many days. Did you bathe it?" "How bad is it?" "Oh, it does hurt a bit. There wasn't anything I could do about it. You see, I had to leave my valise in Dorchester. What I'm wearing is all I have, torn stocking and all." He frowned at her, saying finally, "It won't do." He turned and shouted, "Tregeagle, come here immediately." He turned back to her, his frown in place, saying nothing until Tregeagle appeared. She was interested to see this housekeeper who had put her in a very nice bedchamber. When he appeared, she nearly gasped out loud. He was quite tall, and quite the most beautiful older man she'd ever seen. He looked like the beau ideal of a grandfather. A head of full silver hair, very clear blue eyes, and a face with clean lines and angles. This lovely older man was the housekeeper? This was surely a very strange household. She said, "Thank you for my lovely room, Tregeagle. Also, I appreciated the warm water." "It should have been hot," Tregeagle said. He bowed briefly in her general direction, then said, "My lord." Bring me ointment for a raw blister, and some clean cloths for bandages, and a basin of very hot water. In the library. Now. Yes, my lord. But it is an odd request. May I inquire? No, just do it. Yes, my lord. Miss. He gave her but a curt nod, turned, and walked slowly and with the stateliness of a bishop toward the back of the house. He expected her to tell him to leave her, become a horrified maiden on him, which he supposed would be natural enough, since she was young and a maiden, and she was here in his home without chaperone. But instead she said, "Your home is beautiful. It's incredible, actually. A real live castle that so many people have put their stamp on. So many changes. Softening, I guess I'd say. It makes me just want to sit here on the steps and let it settle into my bones." He merely cocked a dark brow, saying nothing. "What is the family crest?" "Well, it isn't a nightingale bird, if that's what you're thinking."
It's two lions fighting each other with crossed swords behind them. Again, the nightingale motto doesn't have a thing to do with any nightingale bird. Rather, it says simply, "Virtue appears like an oak." That's neither wildly romantic nor strikingly profound. I know, I'm disappointed as well. Maybe that was all my long-ago ancestor could think of when he decided he wouldn't have a thing to do with a damned nightingale bird. You said it was two fighting lions with crossed swords. Where's an oak? In the background somewhere. Well, at least you've got a family crest and a motto. Indeed, you're very lucky. My home, Honeymead Manor, is quite nice, but nothing out of the ordinary. A manor house no more than 60 years old. No family crest or motto either. But here, she drew a deep breath and looked toward the very old suit of armor that resided in the far corner next to a mammoth fireplace whose inside was black from fires at least a century old. But here, it's magic. It's wonderful. Thank you. It was her turn to frown at him, which she did. Ah, Tregeagle, all my doctor's implements. Ah, some basilicum powder as well. Place them on my desk in the library, if you please. Now, Caroline, come with me. Caroline? Tregeagle turned in some surprise to his master. My lord, you called the young person by her first name. It's a nice name, even though it is on the common side, but it's still her given name, and thus it isn't appropriate that you make such easy use of it. She only arrived last night, and she will be leaving right after she has breakfast. Surely her last name would be more appropriate. She could but stare. As for her host, he flushed, looking ready to wrap his hands around his housekeeper's throat, but at the last moment he managed to gain control over himself. Thank you, Tregeagle, for your observation, which was quite the thing to say if you want me to break your damned neck. Go away. See to the breakfast. Tell Polgrain we will eat in 10 minutes. Ah, Tregeagle. Yes, my lord. Don't forget, the food will be heaven sent. Yes, my lord. She looked after the retreating housekeeper. When he'd finally seen himself out of the library, she said in some wonder to North, "He is like one of my schoolmistresses at Chudley's Young Ladies' Academy." She couldn't bear the girls, not really, but at least she tried to hide it just a little bit. "I don't understand, North. There are no portraits of ladies. Perhaps all their portraits are kept in a special ladies' gallery. But even if that's true, it's still very strange. Another thing, all your servants are men. You told me it was a household of men last night. It's obvious they don't want any female here. Why? Forget it. It's nothing to concern you. Actually, it's none of your business. Now sit down and put your left foot up on that hassock. I can see to my blister myself, North. It's not like it's on my back and I can't reach it. Be quiet and sit down." She did. He came down on his knees in front of her, unlaced her boot, and slipped it off her foot. She'd wadded a handkerchief against the side of her foot. He recognized it as one of his own, his initials elegantly embroidered on it, a gift from his old tutor, and wondered where she'd gotten it. He pulled it free of the blister. Beneath, the flesh was raw and inflamed. In his army years, he'd seen too many men with such minor abrasions like this who died in a delirium of fever. He studied the blister. There were no angry red lines radiating out from the sore like spokes from the center of a wheel. That was something at least. Hold still. This won't feel all that good in the beginning. That was an understatement, she thought, as he ripped the remainder of her stocking up to her ankle and dipped her foot into the basin of hot water. She nearly rose right out of the chair. Hold still, the pain will lessen. It better, she said between gritted teeth, else I will shriek and then your servants will doubtless come running in here and shoot me. No, I doubt they'd do that. Too messy, too noisy. They'd just see that you were clubbed over the head and buried in the garden. Wonderful, she said, and began to relax, at least until he lifted her foot again and began to wash it thoroughly. Perhaps they'd consider just deporting me. I've always wanted to visit Botany Bay. Come now, Caroline, I know it hurts. Just hold on a little while longer. There, all clean. Now, some of my fine French brandy. No, don't try to escape. I know it burns. Her fingers were white, clutching the arms of the chair, her teeth gritted against the pane. She looked ready to scream, but managed instead to say calmly enough, "Burns, my lord? Let me tell you, North Nightingale, burning is but a small part of the agony. It's ghastly. It's stretching my bravery. Don't whine. There, all done. Now just a bit of the basilicum powder." He was gentle, she'd give him that. She hadn't realized her foot was quite so bad. She gripped the arms of the chair as hard as she could when he began to wrap her foot in some white linen strips. "I'll never get my boot back on," she said, observing the thick white bandage covering the top half of her foot. "No boot or slipper. Indeed, you will walk as little as possible for a good week. After you're settled in at Skrility Hall, Dr. Treth can look at it. All right?" She looked down at his dark head, at his equally tanned hands holding her foot. This was all very strange, she thought, wondering why, during the past minutes, she hadn't thought once of her situation, of her Aunt Ellie, dead, of herself, now completely alone. It was there, of course, and she felt that wretched bowing pain again. "Does it still hurt?" "No, thank you, North." "All right," he said, rising. "Let's go have some breakfast. Then I'll take you to Skrility Hall." And there, she thought, she'd wait for her former guardian to come, and she knew he would come. It was obvious Mr. Fawkes needed money badly, and she was the only pullet about for him to pluck. Yes, she'd think about him just as she would about who killed her Aunt Ellie. Tears came again, stupid, useless tears. She simply turned away, trying very hard not to sniff. He said nothing, bless him, merely waited until she got control, then led her to the breakfast room. Let him think it was her foot that pained her. That was better than his pity. 9. She tried to feel just a very small pinch, just the veriest dollop of compassion for the young man who was seated before the blazing fire in the drawing-room of Skrility Hall, his head down, his hands loosely clasped together between his knees. But she couldn't find it. She drew on a sorely depleted store of patience. It wasn't easy because, truth be told, she wanted to smack him. "Cousin Bennet," she said, limping toward him, "I know it's difficult for you. It's difficult for me as well. Come have some tea now. It will make you feel better. Mr. Brogan is here to speak to us about Aunt Ellie's will." "Who cares about her bloody will?" Bennet said, not looking up at her. "I want to see my uncle's will. That's the important one, not hers." "Why? Your uncle died 5 years ago, or something like that. He left all his possessions to his wife, Aunt Eleanor. I don't believe it now. I never believed it. I'm his only male heir. He would have left everything to me. I know she must have changed it, hired Mr. Brogan to change it, probably became his mistress so he would do what she wanted." Her patience was dwindling at a rapid pace. She said sharply, "If you believed that, then why didn't you act at the time? I was only 23 when he died. Who would have believed me? I had no money, no important friends. It was that damned widow they believed. She was a strumpet. Did you know that? I'll wager she even slept with Mr. Brogan, who has the look of one of those damned little Cornish piskies, all wizened and old. I'll wager he lives in a tree trunk and not a house. Yes, and no doubt he thrashes corn on moonlit nights. Now, mind your tongue, Bennet. Just be quiet. Stop acting like a fool." "Why are you sitting there shivering? It's not the dead of winter. It's not snowing. Goodness, it's not at all cold. "It's cold enough in this damned savage backwater," he said, finally turning to look at her, then rising. "God, how I hate this place, and all the barren, savage cliffs, and those wretched, ugly tin mines. This is the most desolate spot on the face of the earth. I hate it. Do you hear me?" "I think it's the most beautiful place on earth, Bennett, so you see, your opinion is just one. Also, tin has been mined here for centuries, even back before the Romans came. The mines provide jobs. Stop being so critical, Bennett. I still don't understand what happened to your foot, or how you got here, or why you don't have any clothes, and why there's no female with you to act as chaperone. Another thing, Viscount Chilton brought you here. I remember he has the very devil of a reputation, dark and brooding, like some Byronic hero, and all the local maids swooned over him, but he just looked withdrawn and mean and black-browed. How do you know him? It's all quite improper, Caroline. It's a very long story, and doubtless it would bore you, since all you want to talk about is how you think you've been cheated and how much you hate Cornwall. No, don't say any more, Bennett. Mr. Brogan is here. Shortly we'll know what's in Aunt Ellie's will. You're in it, else you wouldn't have been invited here. Come now and strive for a modicum of manners. Easy for you to say, he said under his breath, but she still heard him, frowned, but held her peace. Cousin Bennett was a very handsome man who had the nicest smile, with hair as blonde as an angel's and lovely eyes as blue as the heavens themselves. However, as their acquaintance had deepened the day before, it took only about 30 minutes, he began to show his true feelings, and they were angry and resentful. She looked at him now, his lower lip sullen, and wanted to kick him. For all she knew, Aunt Ellie had left him everything. After all, Caroline was already an heiress and didn't need Squilati Hall or any more groats. And Aunt Ellie had known that. However, it was not to be. Mr. Brogan, pale from spending too many years inside an office, patted his grizzled hair and motioned for the two of them to be seated. Eleanor Penrose's will is quite short and to the point, at least at the beginning, he said, untying the slender ribbon and smoothing out the document. She had me prepare this will only 2 years ago. After some bequests to the Penrose servants and several local charities in Trevellys, the remainder of her money goes to you, Miss Derwin-Jones, and it is a sizable amount. Only 14 years old, hasn't stopped crying since it happened. She looked upon Eleanor Penrose as a saint. Caroline rose slowly. She looked down at her bandaged foot, which had still throbbed when she'd poured brandy over it the previous night before she'd gone to bed. She smoothed her gown with her hands. She remembered all too starkly that awful night when Mr. Fawkes would have raped her if she hadn't managed to get her hands free, if she hadn't managed to kick him in the groin. If he'd succeeded, why then she could have ended up pregnant. It was a terrifying thought. Girls were very, very vulnerable, particularly comely girls in the employ of dishonorable men. Finally, she turned to Bennett Penrose and said, "Listen, Bennett, let's stop the bickering. You must agree that whatever a person wants to do with his or her money should be that person's decision. I know nothing about being a trustee to anyone, much less to girls who are in such a situation. But this is what Aunt Eleanor wanted. You and I will be in charge, Bennett. I think we should give it a try. You're just a bloody, simpering little saint, aren't you, Caroline? Just a moment ago you were a damned shrew, squawking and railing at me. You make me ill." He gave a furious look to Mr. Brogan and strode from the drawing-room. "He isn't a very pleasant man," Mr. Brogan said, as he straightened his papers. "I knew him as a boy. He hasn't improved. He had what I believe are called expectations, sir. Do you know, Mr. Brogan, why Aunt Eleanor left her estate in such a way? I believe, Miss Derwent-Jones, that Eleanor felt Bennett could be salvaged. I strongly disagreed with her assessment, but it was a belief she held about most of her fellow men, despite the obvious rottenness of the individual under discussion. Bennett was always borrowing money from her after his uncle died. Not that he ever did anything productive with any money she gave him. I think she hoped with a challenge he just might become a better person, perhaps even grow up, perhaps even learn responsibility. It probably isn't fair to you, but she thought you could be of help to Bennett, direct him, perhaps, make him do the right thing. She had a great deal of faith in you and respect for you. Caroline just stared at him. But how could she possibly know that I would be willing to give it a try? How could she know that I wasn't a silly little twit who would wring her hands and whine? Mr. Brogan unhooked his glasses from behind his ears and polished them with his handkerchief. She told me you had your father's sense of justice and your mother's forthrightness. She said you had your own stubborn streak that should carry you through any unpleasantness. Caroline sighed. I don't want to disappoint her, truly, Mr. Brogan, but this is a great responsibility, and there are others involved in all this as well. She thought of Mr. Phelps, always in the back of her mind. She thought of Owen, then of Bennett Penrose. Perhaps we should include ill-mannered wastrels in amongst our pregnant girls, provide them training and counseling. Mr. Brogan, for the very first time, actually smiled at her. "Excellent," he said. "This is just excellent. You think so, do you?" Caroline convinced Mr. Brogan to remain for lunch, though when she saw what Mrs. Trubaugh, the scrully housekeeper, brought in from the kitchen, she wasn't so certain it was such a good idea. But Mr. Brogan said, rubbing his hands together, "Ah, stargazy pie, how very delightful." Caroline stared at the huge round pie, stared even harder at the pilchard heads sticking out of the sides, eyes open. Mr. Brogan grinned at her. "The Cornish are a very thrifty people, Miss Derwent-Jones. It's wasteful, you see, to cover the inedible pilchard head with crust. Thus they're all left to stick out. On the other hand, if one cuts off the heads, then all the oil is lost, and thus doesn't soak into the meat." She ate the crust, unable not to keep eyeing that damned pilchard head. Dr. Treth appeared after luncheon, and Caroline, realizing quickly that Dr. Treth had been more than just a friend of her aunt's, asked him to stay. He looked at her foot, questioned her closely, then, satisfied, patted her knee and said, "Very well. I know you want to speak to Everett here. If I can be of some assistance to Ellie's niece, it would be my pleasure." She drew a deep breath. "I need all the help I can get, Dr. Treth." She told them about Mr. Phelps, what he'd tried to do, how she'd taken Owen hostage, and he'd been too bewildered to realize he could have ridden away at any time. She told them about North Nightingale, and how he'd helped her when Owen had fallen ill at the inn in Dorchester. Finally, she said, aware that they were staring at her as hard as she'd been staring at those glassy-eyed pilchard heads, "I don't doubt that Mr. Phelps will be coming here to Cornwall. He needs money. He wants mine. He said he would be able to marry him. I need your help, gentlemen." There came a quiet voice from the drawing-room door, and mine as well, Caroline. She turned, giving North a dazzling smile. She jumped up from her chair and limped over to him. If he was surprised at her enthusiastic greeting, he didn't show it. He took her hand and raised her fingers to his lips. She rushed into speech when his warm mouth touched her flesh. "Ah, North, you've come to visit. Do come in. How much did you hear me telling Mr. Brogan and Dr. Treth? Enough. Well, gentlemen, what do you think? Shall we hire an assassin to go blow off Mr. Phelps's head?" "Yes," said Dr. Treth. "He sounds like a thoroughly disagreeable fellow." "I've never heard of such a thing," Mr. Brogan said. "That mangy, miserable man. To think that he was her father's cousin, and look what he's tried to do." "I should like to lock him in Mount Hawk's dungeon," Dr. Treth said. "Let him rot there for several weeks, and I dare say he will learn his lesson." "We can put Mr. Bennett Penrose with him," Mr. Brogan said. "It's possible they'd kill each other." North assisted Caroline back to her chair. "How is your foot?" "It's just fine, thank you."
"You did an excellent job, my boy," Dr. Treath said. "There's no more swelling, and it's healing nicely now." The three men now contemplated their hostess' bandaged foot, and Caroline, looking from one to the other, took a deep breath and said, Mr. Brogan, would you please be my solicitor? Would you please get all my funds and trusts and whatever from Mr. Fowkes? I'm of age now, and surely I should have control of my own inheritance. He told you he was your trustee? Yes. He probably lied, North said. Don't worry, Caroline. Mr. Brogan can get everything started. Sir, if necessary, you can work with my solicitor in London. Caroline, in the meantime, you won't be alone. If Mr. Fowkes shows his face, he'll surely be sorry for it. I do hope he doesn't bring poor Owen into it, she said. Owen does mean well. If he does, why then you can take him hostage again, North said. Now, ma'am, if Dr. Treath says it's all right, I'm taking you for a ride. You look as pale as that white wall over there. Her eyes lit up. I'd love that. Oh dear, I don't have riding clothes. Dr. Treath gently cleared his throat. Your dear aunt loved to ride. Her clothes won't fit you exactly, since she was larger than you are, but doubtless you can make do until you can have your clothes sent here. There's a royal blue that is beautiful, with small grass buttons on the jacket and gold epaulets on the shoulders. She saw his eyes were misted with tears and quickly rose. Thank you, sir. I'm sure it will fit me just fine. It didn't, but North, who just stared at her bosom, said only, I'd say that your aunt was a woman greatly endowed. Then he grinned at her, and she thought him the most beautiful man in the whole world. 10. Caroline wanted to ride to St. Agnes Head. When they neared the stark sweep of land that lay between the village of St. Agnes and the high coast cliffs, she threw back her head and breathed in the salty air. It was savagely beautiful here, a place like none other she'd ever seen or imagined. She felt as if she'd come home, surely odd since she'd never before been to Cornwall, but nonetheless she felt the mystical pull of it, the magical agelessness. She looked northward toward St. Agnes Beach, an immense half-circle of sand with barren cliffs rising above it. She thought of her aunt, who had probably ridden here so many times, admired the beauty of it, and died here, in this beautiful, uncivilized spot. She wondered what her aunt's last thoughts were, wondered if she'd fought the person who killed her. She closed her eyes a moment against the bright sunlight overhead and let the pain deep within swell and be recognized, and she let herself willingly suffer it. Then, North said in a prosaic voice, Let's pull up here, Caroline. I don't trust the earth after that hard rain last night. She was wearing only one riding boot, one of her Aunt Ellie's, and even though the leather was soft, it still pinched her toes. Her left foot was bandaged. He took her arm and helped her to the edge of the cliff. Down below is a narrow ledge some 2 feet wide. His voice was utterly emotionless, and for that she was grateful. I had ridden here and was just standing on this spot, looking south towards St. Ives, and I happened to see this odd splash of color. I called out, but there was no answer, so I climbed down, and there she was. Caroline was silent, trying to see what he had seen, through his words, but she couldn't. Her aunt was dead, and she would never see her again. She sighed and turned away. Suddenly, there was a burst of wind that whistled through the thick rock slabs and blew her riding skirt flat against her. She turned about and let the sting of the salty air slap harshly against her face, and yet it felt deeply satisfying, the feel of the air and the sound of the waves striking hard against the barren black rocks below. She breathed in the warm scent of the heather and scurvy grass that grew in profusion amid all the barren rocks and down the cliffs, poking out in wild tufts through craggy boulders as old as the earth itself. Lower down on the cliff face grew sea lavender, orange lichen, and green algae, flourishing in the face of the spewing, turbulent sea. There was so much vibrant color, such an abundant variety of plants, so much life in this seemingly bleak and barren spot, such a harshly stunning place. Overhead flew the beautiful, sleek kittiwake, fulmars swinging into flight beside them. She fancied she saw several puffins landed on a jutting rock, nestling down into a spray of buttercups. Such an unlikely place for violence and death. She turned to look up at North. What happened to her horse? I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. Jesus, I'm the bloody magistrate, and I didn't even think about her damned horse. Her horse doubtless went back to Skrellity Hall.
I'll ask Robin, the head stable lad. Indeed, now that I think about it, he's the only stable lad. I'll ask him when we return. He sounded like an army commander, all stiff and aloof and colder than the winter wind off the Irish Sea, because he'd missed something potentially important and was furious at himself because of it. She only nodded, then said, "If she was already dead when she was pushed off the cliff, it doesn't seem possible that she would have landed on that ledge." I know. It took effort to grab at something to break her fall. There are several bushes protruding out of the rocks there. She must have landed on the bushes and managed to grab one. She ran her tongue over her dry lips, trying desperately to keep hold of herself. Her Aunt Ellie didn't need her weeping all over the ground. She needed someone to find out who had killed her. That means, then, that she was still alive when she was pushed over and tried to save herself. Yes, it seems likely, but she was very weak. I don't think she suffered long, Caroline. She was silent a moment, the words stuck in her throat. Finally, she said, "I must know, North. How did she die, exactly?" "She was stabbed in the back." Who could have done such a thing? I mean, there's Mr. Fawkes, and he's a bad man, a desperate man, but even he wouldn't stab someone in the back and shove them over a cliff. That's evil, North. "Evil," he repeated quietly. "Random evil, or a great hatred, or simple greed, Caroline. Do you think anyone could have hated my aunt that much? I don't know. As for greed, you are the heir, Caroline, so that isn't the answer. You weren't here. Evil," she said. "Great evil." He frowned down at her for a moment, then said, "I've hired a local man to help me. Oddly enough, he's a former pickpocket, but a smart fellow nonetheless. Sir Raphael Carstairs, a former ship captain, and now a neighbor, swears by him. Told me he helped him solve a mystery down near St. Austell, and saved his hide as well. You'll like him. His name is Flash Savory. Flash, I assume, refers to the speed with which he picked pockets? I would imagine so." She looked back out over the sea. "Dr. Treath was very fond of my aunt." "Yes, when I rode to see him immediately after I found your aunt, he was in shock, his grief palpable. I felt very sorry for him. His sister Bess has been taking very good care of him, I hear. Here's something you'll not credit. Bennett Penrose told me my aunt was a strumpet, and that she'd probably even had Mr. Brogan for a lover, so he'd cook up a fake will. A wastrel's disappointment. Do you think he'll cause trouble? I don't know. Right now, he simply can't credit what Aunt Eleanor has requested that he and I do together. And what is that? We're to be the trustees of Screllity Hall, a refuge for pregnant, unwed girls. Oh my God. He stared down at her, both appalled and fascinated. Well, yes, it's difficult, but there it is. There are currently 3 girls in this condition, living in St. Agnes, under the vicar's eye. I'll wager that old fool thinks they'll go out and corrupt the village. I haven't yet met Mr. Plumbury. Is he truly a fool? You should have heard his eulogy for your aunt.
If there were ghosts, then your aunt will come back and give him endless grief. He said things like, even though she was a lady, she was still an endearing creature. Even though she took in loose and worthless females, she still had a kindness that couldn't be dismissed. I will stuff his scepter down his throat. To North's surprise, he laughed. The scepter is quite large. It sounds like his mouth is even larger. I still can't get over your aunt asking you, who are barely 19, to be in charge of pregnant girls. Evidently, they're not just any pregnant unwed girls. They're girls who were seduced or raped by their employers. Girls with no father or brother to protect them are very vulnerable, North. And when the family is poor, I imagine protection is but a word bandied about, with no real meaning. A lady surely shouldn't know this side of life. Why ever not? Aunt Ellie did. She helped. I'll try to help too. There's little enough any one person can do, unfortunately. I doubt I'll be able to count much on Bennett. He sighed, raised his hand, then lowered it. You are so very young, Caroline. She grinned at that. Come now, North. 19 is a grand old age.
I was told often enough by Mrs. Tailstrops, she was my nominal chaperone at Honeymead Manor, that a girl who reached my advanced years was very nearly on the shelf, and it was fortunate I had money to make myself more acceptable. Shelf, what an odd word. It is, isn't it? Should I feel like a jar of preserves, perhaps? Or a poultry dish? Or perhaps an oatmeal bowl? Well, forget that nonsense. You're just fine as you are. Quite acceptable. How old are you, North? 25. Goodness, you are indeed on that infamous shelf. It doesn't apply to men. That seems hardly fair, does it? But I suppose it does make some sense. I've noticed that men appear to need more seasoning than women do. Poor Owen, he's but 2 years younger than you, yet I would say he needs many more years of ripening to make him remotely acceptable. You, my lord, on the other hand, are just right. My seasonings are all at the right levels? Yes, and like a summer peach, you're of a perfect ripeness. He smiled at her, but didn't say anything, just stood shoulder to shoulder with her and looked out over the Irish Sea for a good long time. Finally, he said, not turning to look at her, "Look to your left down the coast. That's St. Ives, with all the bright cottages climbing up the cliffs and all the fishing boats there in the harbor. At low tide, the boats are sitting on wet sand. It's a strange sight. Beyond is Trevose Head. Here on the north coast, everything is rugged and savage. Any trees that survive are bowed and stunted from the harsh storm winds off the Irish Sea. It's very different from the southern coast, where you can sit beneath a palm tree, enjoy a balmy breeze, and read poetry to your ladylove." He paused a moment, then said thoughtfully, "I don't recall having spoken like this to a female in a very long time, other than exchanging inane remarks about the weather, taking her to, well, never mind that. What I mean is that somehow, for whatever reason, I seem to talk to you, and it's easy and pleasurable. Actually, I haven't smiled with a female in a very long time either. There was the Duchess, of course. She's my friend Marcus Wyndham's new wife, and a very fine woman. But even with her—" He broke off, shaking his head, obviously, at least to her, very confused and uncertain about himself. "You're different, I suppose. I don't understand. You never acted as though you didn't want to be around me. I thought you quite witty from the moment I met you. Then you added kindness. And you're a very handsome man, North. Don't you like women?" He looked momentarily shocked, then realized she had no idea what she'd intimated. It didn't occur to him to soften what was the truth for him. Women are vital, but quite unnecessary for a man's daily contentment. That sounded like a litany, something drummed into your head from your earliest boyhood. So you don't like women? Bennett said you have a bad reputation, that you were dark and brooding and dangerous, but still took your pleasure with local maidens whenever it pleased you to do so. What a fool this Penrose fellow must be. Remind me to plant my fivers squarely in his paltry mouth when I meet him. Unlike poor Owen, does this one have a chin? Just a small one, huh? Now, about women. I like women well enough. As I said, they're vital. A man must have a woman to, ease himself. That sounds very odd, North. It sounds like you think all women are alike, that they're all interchangeable. Does that mean that I should think of you the same way I think of Mr. Fawkes or poor Owen, or that sniveling Bennett, whose character would improve if he were smacked every day? It's not that you're all interchangeable. It's just that I have never before felt the need— enough of this. It's very improper. Now, you shouldn't even be with me since you have no chaperone. On the other hand, I would just as soon stay close until Mr. Fawkes makes his move, and I know he will. He's a desperate man, and you're the only lifeboat around to save him from his sea of debt. Are you dark and brooding and dangerous, North? Do you think I am? Yes, it's possible. You certainly do adapt to the role with ease. Bennett said you looked like a wild Byronic hero, and that's true enough. But you've been wonderful to me, so I'll accept all sides of you. If you want to go off with your hounds and brood on the moors, why, it's your business. A person should be allowed to develop like a rich tapestry with all sorts of vivid colors and different moods and settings, some harsh, some gentle. Perhaps, he said, looking at her closely now, because no woman had ever before spoken thusly to him. Of course, he'd never before been alone so long with a woman and not making love to her. He said, "Tell me, Caroline, how do you know I have hounds? When you were with me, they were all in their enclosure. As I recall, they weren't even howling at the moon. I overheard Mr. Tregeagle say something about their food to Mr. Polgrain. He called them bloody proper pigs. Ah, I guess they are. Tell me something else, Caroline. What dark secrets are you hiding?" He stared down into her open, quite lovely face, those remarkable deep green eyes of hers, bright with humor, mischief, and intelligence. Ah, and so much curiosity and interest. No, she wasn't interchangeable with any other woman, and for a brief moment it scared him quite to his toes. Then, without warning, in his mind's eye, he saw his father yelling at him, his face mottled red with his fury, with his interminable impatience, his bitterness, his rage. No, he wouldn't think of his father. He raised his hand to smooth back a thick tendril of rich chestnut hair that had come loose from its coil at the back of her neck. As he tucked the hair behind her ear, he said, his voice low and dark and smooth, "No, you don't have any secrets, do you? You're open and sweet and remarkably kind-hearted, given the guardian who's plagued you for how many years? Mr. Fawkes was my guardian since I was 11 years old. I don't think I like to be called sweet. It sounds like a fat pug who lies about waiting to be scratched on the belly. You're too trusting, Caroline, out here on this wind-blown promontory with a black-souled devil like myself. Much too trusting. Ugh, damnation. Give me your mouth." He leaned down and kissed her lightly on her closed lips. She was too surprised to move, just stared up at him, her head slightly tilted to the side in question. For a moment, his fingers caressed her cheeks, her ears, her throat. "Sorry," he said, stepping back from her. "I must contrive to remember I'm a gentleman, and a gentleman doesn't take advantage of a lady." Caroline stared up at him in blank surprise. She touched her fingertips to her mouth, now looking thoughtful. "Actually, you just took me by surprise. Perhaps you could do that again. I think it might be very nice."
"It might be more to my advantage than to yours. Stop it. Come, let's ride northward, and I'll show you a hidden walkway down to the beach." Roland Fawkes knocked on the immense griffin-head brass knocker of Scarlatti Hall at 6 o'clock the following evening. Caroline was quite alone, save for 2 servants and Mrs. Trebaugh, the housekeeper. It was Mrs. Trebaugh who appeared in the doorway of the small breakfast room, where Caroline was eating her dinner in isolated splendor, Bennet having ridden to Goonbell to drink himself into a stupor at Mrs. Freely's Pilchard Head Inn. "Begging your pardon, Miss Caroline, but a Mr. Roland Fawkes is here. He said he was your guardian, and sort of your cousin and uncle, and he's most anxious to see you. Shall I show him in?" But she didn't have to, for he'd followed her, now standing behind Mrs. Trebaugh, looking confident, hale and hearty as a stoat. Caroline knew a moment of sheer terror. Then she slowly rose from her chair. "Mrs. Trebaugh, listen to me carefully. I want you to have Robin fetch Lord Chilton right now. Don't tarry." "Oh, I don't think that will be necessary," Mr. Fawkes said easily, coming into the breakfast room now, a comfortable smile on his mouth. "You see, dear Mum, my ward and I have had a disagreement. I am here to mend fences, so to speak." How do you manage to dredge up a smile? It nearly looks sincere. Never mind. Do it, Mrs. Trebaugh. This man is a criminal. He is not my guardian. Have Lord Chilton fetched immediately." Mrs. Trebaugh, looking perplexed and just a bit frightened, hurried away. "It won't matter, Caroline," Roland Fawkes said, looking briefly after the fleeing housekeeper. "If Lord Chilton even bothers to tear himself away from his own amusements at Mount Hawk, he will arrive only to find you gone. Are you ready, my dear? Go to the devil, Mr. Fawkes. This is my home. You will leave now. I have nothing to say to you. My solicitor will be in touch with you. You are no longer my guardian. You are nothing to me. Nothing at all. No, I take that back. You are a thoroughly wretched memory. Now get out." He laughed and walked to the rectangular table after quietly closing the door behind him. The room was small and square, and there was no other exit. She picked up a knife from beside her plate.
Keep your distance, sir, or I'll skewer you, and enjoy it immensely. I doubt it, Caroline. You caught me by surprise last time, but not again. Be easy, my dear. Accept me, for you really have no other choice." She watched him calmly pull a large white handkerchief from his pocket. From his other pocket, he withdrew a vial of clear liquid. She watched him liberally douse the handkerchief with the clear liquid. She stared at that vial, the liquid within, as clear as water. "What is that?" He merely smiled at her and came around the table. "Put the knife down, Caroline." "No, I won't. I'm not going to faint or weep. Believe me, Mr. Fawkes, I'll stab you, and I don't care if the knife isn't all that sharp. I'm very strong. I'll get it shoved in you, nice and deep, and then I'll turn it. Such a pity I left my pistol upstairs in my bedchamber, but this will gullet you just as well. I mean it, Mr. Fawkes. Go away from here." He was 6 feet from her. He didn't pause in his confident stride toward her, the soaked handkerchief held toward her in his right hand. Suddenly, he tilted one of the heavy mahogany chairs and shoved it hard and fast so it teetered madly, right at her. She tried to move out of the way, but it struck her arm. She grabbed her arm because the pain was numbing. In the next instant, he was on her, slamming the wet handkerchief against her face with one hand, his other hand clutching the nape of her neck, holding her still. She felt his hot breath on her face. "That's it, my dear. Struggle like a wild thing. It will go all that much faster." She tried to stab him with the knife, but the fumes, strangely sweet, were filling her nostrils, her throat, her brain. She felt herself growing faint and weak, all her coordination falling away from her. She felt floppy, her muscles lax and useless. She raised the knife, only to feel her fingers release it. She heard it drop to the wooden floor. She tried to free herself, but she couldn't. The last thing she saw was his face hard with satisfaction above hers. "Yes, that's it, Caroline. Breathe deeply. It's chloroform, and it will keep you quiet for a very long time." She tried one last time to twist away from him, but she couldn't. His face blurred above hers. She saw his smile, heard him say from a great distance, "I did wonder how long it would take before I got you alone. Not long at all." She heard him laugh. Then she didn't hear or see anything at all. North couldn't remember being so frightened before in his life. Treetop ate up the ground between Mount Hawk and Scarlatti Hall, but he knew in his gut that Fawkes had come because he'd been watching and had known she'd be alone, without even that idiot Bennett Penrose there to give her protection. And Penrose had been told never to leave her side if other men weren't about, namely him. He'd wanted to dine with her this evening, but one of his mares was foaling, and she was having a hard time of it, and he was fond of Spring Rain, and so he'd remain to help her. And now this, damn it. Caroline was tough, she was resourceful. For a girl, she was strong. He knew that, just as he knew she wouldn't faint helplessly away in the face of adversity. But he also knew that Fawkes wouldn't take any chances with her, not this time he wouldn't. No, he'd arrived prepared, and North knew in his gut that he'd succeed. His blood ran cold. He outstripped poor Robin in a matter of minutes, his body bent low over Treetop's neck, urging his bay to go faster and faster. When he arrived at Scarlatti Hall, Mrs. Trabaugh was standing in the open door, wringing her hands on her black bombazine skirts, pale as a hoary frost of November. "He took her, my lord. Beyond wicked he is. I never would have believed it, but he came in and took her. Oh dear, I couldn't stop him, and I tried. He just shoved me out of the way." North pulled Treetop next to the Scarlatti Hall steps, but he didn't dismount. How did he take her? She could have been dead, my lord. He was carrying her, and her head was flopping back over his arm. He had a carriage. I tried to stop him, my lord. Please, I swear that I did. But as I said, he just pushed me away, and said it was none of my business. The 2 maids were of no help at all, hysterical, both of the silly girls. He had a man driving the carriage. They went northward, toward Newquay. I want you to have Robin fetch Dr. Treath as soon as he gets here, and tell him the same thing you told me. Have him go to Mount Hawk and wait for me. It's all right, Mrs. Trabaugh. I'll get her back. Jesus, what if... No, he wouldn't let himself think about all the awful things Fawkes could do to her. He had to turn his energies to following the quite clear carriage wheels. It had rained during the afternoon, and the wheel marks were nice and deep. At least this was one advantage Falx hadn't counted on him having, but he had to ride Treetop more slowly than he would have liked. Would Falx rape her in the carriage? While she was unconscious, he had no doubt that somehow he'd manage to knock her out. No, she wasn't dead. That would defeat Falx's purpose. He kept his eyes on the wheel tracks. It would be dark in an hour. Thank God he still had that much daylight left. Suddenly, the wheel tracks veered away, going directly toward the narrow cliff road, more a path that was treacherous and surely too rutted and winding for a carriage. Something wasn't right. He stopped Treetop and dismounted. He was glad he'd stopped. It took him a while, for someone had taken a tree branch and swept it across the ground. He could almost feel the man's impatience, sweeping the branch over the hoof marks, believing it foolish and unnecessary. North looked very closely and was soon rewarded for his own diligence and the man's impatience. He saw the deep hoof marks, 3 horses, one set of hooves deeper than the others, showing the horse was carrying more weight, which meant that Falx was now carrying her. The bloody carriage was some sort of diversion. Who was riding that other horse? It better not be that chinless Owen. And who was on the 3rd horse? Doubtless, both of the other horses carried hired villains, and that made North gnash his teeth with anger and worry. He dug his heels into Treetop's belly. Within minutes, one set of horses' hooves veered away. 11 she's wakin' up, Gov. Am relieved. I didn't know how much to give her. That damned apothecary was so drunk he didn't even realize what I was buyin'. I could have killed her, and that would have gained me nothing at all. She's a purty little bite. She's tall, her breasts aren't large enough, she has a bitch's mouth, but I suppose when her mouth is properly closed, her face is all right. I've been a-watchin' her breathe, Gov, and her titties seem jest fine to me. As for her face, Lordy, she's a love, and ever so soft-lookin'. Just look at them eyebrows of hers, all nice and arched and dark as her eyelashes. Aye, Gov, she's a sweet little bite. Shut up. I want to make that cottage before dark. The scruffy young man with thick black eyebrows that met in a straight line over his eyes, whose name was Trimmer, shut his mouth for the simple reason that the rich old cove what hired him had the groats, and thus the power. Poor little girl, what was he going to do with her? But Trimmer knew what he was going to do. He wondered if he would be allowed to enjoy himself with the delicious little piece after the old Gov had her. But all that trouble just to plow a single female's little belly. It seemed beyond strange to Trimmer. Females could be had cheap, so why this bleedin' drama? Caroline looked up at Roland Falkus's chin above the folds of his black coat and cravat. There was a tuft of whiskers he'd missed shaving. He was holding her close, and she felt the smooth motion of the horse beneath her. She'd lost, and she felt the return of the terror she'd felt when he'd first walked into her breakfast room. She said very slowly, her voice and brain still slurred from the fumes from the soaked handkerchief, "Where are you taking me?" "Ah, awake, are you? Hello, Caroline. No protector for you now, my dear. Just your dear soon-to-be husband, and a very harsh young individual who won't be as kind to you as I am if provoked. So I beg you to remember your manners. When you're through admiring the sound of your own voice, tell me where you're taking me." Still so mouthy, so full of swagger, so unbecoming the gentle sex. I've never understood where you got this flippancy of yours. Your father was a quiet man, albeit a man of many moods. All he needed to make him content was a cause. Anything would do. The Corn Laws, for example, the deportation of a miserable lout who stole a loaf of bread. He loved to smash his head against what couldn't ever be changed, all in the name of justice, which has never meant anything at all. As for your mother, that's it. That's where you get this damnable smart mouth of yours. She always said just what she wanted to say. But she never jested, not like you do. She could hurt a man just speaking her mind. Once she went too far, and I was just showing her how much I admired her. But, you needn't know what she was really like. Odd, isn't it? I tried to keep you alone, isolated, if you will, after you so cleverly got yourself away from the young ladies' academy. Mrs. Tailstrop was the most witless female of the appropriate level of quality I could find to live with you and be your chaperone. I believed you'd take to Owen, because there was simply no one else. But you didn't. As for this pathetic jesting of yours, Caroline, you will get over the woeful tendency once you've been my wife for a while. I suggest that you try now for a bit of conciliation. I am perfectly willing to wed you before I take you to bed and relieve you of your precious virginity. Well, where?" He struck her cheek with his gloved hand. "Aye, Gov, no need to belt the little bite. Shut your face, Trimmer. Now, Caroline, will you wed me now, or shall I rape you until you're with child? I will never marry you, Mr. Fawkes. You're old and ugly and a thoroughly bad man." He'd loosened his hold on her when he'd slapped her. Without thought to consequences, she raised her arm and struck him as hard as she could with the side of her hand into his throat. She shoved at him, trying to unseat him. He was frantically trying to slow the horse, trying to keep her securely held, trying to catch his breath, for he couldn't seem to suck in enough air, and that was frightening. Caroline didn't stop fighting. She struck him again on his ear, and she knew the pain was bad, but still he held on to her and to the horse. He couldn't yet speak, just made furious gurgling noises. "Aye, missy, you can't do that. No, you can't." And now she had to contend with Trimmer. She yelled at him, "I will pay you more than this miserable old man. He has nothing. In fact, he'll probably kill you rather than pay you. That's why he wants me to marry him." The butt end of the pistol struck her left temple, and she crumpled inward against Hud. "Did you kill her, Gov?" "No, naturally not." "Jesus, it hurts to talk, the damned little bitch. She'll pay for that. It's nearly bark. I have to get her to that cottage. It's just through that patch of woods there." "She's a lady born," said Trimmer. "I do wonder where she learned to do that. Fair to poked the edge of her hand through your gullet, Gov." Suddenly, a deep, very smooth voice said from behind them, "I believe I will have the pleasure of finishing the job Caroline began, Fawkes. No, gentlemen, I suggest that neither of you move a single knuckle of any finger. Mr. Fawkes, you will very slowly dismount and lay Caroline on the ground over there on the grass. As for you, Trimmer, throw your gun and knife on the grounds. Surely a creature of your ilk would have a knife. Yes, of course you do. Now listen, Gov, there's things to speak about don't you think?" North very calmly fired, hitting Trimmer's right wrist as he brought up the gun, gleaming silver and stark in the dull evening light, and all primed to fire. "Do as I tell you, or the next bullet will be through your bloody head. Yes, that's very good. Stop yowling, Trimmer. You'll live if you're not stupid. Now, Fawkes, it's your turn. Slowly, man, or I'll make you very sorry." North felt Fawkes's rage, his utter frustration, and it pleased him no end. He held his dueling pistol directly at Fawkes's head as he dismounted clumsily, Caroline still unconscious in his arms. "Ease her down gently, Fawkes. I'll kill you for this, Chilton. I hope you may try, you dishonorable bastard. I've been picturing your wrinkled throat between my hands for the past hour. My neck isn't wrinkled." North merely smiled coldly at him. Once Caroline was on the ground, North said, "Now, Fawkes, you and I are going to a very small, very smelly, and rodent-filled jail in Goonbell. Look here, Chilton, it's your word against mine. You can't do a thing to me. You think not? Perhaps I forgot to mention that I'm the local magistrate. I rather believed transportation to Botany Bay might be just the thing for you.
Might give you some character, though you're probably too bloody old to change. Damn you, I'm not old. I'll have her. If you think anyone will believe her, you must be mad. She's only a female. No one believes a female. I will simply say she became hysterical, that she begged me to elope with her, and I—" North interrupted smoothly, his voice deeper, darker now, but his rage well contained. "Trimmer, ride away now, and you'll wake up in your own bed with just a bandage around your scrawny wrist. Never let me see your face again." But Trimmer didn't move.
He was holding his bloody wrist, and he was still as a fence post. "I don't think so, Gov," he said finally, and he was looking behind North. "Please, Trimmer, not that old sharper's trick. Ain't no trick, me lord. Now then, ye lay that popper o' yours on the ground. Ye be all right, Mr. Folks." Another man. The third set of tracks. North felt fury at himself for his own stupidity. He hadn't taken sufficient care. He'd underestimated Folks. He had scouted for the other tracks when he'd heard them talking, but he hadn't seen them. Hell and damnation! "I'm quite pleased to see you, Treffick," Folks said, rubbing his hands together. "Now, my lord, do as he says. Put your gun on the ground. Excellent. Now, let me see to my little pigeon here." At that moment, Caroline moaned. North was off treetops back in an instant and on his knees beside her, drawing her up into his arms. He lowered his face until his forehead was touching hers and said very quietly, "Caroline, I'm so sorry, so very sorry." She just looked up at him, trying to clear her head, then she smiled and lifted her fingers to touch his mouth, his jaw, his nose, and he jerked back. "North," she said, and pressed her face against his chest. "Thank you, my lord," Folks said. "You have just given me the perfect lever. I always forget how very stubborn she is, but now it won't matter. Treffick, tie up his lordship's wrists. Trimmer, stop your moaning. When Chilton is taken care of, we'll wrap your wrist in a handkerchief. Stop your damned whining, you gutless coward." North had no choice. He set Caroline away from him, watched her trying desperately to gain control, but he knew the blow Folks had dealt her must hurt a great deal. "You wonder, don't you, my lord," Folks said, as Treffick bound North's wrists. "You wonder where he was. Well, he was guarding the cottage, and we're very nearly there. The gunshot brought him. Good man, Treffick. I'll see you well rewarded for this once the bitch here is married to me. Now, let's get to the cottage. Is the vicar there, Treffick?" "Aye, sir. Old Mr. Barhold arrived on the meanest little donkey I've ever seen, all uffin' and wheezin', and complainin' louder than a stoat gettin' its throat chopped. Not that he can even put one together properly. But those guineas you put in his shiny black pocket will keep his mouth saying the marriage lines. 'I won't marry you,' Caroline said. 'Nothing you do to me will make me marry you.' He laughed, hauled her to her feet, and threw her over his shoulder. She fainted from the pain in her head. Caroline opened her eyes to find herself not on the ground, not in North's arms, but in a small, mean room, lying on a narrow, filthy cot. An elderly man with a high, shrill voice was speaking to Folks, or trying to, his stammering worsening as his voice rose. North was bound to a chair in a shadowed corner opposite her. The two villains were standing by the door, their guns now both pointed at North. "See here," the small elderly man was saying, "this is more than highly irregular, sir. This is impossible. The young lady is unconscious. She can't even say her lines. This special license is surely in order, and a pretty pence you paid the Archbishop of Canterbury for it. But the woman must respond. She will," Folks said, striding over to the narrow, quite smelly mattress where she was lying on her back, her eyes now tightly closed. "Caroline." He lightly slapped her cheeks. "Come on now, my dear. Wake up now, do you?" She opened her eyes, felt more clear in her thinking than she had before.
knew she could bear the pain, and said quite clearly, "I won't marry you, Mr. Fawkes. Let me go." "It's simply what won't do," the small elderly man said. "Shush, Caroline. That is the vicar, Mr. Bahold. You wouldn't want him to get the wrong impression." Before she could yell to the vicar, Fawkes lightly lay his finger over her lips. "Look over there in the corner, my dear. It's Lord Chilton, and he doesn't look any too happy, does he? Now, here is the bargain I am offering you. If you wed me, I won't kill him. If you continue refusing me, I'll have Treffick put a bullet right through his mouth. And Treffick would, Caroline. He's the biggest knave I've ever met, and believe me, I've met many in my life. Just look at those black eyes of his, all dead and empty, and colder than a winter in the Highlands of Scotland. Aye, hell do anything for a groat." North said, quite clearly, "Whatever he's telling you, Caroline, it doesn't matter. Spit in his face." Without hesitation, she spit in Fawkes's face. Fawkes drew back, so furious he wanted to kill her. He raised his fist, his eyes glittering. Then slowly, he lowered his arm. "No, I shan't let you goad me. Not now, not when it is nearly done." Then he smiled and rose from the narrow bed. "Trimmer, take Mr. Bahold outside for just a moment. It isn't raining, and the moon is shining quite in a very romantic fashion. I'll call you when we are ready for the ceremony. Mr. Fawkes, I'm not certain. Go, Mr. Bahold. My betrothed simply doesn't quite yet understand the complete extent of her good fortune. She will, very shortly." Fawkes waited until Trimmer and Mr. Bahold had closed the very old and flimsy cottage door behind them. He looked from North back to Caroline, even as he wiped his handkerchief over his cheek. "Now, Caroline, if you willingly wed with me, Lord Chilton here goes back to Mount Hawk and to his own pursuits. If you don't willingly wed me, Treffick will kill him here and will bury him so he'll never be found. Didn't someone kill your dear aunt? In Lord Chilton's case, there won't even be a body for anyone to find. Don't doubt me, Caroline. I need your money badly. I will do anything to get it. Now, will you have me for your husband in exchange for Lord Chilton's life?" She looked at North, tears filling her eyes. She said clearly, with no hesitation, "I will marry you, but first I want to see Lord Chilton freed and away from here." "Oh, no, I don't trust you enough for that, my dear girl. You will just have faith in me." Then she smiled, and it was a mean, very malicious smile. "Very well, Mr. Fawkes, I will marry you. If Lord Chilton isn't freed, unharmed, you will believe that I will kill you. It won't matter if I hang for it. It certainly won't matter to you, because you'll be dead and rotting, the flesh falling from your old bones. Don't think Owen will cry over your worthless carcass, because he won't." Fawkes wanted to say something amusing, perhaps, something to let her believe he didn't believe her for an instant, because, after all, she was only a girl. He thought of that exquisitely painful hack of her hand against his throat. He thought of that blow of hers to his groin. Would she kill him if he harmed her lover? Yes, he knew in that instant that she would. And yes, he knew Chilton was her lover as well. As for Owen, certainly his son would cry over him, but not for many years. Yes, long into the future, when he would finally die in his bed, all comfortable and ready. He said, "So, you've moved very quickly, Lord Chilton. You met my betrothed just weeks ago, and she is already your mistress. No, I didn't believe you'd taken her at that inn in Dorchester, though you did make me doubt for a while. But since she's arrived here, things have changed, and you have nestled between her legs, haven't you? Evidently, you've done it well, for her devotion to you is quite charming, don't you think? And a surprise, I must admit. She's a deceitful little piece, all full of pride and that damnable arrogance, and an independent streak that isn't at all proper. Yet she seems willing to give any and everything for you. Yes, it's touching." North couldn't believe his ears. He said nothing. He was simply too stunned by what she'd said and by Fawkes's conclusions. Fawkes said now to Caroline,
It doesn't appear that his lordship shares your tender feelings, my dear, but no matter. They're all one-sided. It is women, you know, who spout all that romantic drivel. Men aren't touched by such nonsense, thank the wise lord. They do what they have to do to have a woman part her legs, but after they've relieved themselves, they then return to what's important to them. Now, let's have the ceremony. Trimmer brought in Mr. Barhold, who was very quiet now, his head bowed. "You call yourself a man of God?" Caroline shouted at him. "You're not but a snivelling, pathetic excuse for a worm. You're a fraud." Very swiftly, and with a smile on his face, Fawkes backhanded her. "No more, my dear, no more. Traffic, move a bit closer to his lordship. Show my lovely betrothed just how close to his divine maker his lordship is, if she doesn't cooperate and keep her mouth properly shut." "You will surely pay for that, Fawkes," North said, his voice very low and deep. Caroline was very afraid, not for herself, but for North, but he would be all right. She knew Fawkes believed her. If he dared harm North, she would kill him. Oh, indeed she would. It occurred to her then to wonder how much longer she would be a wife before Mr. Fawkes made himself a widower. He simply couldn't afford to live, could he? There should have been irony there, but she couldn't find it. "All right," she said, swinging her legs to the floor and standing. "Ho, Gov!" Trimmer said from the door. "Looky who's there. It's your dear little boy what was sick, but is all full of piss now." And Trimmer dropped where he'd stood, falling forward into the cottage. Owen came in behind him, a gun in his hand. "No, father, don't start screaming at me again. You won't do any forcing with Caroline. It's over, all over. I won't let this continue." "Owen," his father said, walking toward his son, but Owen knew his father well. He quickly moved to stand behind the vicar. "Don't try it, father, else I'll shoot the vicar. Then there won't be anyone to force Caroline to marry you." I'm a rector," Mr. Barhold managed, "not a vicar. The bishop didn't think I could be a vicar with my very slight stammer. Now, look here, I got his shooter on his lordship, and—" "Shut up, you damned fool!" Caroline shouted. She was on her feet now, weaving a bit, but she was walking quickly toward North, her eyes pinning Traffic. "Don't you dare hurt him, you bloody ass! It's all over. If you have a single brain in that ugly head of yours, you'll take Trimmer and leave. But me shooter, and the gov there promised me 5 guineas. 5 guineas is more than enough money for 4 pints a night for 6 months. I'll give you 6 guineas, good for at least 8 months. You may accompany me back to Scrollity Hall, and I will give you 6 guineas tonight. No waiting, no killing anyone, no nothing. I'll make it 7, Traffic. Keep the gun against his lordship's mouth, do you hear me? Don't listen to this idiot girl here. Don't listen to my idiot son." "Very well," North said. "Now, Traffic, if you don't put down your shooter, if you don't release me, I swear to you that not a single pint of Mrs. Freely's best Goonbell ale will swill down your throat ever again." Traffic looked closely at North. He sighed then, and let the gun hang loosely at his side. "Sorry, Gov," he said to Fawkes, "but it do seem that all be against ye. Even your son, and the good Lord knows a son is the last to defect from his pa. Maybe you're not such a lovin' pa, and that's the trouble. Maybe you're even a bad man, like the little bite said." "Shut up, you bloody coward! Now, Gov, ain't no call to be callin' me names. This lordship is not a man to go again, is a bloody military man, I can tell, and he's tougher than those old boots o' Trimmer's. Now, miss, I'll bring poor Trimmer here back to Scrollity Hall. 8 guineas, you say? No, you thief, 6 guineas, 1 more than Fawkes was going to pay you. You're a tough little bite," Traffic said, shaking his head, but taking it in stride. "I surely do like tough little bites.
He picked Trimmer off the floor and threw him over his shoulder. He gave one last look at Fawkes and left the cottage. Caroline quickly untied North. He rubbed his wrists to get back the feeling, as he said, "Owen, you have done well. Thank you for telling me what you knew, and thank you for saving the day. For save it you certainly did." "I had to," Owen said to North. "I just had to. You and Caroline took care of me, and, well," he turned to Caroline, "you won't take me hostage again, will you?" "No, Owen, I will give you anything you wish. Now, North, what do we do with Mr. Fawkes here?" Well, this is the very first thing. North calmly walked to Fawkes and sent his fist hard into his jaw. Fawkes moaned, grabbed his jaw, and fell backward on the filthy cot. He came up again, and North struck him again, much harder this time. Mr. Fawkes fell onto his back, limp and unconscious. Sorry, Owen, but he struck Caroline twice. Actually, he deserves much more. We will talk about it. Now, the rector. Well, he's just a worm when all's said and done, North, but— She looked at him, a very startled expression on her face. She weaved where she stood, clapped her hand to her head, and collapsed on the filthy wooden cottage floor. 12. My head hurts like the very devil. Sorry I couldn't prevent him from slamming that pistol butt on your temple. You scared the devil out of me when you fainted again in the cottage. You weren't supposed to do that. Just one faint per injury from now on, all right? Ah, but here you are, awake and clear-eyed again. Do you always bounce back, Caroline? I would that you say yes. I don't want to be scared into an old man as of yet. She looked embarrassed that she'd fainted, and he recognized it and laughed. Don't be a ninny. I would have probably fainted dead away myself, just not a second time. A man would never swoon a second time. Men would have more consideration for a lady's feelings. He sobered quickly enough when she said in a voice that was surely too soft and warm, "You saved me. Thank you, North." He said nothing, just gently set the bump above her left temple. She tried to keep the moan behind her teeth, but couldn't quite manage it. "Shush, it's all right. Now, I'm going to carry you in front of me on treetop. Actually, it was Owen who came through for us this time. Now, we'll take Mr. Fawkes to Mount Hawk, and let my bully boys be host to your former guardian until I decide what to do with him. They might not care for females, but they detest villains. I'm just not sure that they would consider Mr. Fawkes a villain, since he was simply trying to rid the neighborhood of a young female person. Lie to them, then maybe Mr. Polgrain will feed him some poison. Seems a good idea. Or maybe Timmy the maid can visit him in the middle of the night like he did you, and scare the evil out of him. Or Trejagle can put him with the hounds." North laughed and eased her more closely into his arms once he was on Treetop's back. "Just lie still. We'll be home soon enough. Dr. Treacle will be waiting for us." She felt the pain in her head pulling at her and couldn't say anything. She just closed her eyes and pressed her face against his chest. He'd said home. It sounded marvelous to her. Owen was downstairs in the Mount Hawk library, swilling brandy, wondering exactly where Trejagle and Polgrain and Co. had put his father for the night. Probably someplace cold and damp and nasty, with rats and no candle. North had been very angry. Owen sighed over the events of the evening. He was depressed and wondered what the hell he was going to do, both with himself and with his father. He drank more brandy. Life didn't look particularly agreeable for either his father or for him at the moment. Combe watched the dejected young man a moment from the open doorway, then said, "Now, sir, don't fret yourself. Lord Chilton will see that everything will be done properly. His lordship owes you a debt."
He will pay it, and he will pay it well. He is a nightingale, and nightingale men always pay their debts. Don't think of those soft white birds when you think of his lordship. No, all nightingale men are tough, no softness anywhere in them. Now, as I was saying, they do pay their debts, and they do a particularly fine job paying when the debt is one of honor. His lordship's grandfather and father were particularly to be trusted when the debt was one of honor. It was the other sorts of debts, ones that involved gambling. Well, that's neither here nor there, is it? Besides, they're dead now, so who's to care? Who indeed, Owen wondered, as he stared at Coombe and drank more brandy, his father's parting curses ringing in his brain. Ungrateful, unnatural wretch, worthless, disowned. There were more names, but thankfully he'd forgotten them. He shook his head and said, "I don't know, Coombe. I don't see a neat way out of this mess. Trust his lordship, sir. Do I have a choice? None at all, sir. None at all. However, his current lordship, despite his lack of proper raising by the men of the house, does seem to know his duty and carry it out with a good deal of efficiency." "What duty?" Owen asked, but Coombe merely shook his head and looked wise. Upstairs, in the pink oval room, Dr. Treath touched the bump with fingers so gentle and so knowledgeable he could probably tell her what she was thinking just by touching her head. He nodded to his sister, Bess, then looked at North. "Concussion, my lord. No laudanum as yet. Keep her awake. Now, Caroline, how many fingers do you see? You're waggling 3 fingers, Dr. Treath, and North is looking like a black thundercloud. Also, I'm here and still have most of my wits, so you can talk to me. His lordship looks a bit disordered, Caroline, thus it's better if I speak to him until he has himself together again. You scared the devil out of him when you vomited. I know, and I'm sorry for it. It was the motion of riding treetop that made me sick. I meant to ask you to stop, but there wasn't time. Did I throw up on your boots, North? No, you missed my boots by a good 2 inches. Just lie still. Would you like some barley water? Oh, yes. If Dr. Treath thought the Viscount was uncommonly tender with the young lady, he didn't remark upon it. No Viscount Chilton had been tender with a young lady in all the combined local memory, both present and historic, of folk hereabout. No, Nightingale men were a breed apart. He thought briefly of the young Viscount's late father and shuddered. Jesus, all of it was highly irregular. He saw her eyelashes flutter closed and said sharply, "Caroline, wake up. I'm sorry, my child, but you must fight falling asleep."
Her chin high in the air, holding herself aloof and apart, or at least trying to. Caroline had said quickly, "You will leave, Mr. Plumberberry. Don't bother to return, else I might shoot you." "You're overwrought," said the vicar, taking a step toward her, his hand outstretched. "You poor child, you don't know what you're saying. All this grief, all this unexpected pressure, your dear aunt shouldn't have thrown this all at you. And goodbye, vicar, go away." He left, but she knew he believed her nearly hysterical, just a weak woman unable to see the truth of things when they stared her in the face. She'd turned back to the 3 very pregnant females and said, "Welcome to Scrillady Hall. My name is Caroline Derwent-Jones. You are truly welcome here. Everything will be all right, I promise you." But she wondered now how she'd be able to keep her promise. Alice looked less ill than she had, but there was such fear, such wariness in her pale blue eyes, that it made Caroline want to howl at the unfairness of life. She'd been set upon by 3 young bloods near St. Ives, and they'd raped her, all of them. As for Evelyn, she had a good deal of bravado, but she did have the sense to strap that knife to her calf. Smart girl. As for Miss Mary Patricia, she looked as calm as a nun at her morning prayers. But if Caroline looked closely enough, she could see the slight tremor in her white hands. Caroline said now, "I think Evelyn's very smart. All women are vulnerable because we're weaker than most men. Unfortunately, some men are vicious and have no honor. I myself was nearly raped by such a man, so I do understand something of what happened to you. I will have all of us fitted with knives."
All right. Alice began to cry, her thin shoulders jerking. Evelyn turned to her and said gently as she took her into her arms, "Hush now, my baby, hush. Miss Caroline will see that everything works out for you." Miss Mary Patricia said thoughtfully, "I think I would prefer a gun. Do they make them small now, do you know, Miss Caroline?" Caroline didn't hesitate. It was a brilliant idea. "Yes, they do. I can even have a small strap made for it to fasten to your leg. Is that what you wish?" "Yes, thank you. Now, Alice," she continued in a matter-of-fact voice, It's time for lessons. You and Evelyn have learned to speak very nicely, but there's still the reading. And you won't want to be ignorant girls, will you?" "No, Miss Mary Patricia," Alice said, and heaved herself out of her chair. "Can we read more of that spicy story written by that Mr. Voltaire fellow?" "Certainly," said Miss Mary Patricia, rising gracefully to her feet. She said to Caroline, "Evelyn loves Candide." Caroline rose as well. "I like it too. Now let me get Mrs. Trabaugh, and we'll all go to your rooms. I hope you like them." Miss Mary Patricia said, "It'll be better than the cramped single room we all shared in the vicar's attic after Miss Eleanor died, and he insisted that the cottage be closed down. He said there was no reason to waste money on the likes of us." "The vicar did that?" Caroline said. At their nods, she felt a lovely wash of anger. "I'll get him for that." "I don't know if you need a knife," Evelyn said, and grinned impudently. 15. When Caroline was alone, Miss Mary Patricia giving lessons to Alice and Evelyn in the long unused schoolroom at the top of Scrillity Hall, she sent Owen into Trevellus to find a small gun and 2 knives like the one Evelyn had. "The women don't need weapons, Caroline," he said, utterly aghast. "Why, I'm here and you're here. You wouldn't let anyone hurt them." "It's not that, Owen," she said patiently. "They feel frightened. Look what men did to them. If a knife or a gun makes them feel safer, they should have them. By the way, that second knife is for me. If I'd had one the last time your father got me, perhaps you wouldn't have had to go against your father. I also might have gullet him, which is an excellent idea if you look at the problem in a certain light. He still is my father." She sighed. "I know, Owen, and I'm sorry for it. Well, think of something." Owen's eyes lit up. "Maybe they'll shoot Bennett by mistake. Buy 3 pistols, then. Goodness, what an utterly fragrant thought. Where is he, anyway?" "In Goonbell, probably in Mrs. Freely's taproom, drinking ale until it comes out his bloody ears." "Just as well. Goodness, there's so much to be done. I know, Owen. You can go to the mines and find Mr. Petrie, the manager. Find out what's going on, and then we can discuss it later. Ask him what he thinks about the flooding in North's tin mine, Wheel David. I do know that our mine, Wheel Kitty, is just fine. The 2 mines are very close. Ask him why this is happening at North's mine and not in ours. Also, there's Wheel Daffel and Wheel BL. Do learn all you can about how they're run, the production, the equipment." Owen turned pale. "But I don't know anything about tin mines, Caroline. I don't know what to say to him. Truly, my father always did." "Owen, stop sniveling and acting like a nitwit. You saved both North and me. You proved yourself. Now, you will introduce yourself, explain that you're my partner, and that since we're new to the area and to tin mining, you need to learn about it. Find out if repairs are needed. As I said, ask what the production is. Ask what the wages are. Oh, goodness, Owen, just use your brain. You know what to do. Write down what he tells you. Oh, and be properly humble. We don't want to set anyone's back up." He left, and she would swear she heard him speaking aloud, saying, "Mr. Petrie, would you mind very much telling me what the mine's annual production is?" She grinned, shook her head, hoping Owen wouldn't be that diffident, and headed for the stables. She needed to go to Trevellus to the seamstress. Yes, she'd do that before seeing her estate manager, Mr. Dumbarton. There were 5 farms on Penrose land, and it was time she discovered what was needed. She wanted to meet her tenants. Also, her pregnant ladies needed clothes. Damn that miserable vicar. Miss Mary Patricia had told her that the vicar's wife had sold the clothes Miss Eleanor had made for them. All they had was what they'd arrived wearing. She rubbed Regina's nose, now back in her own stable where she belonged, despite her obvious affection for North, gave her a carrot, and watched as Robin, the one and only stable lad, saddled her. She wondered what she would do to the vicar. "Excellent," she said, and let him toss her into the saddle. "Tell Mrs. Trabaugh I'll be home in a couple of hours, hopefully with the seamstress in tow. Miss Caroline." "Yes, what is it, Robbie?" "The little girls, what have their bellies filled?" "Yes." He was flushing violently. If there's something I can do to help ya, just ask. Thank you, I will. Just keep an eye on them when they're outside, particularly the very young girl, Alice. She's very frightened. Be gentle, Robbie." She rode away from Scrillity Hall, looking back once over her shoulder at the lovely peach brick facade shining so cleanly beneath the noonday sun. She particularly loved the 5 gables and the 4 chimney stacks that rose a good 20 feet above the roof. It was her home now. There weren't, however, enough plants or trees around the house. That was another thing she had to do. Speak to the gardener, whatever his name was. She grinned then. Perhaps she should hire a female gardener. Perhaps she should make Scrillity Hall a household of women. Oh, goodness, she thought suddenly. There was Honeymead Manor and Mrs. Kalestrop. She would have to speak to North about having someone go there and take charge of things. He would know what had to be done. Odd how she didn't even hesitate. North was there, in the back of her mind, always there. When he wasn't, in the front of her mind, or standing in front of her, or perhaps even kissing her or caressing her. Oh, goodness, Regina, I'm beginning to think that North Nightingale is always going to be there. And you lazy nag, you quite adore him, don't you? All because he changed your name. Regina. If I had any sense, I'd call you Petunia again. North. Yes, he was always there. She thought about their dinner the previous evening. Only Owen was present. Bennett gone yet again to Goonbell to drink with his cronies. She would have given her new stockings to have Owen at least 20 miles away from Scrillity Hall. But alas, he was there, and would remain. But the evening had been full of fun and jesting and good food until they'd spoken of Mr. Fowkes. North had spooned a bite of almond blancmange into his mouth, savored the crisp flavor, then said, "Your father, Owen, is not a happy man. I spoke to him this afternoon. When he finished cursing me, cursing my antecedents, cursing Caroline and every friend she's ever had, he calmed down. I put it to him, Owen. I asked him what I should do with him, since he had this obsession with Caroline. He claimed there was no more obsession. He said at last he knew he couldn't have her, or rather, her money. Please don't speak as if I'm not here, Caroline said. Do you believe him, North? I don't believe him, Owen said, leaning forward, a glass of port between his hands. My father is craftier than a moneylender in Bear Alley in London, and I've heard that they'd steal the gold from their grandmother's teeth without her realizing it. And if they did realize it, they'd just conk them on the head and steal the teeth anyway. No, North, he hasn't given up. I tell you what, Owen, why don't you travel to London and speak to your father's associates? Find out what his financial situation really is. In the meanwhile, I've already written instructions to my man in London to see to the transfer of Caroline's inheritance from your father's control, with Mr. Brogan's assistance. When Owen finally took himself off, giving the two of them knowing looks and a silly grin, Caroline said to North, "He won't give up, North. Owen's right about that. He's more stubborn than a stoat and more determined than a bishop in a roomful of infidels." She stopped then and gazed up at him through her lashes. She swallowed. "Perhaps I should marry. As you said, that would be the best way to ensure that he wouldn't kidnap me again. I did say that, didn't I? Would you marry me, North?" He stared down at her, pale now and silent and very still. "I'm probably very rich." He still said nothing, merely looked at her, even more silent, if that were possible. "Do you find me so very unacceptable?" He leaned down and kissed her. In an instant she was against him, her arms around his back, holding herself tightly to him, on her tiptoes now, her mouth wild on his. "Don't stop," she said into his mouth. "Please, North, don't stop. It feels so very nice." "Nice?" he said, and kept kissing her. "Just nice?" He didn't want to, but his hands were stroking down her back, lower and lower, until he cupped her buttocks and lifted her tightly against him. She froze against him. Then he felt her shock disappear, and now she was interested, feeling things she'd never felt before in her young life, and wanting more. Good Lord, she was full of passion, but she was innocent, and now here he was, seducing her in her own home, his hands wild on her bottom, and he knew he had to stop. He didn't want to marry, even Caroline, even this girl he wanted more than he'd ever wanted a female.
But that was lust, honest lust, and he could deal with that. But he couldn't deal with marriage. Not yet. Not ever, probably. At least he couldn't deal with it the way his ancestors had done, beginning with his great-grandfather. And there were too many memories of his father's rage and anger, so clear in his mind right this instant, for the rages had begun when he'd been just a small boy, becoming more bitter and uglier as North had grown older, fanned by his grandfather, who should have died years before he actually did, because he was such a miserable old bastard. It had never stopped. Then he felt her warm tongue touching his, and thought he would spill his seed at that very moment. He grabbed her arms and pulled them back. "No," he said, gasping for breath. "No, damn it. This has got to stop, Caroline. I don't want to marry you. I just want to bed you, and that can't be. You're a lady, and when I manage to remember, I'm a gentleman. I'll take care of my lust with someone else, but not you. Never you. I'll never shame you, Caroline. Even though when I touch you, I want to fling you to the floor and pull up your skirts and come down over you. Jesus, I've got to stop this. You're so bloody innocent, and you haven't the faintest notion of what I'm even talking about. But dear God, I want to touch you and kiss you, every inch of you, in that soft crook behind your knees. I want to taste the soft flesh of your inner thighs. Oh, and to kiss your belly and lower, tasting you and feeling you quiver against my mouth, your thighs tightening, your hips lifting in my hands. Yes, I want all of that until you're screaming with need. But you don't even understand what I'm feeling, do you? Oh, the joys of innocence. You feel desire, but you don't know, Caroline. You can't know what it's like for a man to want a woman, what it's like to know that you're soft and willing and would let me come into you. No, you can't begin to understand that. You don't even know what a man looks like, do you, Caroline? No, of course you don't. Well, we're not beautiful and white and soft like you. We're all hairy and hard and damned frightening when we want a woman, because our sex— no, damn it, forget I said that. Forget that's even a part of it. And no, I won't kiss you again, so close your damned mouth and keep your tongue behind your teeth. God, women, even ones as innocent as you are, know instinctively how to drive a man wild with lust. Just look at you, your lips apart, and I can see your tongue. Damnation, don't look at me like that. Stay away from me. I'm close to the edge, very close. He gave her one last furious look, shook his head at himself, and strode out of the drawing room. Again, he slammed the door behind him. "Well," she said to the empty room, "he does appear to feel strongly about this. I don't believe he's ever spoken so many words together since I've known him. Yes, North is a passionate man, and that is a good thing, I think." She hadn't slept well, for he was there, the taste of him, distant yet still heady in her mouth, the heat from his body still warming her, all of her, and that warmth was still with her, and the things he'd said. She tried to imagine each action, and knew it wouldn't be as strange and embarrassing as it sounded. No, it would be magic with him. What had he meant when he'd said he'd frighten her? Something about his sex? She sincerely hoped she'd find out. She shook her head now, clicked Regina forward, and wondered if North would persist in this seemingly generational dislike of marriage. But his father had married, as had his grandfather, and as had his great-grandfather. None of it made any sense. Where was North's mother? Had she died birthing him? 16. Oh dear, she'd forgotten all about Dr. Treath coming to see her and her new charges. You say that Miss Treath had tea with the ladies, Mrs. Traybaugh? Yes, Miss Caroline. She stayed on a bit after Dr. Treath gave each of them a look over. A very nice lady is Bess Treath. Never sharp or nasty or gossipy, if you know what I mean, no matter how low-born or high-born the patient is. Take our girls here. She was just as nice as can be. No turning up her nose, just like her brother in that respect. Never married, but seems content enough taking care of her brother, particularly after his young wife died so many years ago. I didn't know Dr. Treath had been married before. Oh, yes, to a lovely young girl from St. Ives who died in childbed not a year after they were married. Ah, well, there's no promise our lives will go well, or even continue, is there? No, Caroline said, there isn't. One must act and not dither about. That's what I always told Mr. Traybaugh, the dear man, who never did act, just dithered and talked about acting until he just up and died some 7 years ago. I'm sorry, Mrs. Traybaugh. It's been a long time now, Miss Caroline, a very long time. But don't you forget now, don't waste your days dithering. Life is more uncertain than a cup of milk that sat on the windowsill in the afternoon sun. You're right, Caroline said. Dear heavens, you're absolutely right. I told the same thing to your Aunt Eleanor. I do believe soon after that she decided she was going to marry Dr. Treath. Poor dear lady. Caroline just stared at her. But he never said anything about proposing to her. I don't suppose he had the chance. Oh, but he wanted to marry her. It was plain as a pikestaff for all to see. No one had a doubt about it in the world. Your poor aunt was killed soon after. Poor lady, so very fun she was, and full of high spirits, never caring if the day was dreary or rainy. No, she gave life everything she had. Poor lady. Caroline stared after Mrs. Traybaugh as she walked quickly away, shouting at Dumpling, the cook's scullery. Off you go now, Dumpling. No, don't spill that milk. Careful, girl. Ugh, you deserve a clout for that. She turned and said to Caroline, Nice is nice, but I'll wager that even Bess Treath has clouted her maids in the ear now and again. Dumpling, you clumsy girl. Caroline went to the 3rd floor, to the old nanny's large room, where she'd ensconced the seamstress from Travella's. Mrs. Wiggins would remain here for 2 weeks, sewing gowns for all of them. She was jolly and big-bosomed and had no taste at all. Thankfully, Miss Mary Patricia was blessed with exquisite taste, even managing quite skillfully to temper the overly exuberant wishes of Evelyn, and it was she who directed Mrs.
The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice or a slightly flat effect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue. Her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax execution. The transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated. Example, a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume or pace for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal. The delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. Wiggins in the choice of materials for the 3 of them, and the styles. Miss Mary Patricia also agreed to oversee the making of several gowns for Caroline. She left Miss Mary Patricia and Evelyn arguing about a particularly vile shade of puce that Evelyn thought would be just beautiful on Miss Caroline. Caroline shook her head and left quickly. She went back downstairs and came face to face with Bennet Penrose. "Good day, cousin," she said, and kept walking toward the small back room that she'd taken over as her workroom. "I want to speak to you, Caroline," she said over her shoulder. "Good. I want to speak to you as well. Come along, Bennet." She knew he didn't like her sitting behind the desk, the sunlight behind her, and thus in his eyes, but she didn't care. "Our 3 ladies are here now, Bennet," she said without preamble. "You will be polite to all of them. You will be careful not to frighten them, particularly Alice, who is very young and very frightened of anyone who is male." Then why'd she toss up her skirts if she was frightened of men? "Bennet," she said, willing herself to patience, "Alice is 14 years old. She was raped by 3 young men who were probably drunk. She is a child, and now she is pregnant. You will be very, very careful around her." Bennet looked contemptuous and shrugged. She wanted to smack him, but she said only, "Skrillidy Hall is their refuge and now their home. They are safe here, from nastiness, from threat. Do you understand me?" He only shrugged again. "Bennet, you can move out if you wish." "Where would I go? Would you give me money to leave, Caroline? You could, you know. I wouldn't relinquish my share of anything here, but if you gave me an income from all the money you inherited, then I would gladly be on my way." It was a thought, a very good one, actually, but she knew her aunt had believed Bennet to be redeemable. More fool her aunt in this case, but Caroline supposed she had to give it a try. "No. Why don't you get work? You're not particularly stupid, just lazy. I'm a gentleman.
Ah, that means then that you'll skulk and sulk about and drink yourself to death at Mrs. Freely's inn and Goonbell. I doubt North would consider that a proper gentleman's pursuits. He's got money. I don't have any. He didn't have any money until he came into the title. He was in the army from the age of 16, doing something useful, earning his own keep. Napoleon's gone. There's no more reason to go into the army. Besides, I would have to have a commission. Would you give me the 700 or 800 pounds to buy me one? She sighed. What do you want to do, Bennet? He rose and walked to the long windows that gave onto a lovely enclosed garden. He said finally, I want to marry an heiress. Well, that was something. How does one go about marrying an heiress? There aren't any in this God-forsaken area, that's for sure. No, I must go to London to find a rich cit's daughter. I'm of excellent breeding, even though I don't have a title. Yes, all I need is capital, and I will be married to an heiress within 6 months. So you want me to loan you the money? An investment in the hunt. Yes, he said as he turned back to face her. I venture to say that £5,000 would get the job done. I would give you, say, 10% in return after a period of 8 months. Perhaps then you would buy me out of my half of all this. God knows the last thing I want to do is take care of pregnant sluts. Is that acceptable to you? Caroline didn't know what to say, and that was odd, because usually words tumbled merrily off her tongue. She could only stare at Bennet and wonder what kind of a man he was. She said finally, I will think about this, Bennet. In the meanwhile, why don't you make yourself useful here? Doing what? Meeting with those damned boring farmers? Making repairs on their cottages? Should I force myself to listen to them talk of their meager crops that are always rotting in the fields from too much rain? Do you want me to sit down with Mr. Dumbarton and commiserate on having you here as mistress and not a man? You want me to enter stupid numbers in a ledger? Go spend my time in the tin mines, licking Petrie's boots like you've got Owen doing? Oh, yes, I saw him over at Wheel Kitty walking about with that damned manager, acting like a stupid schoolboy, all ears, looking ready to pant. If you married an heiress, Bennet, you would be expected to do something useful. If there's an estate, it would be your responsibility to see that it's well run. If your wife's family is in banking, for example, you would be expected to learn that job. He shrugged. I would hire an estate manager. As for banking, I would no more set foot into the city than I would go to America. I told you, Caroline, I'm a gentleman. Gentlemen aren't in trade. She rose then and placed her hands palm down on the desktop. You're a fool, Bennet, but I will think about this, though I can't imagine giving you the money to dupe some poor girl into marrying you. Then you'll never be rid of me, Caroline. This is my home now, just as it's yours. There are 3 pregnant little sluts just upstairs. After they've dropped their brats, why then, I can have my pick of them. Perhaps I won't be so bored after all. He turned and strolled from the room, whistling now as if he hadn't a care in the world. Damn him, he was right. What was she going to do? All right, Caroline, what's going on? You look like you're ready to shoot somebody. She was pacing back and forth in North's drawing room, still so furious she was near to panting with it. It's Bennet, she said, striving to keep her voice from shaking with rage, stopping just a moment, then resuming her pacing. He drew up, now alarmingly rigid. Did that mangy little bastard insult you? His harsh tone brought her up short. That would enrage him? If she were the one insulted? Ah, perhaps. She smiled at him, a big, beautiful smile, and made North wish he'd kept his damned mouth shut. As for Caroline, it was strange, but suddenly her rage at Bennet had unaccountably dispersed like rain clouds. There was nothing but bright sunshine. She said now, quite unconcerned, No, he didn't insult me. Not directly, anyway. He wants £5,000 from me so he can go to London and catch himself an heiress, for a wife. Then I can buy him out of his half of everything here, and there's got to be lots of money in it, naturally. Then he can continue a wastrel's life. That's not all of it, is it? That would just make you laugh, Caroline. Come on now, what else? He said if I didn't give him the money, he'd wait until my ladies dropped their brats, and then he'd have them himself. He called them sluts, acted like he'd be some sort of sultan with his own harem. North found himself looking again at her heaving breasts. His fingers itched to touch her, to fondle her breasts, to hold them in his hands, to close his eyes while he felt her soft flesh. He shook himself and rose. "What do you want me to do about him?" "Oh, it's not your problem, North. Forgive me, I was just so very angry. And Regina came here without my even telling her where I wanted to go. What did you do to my mare, other than change her name? She dotes on you. It's quite revolting. I've fed her and loved her since she was foaled, yet all her loyalty lands on your lap after only a couple of days. You really should give Regina to me." "No, I shan't. Why didn't Treetop fall in love with me? I treated him well, sang to him as a matter of fact. No, he saw you and came running. He couldn't wait to get away from me. It's not fair. Call me magic," he said. "All right, that's fair. But about the horses, Caroline, just stop it." She sighed. "Ah, you'll like this. Coombe nearly expired on the spot when he opened the door to find me standing there, flicking my riding crop against my boot. I can imagine," North said.
What was she to do? How to make North agree to make her the happiest woman on earth? I won't stand for this, Caroline. You scared the devil out of me, damn you. 17. She jumped, felt her heart slam against her chest in fear, but for only a moment. Surely he couldn't be all that indifferent, since he was here. She turned, smiling, and said, "Hello, North. I'm sorry I frightened you. I wanted to think, and I came upon this path and came down to the beach. Remember, you showed it to me? Why are you here?" He looked uncertain for a moment, then shrugged. "I don't know. I was out riding. I was going to visit Wheel David, then I just came here. When I saw Regina and didn't see you, I thought you'd gone over the cliff. Don't ever scare me like that again, Caroline." She smiled more widely. "I won't. See that you don't, or I'll throttle you." "All right," she said, still smiling, for she knew as well as he did that if he allowed himself to lace his fingers about her neck, he'd soon be kissing her. "Stop it, Caroline." She just shrugged and looked out over the dark water. "I liked the Carstairs'. Lady Victoria wasn't at all ordinary. She's very pretty and very charming. Her husband adores her. He's very possibly nearly as handsome as you are. Not as handsome, mind you, but nearly. She's also pregnant." "Really? She's quite slender. How do you know that she's pregnant?" He frowned at her. "You're a damned female, couldn't you tell?" "Well, no. You're a damned man, so how did you know?" His frown cleared, and he said with a man's wonderful arrogance, "There's a look about her, a sort of radiance, and her husband was very careful when he touched her. It's really quite obvious." He looked thoughtful, then said, "I'd say she was about 3 months along." "Goodness, I had no idea you were so observant, North. I needn't have bothered Dr. Treth at all. You could have simply looked at all my pregnant ladies and told them to do this and to do that. I'm very impressed." He looked distinctly harassed. "Very well, you don't believe me. At least I tried. I heard Raphael tell her that he wouldn't caress her breasts no matter how much she wanted him to, because he knew she was tender, and he might hurt her. He told her to be patient, that Dr. Treff had told him that she would become less tender in a month or so. Then he would caress her all she wished. And then she said that she didn't think he would hurt her, because he could be gentle when he wasn't dancing about the room, holding her with her legs wrapped around his... forget that. There, are you pleased now that you've pried it out of me? I didn't realize that a woman's breasts get tender. Caroline, damn it, control your mouth. That is highly improper. You shouldn't even know about... breasts? Being pregnant? Be quiet. Now, what are you doing here? Thinking? About your aunt? She shook her head, looking away from him at the encroaching tide that had just tumbled a huge splaying wave that finally flattened only 2 feet from the big rock where she sat. "No, I was thinking about you. I was thinking about how one should take charge of one's life. I was remembering how I was so very lonely for such a long time, and how now there's so much for me to do that I scarce even have time now to remember that other life and that other Caroline."
He went still as the rock she was sitting on. "That's quite a lot, Caroline. However, if you were thinking about me and all that morass, you will stop it now. I don't want you thinking about me, Caroline." "Why not?" "Because I'm simply not interested in you." The lie was so blatantly false that she merely stared at him with as much fascination as she would study an aphid sitting atop a rose. Very well, so what are we going to do again? There, she thought, she'd said it. We, not just her alone. She waited, watching the encroaching waves come closer and closer. If North didn't pay attention, his lovely boots would shortly be splashed and likely ruined. A seagull flew overhead, then finally landed on a black rock near Caroline. A peregrine falcon lazily tilted his wings toward the beach. I spoke to Mr. Falcus after Owen told me all that had passed between them. North stared down at his feet, then held out his hand to her. Time for us to retreat. She knew he didn't want to touch her. Rather, he wanted to touch her too much, all because of this lust of his. But she just smiled, placed her hand in his, and let him tug her gently off the rock. They walked slowly back toward the dark shadows beneath the towering cliffs. And what did he say? He said he would get you, and he swore that the third try would see him succeed. She cursed, very colorfully and very loudly. He stared at her, then threw back his head and laughed loud and deeply. That laugh of his, it sounded wonderful. She said, "You're not at all dour and brooding, North. That laugh was very nice. I'd like to hear it more." He was immediately silent, immediately frowning. "It shouldn't have happened. If I continue to laugh, I shall have to inform Marcus Wyndham that he can no longer call me menacing and dark and dangerous." How very romantic. No, don't tell him anything. Dark and dangerous. Now you sound like Marcus's young cousins, Antonia and Fanny. They found me vastly romantic. North, what will we do about Mr. Falcus? He drew a very deep breath. "I guess you'll just have to marry someone." "Someone, North?" "That's right. Someone. Not you? I'm not available." She gave him a very long look, then sighed and smiled.
She did, still staring down at him, still not understanding. She was naked in front of him, and he just looked at her for a long moment, at the white thighs, strong and supple, and upward to the tight swirl of curls as richly chestnut as the hair on her head, and he reached out his fingers to touch her. "Spread your legs." She gasped and spread her legs, balancing herself better. "Are you certain you want to do this, North? Look at me like this. It's very embarrassing, you know. No one has ever looked at my waist before. I'm not looking at your damned waist. I'm looking at where I'm going to caress you with my fingers and with my mouth. God, you're beautiful, North, but surely." His mouth touched her then, as his fingers held her apart for him. Caroline froze then, to her utter astonishment, she felt a tremor that shook her from her toes to her neck. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed, her riding skirt and petticoats billowing out over him. She felt North's hands on her bottom as she landed on her back. He was over her then, on top of her, balanced above her on his elbows, looking down into her very dazed eyes. "You're lovely," he said, and kissed her. Before she could clasp him around his back to keep him close, he was off her, standing there, staring down at her. Her skirts were up about her waist, her legs sprawled, and he smiled at her and held out his hand. "I pictured you like this, your skirts all up about your chest and your belly naked. Yes, I pictured you very clearly. But let me tell you, Caroline, you're more beautiful here, now, in your white flesh, than you were even in my very imaginative mind. I like the white stockings and the black riding boots. It's exotic. Come now, we're going home." He pulled her up, then stood back, watching her straighten her clothes. Her hands were trembling, and she was very, very silent. "My God," he said, and laughed. "You're embarrassed. I've finally succeeded in getting you to close your mouth." He grunted then, doubling over slightly when she rammed her fist into his belly. He just grinned, rubbed his stomach, and said, "Well, we'd next week, on Friday, all right? Will that give you sufficient time?" She looked at him, saw the deviltry in his dark eyes, saw the amusement tugging at the corners of his beautiful mouth. and shook her head. "No, I would prefer Wednesday." "You're a mouthy girl, Caroline, but it pleases me. We will compromise on Thursday. I have to find us a bishop, you know, and procure a license, since I don't think you want to post any bans." "No, that takes a long time, doesn't it? 4 weeks, 3 of them where the vicar reads out the intent to marry in church. Too long, much too long. I want you in front of me naked so I can caress you again. Will you hold up your clothes for me again? North. It's nice to outdo you verbally, Caroline. I used to be quite content to sit in brooding silence, listening to others go on and laugh and tell jests. But now, with you, I find I quite enjoy reducing you to blushes and groans and little squeaks when I manage to shock you." He grinned down at her, patted her face, and gave her his hand. "Come along, we have a lot to do. Careful now, this path isn't all that easy a climb." It wasn't until late that same night that Caroline, tossing in her own bed, quite alone and hating it, realized that Mr. Fawkes could quite easily kill North, widow her, and force her to marry him. But no, that was absurd. He would be hanged if he murdered anybody. She was becoming hysterical. Her mind had obviously been shoved off its proper track. What with those utterly delightful and very unexpected things North had done to her on the beach. She knew she was embarrassed, shocked to her toes, really, but it didn't prevent the warmth building low in her belly right now, just remembering how his mouth actually touched her, how his tongue licked her. Oh, goodness. She wondered what would have happened if he hadn't stopped doing all those things with his hands and his mouth. At Mount Hawk, North wasn't in his bed. He was standing in the library, his 3 minions facing him, all their faces mirroring the same emotion. Disbelief, utter consternation, and denial. What the hell is going on here, damn you? I'm marrying Caroline Derwinchones. She will be Lady Chilton. She will be your mistress. You know her. You know she isn't rapacious, isn't looking to wed me for anything other than very warm feelings she nourishes for me. Do you want to know what she said about the 3 of you? Well, I'll tell you. She thought you were all immensely creative. She said she admired creativity and inventiveness. "It's not exactly that, my lord," Tregeagle said, stepping forward. "Her rapaciousness, I mean." "Then what the hell is it?" "Here," Tregeagle said, and handed North a thin book bound in crimson leather. "Please, my lord, read this. You must. This decision you're making, I've already made it," North said, but took the small volume. "What the devil is this?" "We thought perhaps this is why you called all of us to see you," Tregeagle said. "Thus, we deemed it best to be prepared. It's writings from your great-grandfather, your grandfather, and finally, your father." "I see," North said with disgust. "Didn't they write enough about King Mark? Wasn't his damned betrayal enough for them? This is supposed to convince me to become as woman-hating as the rest of you lunatics? I can't help what my ancestors did, but listen to me. I have nothing to do with them, nothing at all. Now get out of here, all of you. Caroline and I will be married next week, and if there's any hint of a dead pilchard in any dish you serve her, I'll gullet all of you. I'll send my bayonet through your bellies. I'll see that none of you ever breathe again." "That is rather comprehensive, my lord," Coombs said. "No woman has lived here at Mount Hawk since your great-grandfather's time. Please, my lord, listen to us. It just isn't done." "That's absurd. It's true what Mr. Coombs says," Tregeagle said. "Women aren't allowed here." "They are now," North said. "Go on now. Get out of all of you." Polgrain, Coombs, and Tregeagle slowly nodded and left the library. North stared after them, then just shook his head. He heard Tregeagle stop and looked up. "Please, my lord, read what the Nightingale men have written. It's all true. Truth casts a long shadow, particularly for Nightingale men." "Damnation. All right, I'll read it, but it won't change anything. You never should have left when you were 16. You didn't learn the truth of things. You would have left too, Tregeagle, had my father been your father. That miserable bastard. He shut up and drew upon his control. Go away, Tregeagle, just go away. Yes, my lord, that I really don't want to. All of us just seek to protect you, to nurture you in your privacy, here with us, alone. Get out of here, you idiot. Yes, my lord.
Flash Savory faced Lord Chilton across his desk and said without preamble, Bennett Penrose was here, skulking about in Goonbell some 3 weeks before Eleanor Penrose was murdered. He used his own name and added the name York. I imagine that's why you didn't learn much of anything when you initially looked into her death, my lord. Yes, old Bennett York was trying to be clever, but I found him out. Excellent, Flash. If he did kill her then it would be in hopes that she'd left him money, lots of it. That's right. I doubt he knew a thing about Miss Caroline, and if he did, I imagine that old Bennett, being such a man's man, thought no one could possibly leave any groats at all to a mere female. That could put Caroline in danger, but not for long. Once we're wedded, then all her money belongs to me. Then there'd be no motive for the little sod. North sat back in the high-backed leather chair and closed his eyes. That still leaves Mr. Phelps. I can't say I want him living here at Mount Hawk for much longer, Flash. I say let him go, my lord. Once you and Miss Caroline are wed, just let him go. And you will ensure he knows that he would get his neck stretched on the gibbet if he killed you, or if anything at all happened to you. You've given this a lot of thought, Flash. I venture to say nearly as much as you. Also, I spoke to the captain. He said he'd be quite pleased to tell Mr. Fawkes the facts of his new life. North smiled at that. It seems all goes forward, then. We still don't have any evidence, however. That bloody knife, what did the killer do with it? Dr. Treath, once the poor man could speak about it, said he believed it to be just a regular knife, the sort one would find in any kitchen. Not a fishing or hunting knife, nothing out of the ordinary. I plan to visit Mr. Bennett Penrose's chamber this evening at Skrility Hall. Our boyo will be in Goonbell drinking with his cohorts again. I'll see what I can unearth. Also, my lord, I found out from Mrs. Freely, quite a talker she is. And Flash paused a moment and preened. Aye, it's true, the ladies find me quite appetizing. Well, in any case, she told me that Mrs. Penrose wasn't the first lady to die under mysterious circumstances. There was another lady who was skewered with a knife some 3 years ago by the name of Elizabeth Godolphin, the widow of a merchant who lived down near Perranporth. The lady had a goodly competence, but she wasn't rich, as Mrs. Eleanor was. Any other similarities? Mrs. Freely said something about her seeing some gentleman, but she couldn't remember any more. She said she'd be seeing some of her friends who live there, and she'd ask them about it. Good, we're gaining ground then. Congratulations on your marrying Miss Caroline, my lord. She's a fine girl, all full of spit and fire and mischief. And that mouth of hers, well, the captain told me she'd give you as many fits as Lady Victoria gives him. North grunted. The thought of walking his hounds on the moors, however, didn't play such a large part in his scenario of daily life anymore. I'll also find out if our Bennett Penrose was here when the other lady was killed. It's my understanding he's been hereabouts throughout the years. The little bugger would have been about your age then, my lord. Maybe he was living off her. Maybe, we'll see. At 1 o'clock that morning, North was propped up in his bed reading the slim volume Tregeagle had given him. Quite simply, he couldn't believe it. It was a house of men only, and certainly he'd wondered about that, but any questions when he'd been a boy had been dealt with harshly by his father. When he'd been a boy and asked about his mother, he'd been told she was a slut, a trollop, and she was dead, just as she deserved. He hadn't understood the words, but he'd well understood the rage, the bitterness. He'd not asked about his mother all that much past the age of 5, when he'd come to Mount Hawk with his father to live after his mother had died. He shook his head, leaned back, and closed his eyes. His father's written words were burned sharply in his mind. Nightingale men don't suffer like other men once they understand that they are different. I didn't believe my father's and his father's words, but now I do. By all the gods, they were right. At least I have the next generation Nightingale, the next Viscount Chilton, and that miserable slut is gone. All will be well. I will teach North, and pray God he will listen and believe me. There's no need for him to go through what I went through.
He will beget his heir and quickly rid himself of the slut necessary to be the nightingale vessel. He will be free. He won't suffer even a moment's anguish like the rest of us. He will believe me." Those words were written when North had been 5 years old. He tried desperately to remember that time, but all he could remember was screaming and shouting and crying, a woman crying. His mother? He didn't know. Then he'd come here. Then he'd been told that his mother was dead. And then there'd been the year upon year of misery and hatefulness and spite. What had happened? He thumbed through his grandfather's and great-grandfather's writings, but didn't read them, just his father's, and the good Lord knew it was enough. He was appalled. "My lord." "Yes, Tregeagle, what is it?" My lord, did you read the tome we presented to you yesterday?" North tossed down the quill and leaned back in his desk chair. He'd been writing an announcement to the Gazette and to the Times about his upcoming marriage to Miss Derwent-Jones. "Yes, I read part of it, the part my father wrote." "I see," Tregeagle said, and waited hopefully, keeping quiet because he wasn't stupid. "It sounded just like my father, all ranting and shrieking at the dishonor of the female species, pitying himself in a bottle of brandy, all rage and bitterness. Nothing new. However, even that worsened under the influence of my grandfather. I remember both of them as relentlessly cruel, sadistic men who hated everyone and obviously lost what few wits were left to them. My lord, he was your father. He was a filthy old bedlamite, Tregeagle. God, how I despised him. Now, that's quite enough. There will be a Countess of Chilton living at Mount Hawk beginning in how long a time? You can't even answer that, can you? I realize I didn't live at Mount Hawk until I was 5 years old. My mother died, and I was brought here. Why didn't she live here during her marriage to my father? Ah, not a word. No matter. What would I expect from you, my father's minion? Well, my wife won't be kept hidden away in London like a damned mistress or ensconced on one of my mouldering estates. This will be her home, just as it is mine. If you can't accept that, Tregeagle, if any of you can't accept that, why then you will all leave. My lord, we will remain to protect you, to see to your needs and your wishes." North sighed. "I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. However, I will hear no more about it. Go away. I must finish with this task." North watched his housekeeper slowly leave the smallest stateroom. It was all nonsense, but the male minions believed every word, every assertion. It was amazing that they were so tied into the bitterness of the past. Then he pictured Caroline's shocked, yet quite interested expression when he'd had her hold up her own skirts and petticoats on the beach, and he smiled, and noticed that his hand shook a bit. He would protect her. All would be well. He would be a husband, something that simply hadn't occurred to him as devoutly wished for. But he would have Caroline in his bed whenever he wanted her, and that was surely a fine thing. She was lovely, she seemed eager, and he wanted her more than he'd ever wanted a woman in his life. No more going without a woman, or having to install a mistress, or having an affair with a local lady, something he'd avoided like the plague in the past. He realized then, at that moment, that part of his desire for solitude, an attitude so long-standing this was the first time he truly questioned it, came from the continuous bitterness and barely tamped-down rage spouted by his father, his distrust of people in general, and women in particular. North had obviously taken the words to heart throughout his youth and simply turned himself away from the possibility of betrayal by believing he didn't need people. Unlike Caroline, he hadn't realized he was missing what life was all about. Unlike Caroline, he'd had to be pulled into joy and into the possibility of sadness and disappointment. He would be Caroline's husband. He would laugh for the rest of his life. 19. Caroline came bolt upright in her bed at the sound of a piercing scream. She threw back the covers, grabbed her dressing gown, and was into the corridor in the next moment. There was another scream, only this one just a small cry, muffled, barely to be heard. Oh God, it was coming from Alice's bedchamber. She ran down the hall, stopped to catch her breath, and flung open the door. There was a single candle lit.
standing atop the small table beside Alice's bed. Alice wasn't alone. It wasn't a nightmare. It was Bennett, and he was on top of her, shoving his belly against her, and Alice was struggling frantically. Bennett drew back his hand and slapped her hard. "Shut up, you little slut. Just shut up. If you didn't want this, you wouldn't have your belly filled with a brat. Shut up and give me what I want." "No," Alice whimpered and kept struggling. "Bennett!" He went utterly still. Slowly, he turned to face her. She was wearing a dressing gown. Her hair was thick and wild around her face. He shook his head, not understanding. "Caroline? What are you doing here?" "By God, you're drunk, you filthy pig. Get off her." "Oh, no, she's here, and she's mine, and you should have seen the look she was giving me all day. She all but begged me to come to her tonight." Caroline wished she had a gun, but since she didn't, she'd just have to make do. She picked up a footstool, a very solid oak footstool, its surface covered with a lovely tapestry, lifted it high, and said quietly, "Bennett, I'm talking to you. Won't you turn this way now?" "Go away, Caroline, unless you want me to take you next." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Bennett froze. "No," he said, and jerked away from Alice, but he wasn't fast enough. "No, Caroline?" She brought the footstool down on his head as hard as she could. She stepped back and watched him fall off Alice, who shoved at him to keep him from falling over her. "Oh, Miss Caroline, I swear to you I didn't ask him to come here. I promise." "Oh, miss, hush, Alice. Let me see if the damned bounder is dead." She knelt down and pressed her palm to his heart. "He's not, more's the pity," she said, looking up at Alice, who looked like the child she was, pale and drawn and shaking. "Did he force you, Alice?" Alice shook her head, tendrils of light brown hair swirling about her thin face, come loose from her braid. "He just hit me and shoved himself at me. I heard your cry and came immediately. He didn't think I'd mind. He didn't think I'd scream, but I did. But he was too much in the fever to stop. He just kept calling me those horrible names, just like the vicar does." I know," Caroline said. Sudden rage surged through her, and she kicked Bennett in his ribs. She wished she had Mr. Plumbury there as well. She'd boot him, but good. "There," she said, "that feels better." She stepped over Bennett's unconscious body and sat on the side of the bed, drawing Alice into her arms. "There, it's all right. I swear this won't happen again. I swear it. Do you want to kick him, Alice?" Alice stopped crying. She became very still, then drew away from Caroline. "Kick him?" "Yes, for what he tried to do to you." Alice looked very worried. Then, suddenly, she smiled. "Oh, yes," she said. "Oh, yes." She eased off the bed, stood over Bennett, then kicked him as hard as she could in his ribs. "Do it again, Alice. He deserves it." She kicked him again, and this time she said, "That were wonera. That was wonderful, Miss Caroline. I even hurt my foot kicking the bounder." "By God, what's going on in here? Caroline!" It was Owen. He'd been running so fast his dressing gown was still flapping about his bare legs. "Bennett, that bloody bastard, You won't do a thing to him at the moment, Owen, so calm down. Thank you for coming so quickly." "Ho, here's Evelyn and Miss Mary Patricia." They'd come more slowly, their pregnant bellies keeping them at a walk. "Oh, goodness," Evelyn said, taking in the situation at a glance. "My little baby, oh dear." "It's all right, Caroline," she said. "She'll be just fine. She just gave Bennett 2 very sturdy kicks in his miserable ribs. Yes, Alice will be fine. However, it seems advisable for Miss Mary Patricia to fetch you some warm milk to calm you down before you decide to kick the rest of us." Alice giggled. Her would-be rapist was on the floor, yet she'd giggled. Caroline was so pleased she wanted to dance. "Yes, an excellent idea," Miss Mary Patricia said. "Owen, would you drag Bennett out of here and into his bedchamber? Oh dear, there's blood on his head. Do you think we should call Dr. Treath?" Owen didn't think they should call anyone save the hangman, but Caroline, eyeing the flowing blood from the blow she'd struck him, shook her head. Do go fetch Dr. Treath. The last thing we want is for Bennet to croak here at Scrylady Hall. After all, Owen, I was the one who hit him, and therefore it would be I who would go to the gallows. Let him rot, Caroline. Let me kick him again, Miss Caroline, Alice said. We can't, more's the pity. The two of them together dragged Bennet into his room and hefted him onto his bed. Caroline wrapped a folded cloth over the wound in his head, and Owen quickly dressed. I'll be back as soon as I can. If that bloody bastard wakes up, hit him again. She grinned, but it was a sorry excuse for a grin. When Owen was gone, she left Bennet and returned to Alice. Both Evelyn and Miss Mary Patricia were petting and soothing her, giving her milk, stroking her hair, telling her how strong she was, and how she'd gotten that miserable bastard but good. Is he dead, Miss Caroline? Evelyn said. No, he's not. Bennet is a sorry man, and he's drunk, and I hope he has the most horrid headache imaginable when he wakes up. Lord knows his ribs will hurt like the very devil. Now, don't worry any more about this. But Caroline was worrying. If Bennet was here, then there was always the chance he'd try this again. She shook her head. I'm just relieved I heard you scream, Alice. It was a big one, thank God. But I didn't scream, not really, Miss Caroline. Just cried out before he slapped his hand over my mouth. Caroline stared at her. But I heard you, clear as if you were in my bedchamber. I heard you, Alice. It was loud. No, miss, truly. I'm glad you did hear me, but I only sounded like a squeaky little mouse. It was Bess Treath who told her how this was possible, while Dr. Treath was stitching Bennet's head. Eleanor told me about it, she said, daubing at the flow of blood, while Dr. Treath drew his needle in and out of Bennet's scalp. Caroline didn't look. You see, there are several connecting passages behind the bedchambers. The major one connects Alice's bedchamber to yours. The chimney acts like a tunnel that exaggerates any and all sounds. It's not completely solid, you see, and gives onto the passageway. So I heard this god-awful scream, but it was only Alice crying out. Exactly. I think the reason the two of those bedchambers connect up is because the grandfather of the former Squire Penrose had both a wife and a lady-love. He sent the wife off to London for a new wardrobe, so it's recounted, and while she was gone, he had the passageway built and his mistress installed as the governess. When the wife returned, she was none the wiser, and she was the proud possessor of some very nice clothes. At that time, it said, her bedchamber was the one farthest down the East Hall. Goodness, that's amazing! Bess Treath laughed, even as she continued to clean up the blood from Bennet's head and face. My own opinion is, the wife found out exactly what her dear husband had done, because every year after that, she went off to London and spent ever so much money on new clothes. Her husband said not a word. Caroline joined in her laughter. Now, Bess, you have no idea if that's really true. Dr. Treath nodded off his stitches, patted Bennet's head, then began to bandage it. It's one of those tales that's talked about on and off over the years, during cold winter evenings. Ah, he's waking up. Too bad he waited so long. I should have liked to have him suffer the needle just a bit, mind you. Benjy, what a thing for a physician to say. Well, the little drunkard deserves something for what he tried to do. Bennet groaned and tried to pull away. Dr. Treath said, hold still, I'm nearly done. That's right, moan if you must, but don't move. After the bishop's final blessing, Caroline was beginning to feel less dazed at how the entire course of her life had been changed, all in the space of 3 minutes of spoken instructions, and the rest in a prayer that recounted and praised untold generations of marital bliss. North kissed her after Bishop Horton closed his Bible and nodded to him. It was a very chaste kiss, over quickly. Mount Hawk's servants, male, to the man, stood on one side of the drawing-room, and the denizens from Scrylady Hall, female, all, save the stable-lad, Robin, stood on the other. There were locals there as well, the most notable amongst them Mrs. Freely, Mr. Petrie, the Treths, Mr. Brogan, and the Carstaireses. Mrs. Freely had spoken behind her hand discreetly, commenting on Caroline's gown, the lightness of her face powder, the speed with which the young couple were marrying, how the bride looked thin as a rail, which was a good thing, wasn't it? Both North and Caroline heard every word, as did every other guest. Caroline was at least pleased with Mrs. Freely's opinions on her gown. It was a soft ivory satin that was simple and elegant, binding her beneath her breasts with a ribbon just a shade darker than the gown, and matching the ribbon and soft white burnet roses threaded through her chestnut hair, gleaming bright and clean in the clear sunlight pouring into the drawing room. The bodice was low and filled with an ivory linen chemisette. She didn't wear a veil over her face. She looked tall and slender, radiant and smiling, her eyes bright, the excitement clear whenever she looked at her husband. "A love match," Victoria Carstairs said to her husband as she watched North turn away from his bride to begin accepting congratulations. "How lovely." "More a lust match on North's part," Raphael Carstairs said. His eyes nearly turn black when he looks at her. "I doubt the poor girl will get much sleep this night, or any other night for the next year or so." "His eyes are nearly black anyway," Victoria said, her hand lightly resting against her flat belly where their babe nestled. "You're being obtuse. Besides, you don't let me get much sleep even now, and you swore to me it wasn't just male lust. You swore you cherished me and adored me and were even building a pedestal upon which I would sit 2 nights a week so that you could bow and scrape and worship me. That's nauseating, Victoria. Now, heed me. Naturally, I felt, and still feel, lust for you. I understand lust. Most men do. This other, well, it's all well and good, and makes a man's life more happy than not, usually, if the wife is kept in her proper place. And naturally, you've always known that place." He grinned down at her like a bandit. "He's a beautiful man," she said. "North Nightingale, I mean. Passable, little more. He is nothing to me. You told me I was the most beautiful man in all of Cornwall, in all of Devon, too. Did I? My memory fails me. Ah, but North, just look at those white teeth of his, and how muscular he is, and so very lean and hard. And, Victoria Carstairs, would you like me to do something you will surely regret?" She looked up at him, a siren smile on her mouth, and said, "Yes." He eyed her for a long moment, cursed, and took himself off to congratulate the bride and groom. Caroline stared up at North, marveling that he was hers, and all because Owen had gotten ill, and she'd gone into the tap room of the inn in Dorchester to find help, and he'd been there. It was scary that one's life could be swayed and changed by such random chance. Ah, but in this case, it had been a wonderful random chance. He was hers at last. It had taken only 8.5 minutes. She watched his profile, watched him smile at something Raphael Carstairs said. She wanted to touch his straight nose, his mouth that was so very beautiful. She wanted to kiss it until she lost her breath. She wanted to touch his tongue with her fingertip and her own tongue, to feel his heat, to taste his taste, and breathe in his scent. She saw herself standing on the beach, holding up her skirts and petticoats whilst he was on his knees, caressing her and touching her with his mouth. Oh dear, that had been something. She rather hoped he would be compelled to do that again. She shuddered, smiled like a fool, and continued her perusal of her new husband. His jaw was firm and stubborn, which was fine with her. He wasn't a man to back down. A good opponent always brightened her up. "Caroline? Huh? Where are you?" "Oh, North, I was just looking at you and thinking that we will have wonderful fights. Actually, I was thinking other things before that, but it wouldn't be at all proper to mention those other things here in the drawing room. Yes, we will have marvelous fights. So this is the future you envision for us? That pleases you? You're strong and stubborn. Just look at that jaw of yours. I wouldn't want a man I could kick into the dirt. You're just as I want you to be." "Thank you, perhaps," he said, then leaned down and gave her a very light kiss on her mouth. "Oh, damn," he said, and quickly drew back. "We have to wait until at least after luncheon. It isn't fair. I'm married to you, it's all legal, and I still have to wait? What were those other things?" she giggled. "I will say only that they were beach sorts of activities. Now, if you're very good to me, I can perhaps have a stomach gripe, turn convincingly green, and beg to be excused. You, naturally, wouldn't want to leave me alone in my misery. You would want to nurture me, feed me soup, wipe my sweating brow. What do you think?" He stared down at her, his eyes bright on her face. "Your mind is terrifying." "It's a grand idea, isn't it?" he laughed, a full, free laugh, and Tregeagle turned to his comrades and said in a depressed voice, "Did you hear that, Mr. Polgrain, Mr. Coombe? He's laughing. Nightingale men rarely laugh, particularly at something a female says." Tregeagle sighed deeply. "As far as I know, his lordship's father never laughed a day in his life. His lordship's father would have spat upon anyone who dared to laugh in his presence. He would have reviled such a thing. Ah, it's an unhappy day," said Polgrain. Coombe shuddered, tugged at the thin edge of hair just above his ears, and dabbed the perspiration from the bald flesh just above. "Perhaps we could endure having her here at least for a little while, but more than just a little while? It is too much, gentlemen, far too much." "We will endure," Tregeagle said. "Just look at those pregnant females, all lined up in a row. It hurts me to gaze at them." "Mr. Owen will take them back to Scraylady Hall after luncheon, Mr. Polgrain. Don't worry," Polgrain said. "We can bear seeing them and their affliction for just a few more hours. Oh dear, I must get back to the kitchen. It galled me to do it, but I have made a champagne punch to rival the punch served by all the big knobs at their weddings in London. It's not what we're used to, Mr. Polgrain, no indeed," Tregeagle said, and sighed deeply again. "Feed everyone well, and let's hear nice, healthy belches. We don't want it said that the men of Mount Hawk can't carry off anything, and carry it off well, despite their pain." "I still can't believe he actually married her," Coombe said, looking hard at the young lady who was now Lady Chilton and mistress of Mount Hawk. "If he wanted to bed her, there was no reason to marry her. He should have just taken her to bed and gotten her out of his system. Now we shall have to suffer her presence day in and out." "Ah, but she's a lady, and thus all men's downfall," Tregeagle said. "To bed her, he had to marry her. She's a lady to begin with. Perhaps most of them are. But she'll change," Polgrain said, "just like all the others. And she'll be here long, you'll see," he continued. "Don't you remember? His lordship's father brought his wife to visit here but once, before he understood the way of things and took her away again. Aye, but don't forget, his father was still alive, and the master here."
He wasn't about to let her stay. In fact, if his son hadn't disobeyed him, she never would have even visited here for a single day. But our lordship here, I don't know. He read the diaries, but he believes it's all nonsense. "He will learn," Coombe said, patting his bald head yet again. "Poor young man, he will learn. I remember all the stories my father told me about the Nightingale men. I suppose we're lucky that there was enough vigilance in them so that a male child gets birthed and is indeed a nightingale, and not some other man's get." "Barely in time," Polgrain said. "Barely in time." "We will get through this," Tregeagle said again. "We have much to do, and we will do it with efficiency and graciousness." Goodness, all of them with child at once. Even that child Alice is with child. It's dreadful, and not to be borne. "A remarkable bon mot, Mr. Tregeagle," Coombe said. Owen stood close and all stiff beside his father in the corner of the drawing-room in the late morning shadows. He'd been terrified his father would leap on North during the brief ceremony, but he hadn't budged from behind the large chair. He looked furious. Owen recognized the dark rage in his father's eyes. It had been directed at him enough during his life. But he'd held his tongue. He'd done nothing. He was, thankfully, still doing nothing. His hands weren't even fisted at his sides. Odd, but his father looked older, Owen thought. Somehow, he seemed to have shrunk. As Mr. Brogan approached, he closely watched his father for any signs of violence. "Sir," Mr. Brogan said, "I am the solicitor for the former Miss Derwent-Jones, now Lady Chilton. His lordship asked me to speak plainly to you. He is, in short, now in complete control of her finances and her fortune." "Not for long," Mr. Fawkes said, and all but snarled. "No, not for bloody long, the damned poaching bounder." "Father," Owen said, "be quiet, you little sod, you worthless, ungrateful piece of muck. As for you, sir, I will see you pay for what you've had the gall to do to me. Why, you," Mr. Brogan continued easily, interrupting Mr. Fawkes with the calm of Bishop Horton, "this envelope is for you, sir.
It details all you have done to Lady Chilton, all your plots, your conspiracies, that have, thankfully, all failed. It is attested to by Lord Chilton, Lady Chilton, and your son, Owen Fawkes. Now, if anything were to happen to North Nightingale, then, sir, you would be immediately taken to jail, and then your neck would surely be stretched, and you would shortly find yourself quite dead. So you see, it is to your advantage that Lord Chilton remain as healthy as a stoat. Also, if the remote possibility occurred that you weren't hanged, you would still gain nothing. Lord Chilton's estate isn't left to his wife, but rather to his friend, the Earl of Chase. Do you understand me, sir? That's utter nonsense, and you're lying. I am her relative. The estate couldn't be left away from her. I would contest it, and I would win. Ah, but the Viscountess wouldn't contest anything, sir. Thus, any action you would contemplate taking would result in you looking like a fool. I beg you to reassess your situation. I encourage you to leave Cornwall and forget the Viscountess. It is all over. There is nothing here for you. Mr. Brogan merely nodded, then to Mr. Fawkes, turned, and left, a look of distaste clear on his pleasant face. "Damned little cit," Mr. Fawkes said. "As for you, Owen, you betrayed me." He waved the thick envelope in front of his son's nose. "No, sir, I did it primarily to protect you. You may not believe that, but it's true. There is something else Caroline asked me to consult you about. What does the little bitch have to say? She wants you to return to Honeymead Manor and manage the property for her. She wants you to live there, if you wish. She also mentioned, and she did smile a bit, that Mrs. Tailstrop thought you were a grand, fine gentleman. The old bag." "Old?" Owen said, aghast. "Caroline said she was younger than you are, sir. There are differences in old when it's a man and when it's a woman. Well, there it is. You may go to Honeymead Manor, or you may do as you please. Sir, I will remain here and live at Scrality Hall. I am now Caroline's manager. Soon I will be her partner, in fact." Mr. Fawkes cursed roundly. "You're nothing but a foolish, weak little boy." Owen drew himself up. It was difficult with the scorn his father was heaping in bucketfuls on his head, but he did try. "I'm better, father. Caroline and North both said so. I am very nearly my own man. Other men depend on me. Ladies depend on me. What I do counts for something. I rather like it." Mr. Fawkes roundly consigned his son to hell, picked up his valise, and without a backward look, took his leave. "He's gone," Owen said. "Yes," North said. "We saw him leave, Caroline." "I don't know what he'll do, Caroline." "As long as he leaves the area, I'll be content," Caroline said. "North has a man following him, just so we can be certain he does leave Cornwall. Now, husband, it is nearly time to adjourn to the dining room. Polgrain says he and his staff have prepared a repast to bring tears to the most jaded eyes, of which there weren't many, he said, at least in this backwater group. I rather think it won't be possible for me to produce a stomach gripe. Your male minions would shoot me. Polgrain informed me, without really looking me in the eye, you understand, that no effort would be spared for the event. Over a very grand luncheon of turkey and chestnut pasty, stuffed shoulder of lamb, pork with apples and sage, a delicious red currant fool that was a lovely pink color, for the bride, Polgrain had muttered within her hearing, the talkative Mrs. Freely tendered an opinion on everything, from Lady Carstairs' appetite, which wasn't enough to keep a bird alive, much less a poor little babe, to Mr. Brogan's glasses, which were, she pronounced, quite a handsome addition to his face, which, she fancied, would become even more handsome were he to procure himself a wife. North looked at his wife and grinned. What can one do? She drank more of her champagne. 21. Where was North? Caroline stood there, her hands stroking over the fine lawn of her new nightgown, a soft peach with a row of Valenciennes lace sewn at the bodice and at the sleeves. All in all, a wicked confection that she was certain would have North ogling over her with a good deal of interest. It was cut low over her breasts, and the band beneath pushed her breasts upward, giving them, she thought, a more arresting presentation. Where the devil was he? She wanted him to look at her and shake. Where his shaking